AFRS Sportsreel. Greetings, sports fans. It's another thrill-packed quarter hour of the AFRS Sports Reel coming your way. Top-flight stories about events and personalities in the sporting world, brought to you by America's A Sports Authority. With us today are Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. To start this session off, we'll hear from Bill Stern. Bill has a story about one of the greatest of big-time polo players. It's the legend of Tommy Hitchcock.
Tommy Hitchcock was born of rich parents. He was a millionaire's son. And yet at the age of 17, during the last World War, Tommy Hitchcock ran away and enlisted in the French Air Corps. He shot down 2 German planes before he himself was shot down and captured by the Germans. It mattered not to the Germans that Tommy Hitchcock came from one of America's wealthiest families. All they knew was that he was a prisoner of war. That is, he was a prisoner of war until one day he managed to escape. And for 5 days and 5 nights, 17-year-old Tommy Hitchcock roamed around the German countryside. He knew that if he'd be caught, he'd be shot. On the night of the 5th day, he managed to reach the Swiss border. Ahead of him lay safety, if he could get over that border. But there was a German soldier standing guard. Young Tommy Hitchcock waited until that German sentry's back was turned, and then the American lad started forward, hoping, praying that the German sentry would not look around. But the German sentry did look around, and he shouted, "Halt and see!" Tommy Hitchcock stopped, frozen in his tracks. The German sentry looked at the American boy. Their eyes met, and then a strange thing happened. The German soldier lowered his gun and reputedly said,
"You're an American, eh? Well, I'm going to let you escape. Oh, don't look so surprised. I once lived in America, but I made the mistake of coming back to Germany. I'm sick of this war. Someday I shall get back to America. Then I'm no longer in this German army."
But there's no way I can thank you for this now. But after the war is over, if you do get to America, look me up. My name's Hitchcock. Tommy Hitchcock.
And my name is Hans Schiller. I will look you up. And good luck.
Tommy Hitchcock crossed that border into Switzerland. He was safe to come back to America, safe to become the greatest polo player in the United States, which he remained for 25 years, until in 1939, the Second World War broke out. And once again, Tommy Hitchcock sailed for England. This time, he joined the Royal Air Force. In England, just before the end of the war, according to the story, Tommy Hitchcock one day was reviewing some refugees who'd escaped from Germany. One face in that crowd of refugees made Tommy stop. He knew somewhere he'd seen that face before. Tommy Hitchcock called the man over to him.
I don't know your name, but I've seen your face somewhere before. Who are you?
I am a refugee who escaped from Germany. My name is Schiller. Hans Schiller.
Schiller? Hans Schiller? I once knew a Hans Schiller. How old are you?
22, sir. Maybe you knew my father. His name was Hans Schiller, too. He is the reason I escaped from Germany.
What do you mean?
Well, you see, sir, my father never believed in war. And once in the First World War, he let an American escape into Switzerland. The Germans killed him for that. They shot him. I've hated Germany ever since. So I waited my chance and escaped.
I understand, son. I was that American your father let escape. Funny that we should meet like this.
Tommy Hitchcock kept track of young Hans Schiller, kept track of him after that, until one day, Tommy was shocked to hear that young Hans Schiller had died. Immediately when Tommy heard the bad news, he borrowed a plane to fly to the place where Hans Schiller had died. But Tommy Hitchcock never got there, for it was on this very flight that his plane crashed, and Tommy Hitchcock joined his friend in death. Strange, isn't it, that Tommy Hitchcock and Hans Schiller should both die on the same day. And yet it's even stranger that Hans Schiller should be the reason for Tommy Hitchcock's dying. For Hans Schiller's father was the reason for Tommy Hitchcock's living.
Thank you, Bill Stern. That was certainly a remarkable story. Before we hear from Bill Brandt with one of his once-in-a-lifetime yarns, I'd like to tell you about a World Series game of a few years back. When it comes to picking the most thrilling World Series game of all time, every fan has his own choice, and few agree. But if you want a series packed with thrills from start to finish, let's go back to the Fall Classic of 1934, the year that a couple of brothers mopped up the Detroit Tigers. You've probably guessed that those brothers were the Dean boys, Dizzy and Paul. That year, the St. Louis Cardinals had a great bunch of ball players, but the main strength of that great team was vested in the pitching Dean brothers. Together, they had accounted for no less than 49 of the Cardinals' victories during the 34 season. Dizzy had turned out 30 pitching performances, and Paul had won 19. The Cards put their hopes on Dizzy in the opening game of the series, and old Diz came through with an 8-3 triumph over the Tigers, scoring a pair of runs himself. The Cards lost the second game 3-2, and the third was played at Sportsman's Park in St. Louis. The Tigers again faced the Dean. This time it was Paul, and he put the Cards out in the lead with a 4-1 victory. The Tigers threw the Classic into a deadlock, winning the fourth game 10-4. Manager Frisch counted on his star, the elder Dean brother, to put the Cards back in the lead, but the St. Louis batters had an off day, and Diz suffered a 3-1 setback. That set the Tigers out in front 3-2, and things began to look bad for the Cards. But in the sixth game, the younger Dean was ready. The game seesawed back and forth. The count was tied on several occasions, but Paul Dean posted his second series win as the St. Louis team won 4-3. Once again, the Cards and Tigers were tied. Each had won 3 games. That seventh game was all important. Everyone wondered just who the Cards would pitch. The Dean brothers seemed to be their only chance of stopping the Tigers. Together, they'd accounted for all 3 Cardinal victories. Frankie Frisch must have had a hunch, for he walked up to the older Dean brother and said, "How's the arm feel, Dizzy?" Dizzy replied, "Never felt better. You just say the word and I'll beat the daylights out of him." That was music to Frisch's ears. "Okay, Dizzy, you're pitching, and we're counting on you to win." Well, Dizzy Dean was in his element that day. He made good his boast, and he did beat the daylights out of him. There were only 6 Detroit hits in all. At the same time, the Cardinal batters were working overtime. They put across 7 runs in the third inning, added a pair in the sixth, and 2 more in the seventh. When the game ended, the St. Louis Cardinals had won the World's Championship, and Dizzy Dean had pitched a shutout ball game for his second victory in the series. To make his performance even more remarkable, the great Dizzy himself contributed a pair of hits and a run. And, brother, for our money, that was the greatest series of them all, when a couple of pitching brothers teamed up to win 4 games and the World's Championship for St. Louis. And now let's focus our sports reel camera on Bobby Jones and his remarkable Grand Slam of 1930.
It will take long years before any amateur tournament catches up with 1930. That's the one and only. That one may stand alone forever. Because 1930 was the year of the Emperor Jones. The U.S. amateur was the crowning peak of his march of conquest, the greatest in golf history. And it's his farewell to amateur golf. He said it with the loudest guns and the brightest fireworks in all the annals of the royal and ancient game. Here in 1930, it's the end of a trail that started back in 1911. The city of Atlanta, Georgia, holds a junior golf tournament. The winner, Robert Tyre Jones, Jr., aged 9, a primary school kid, but he soon graduates to the grown-ups. 5 years later, in 1916, he's Georgia's 14-year-old state champion. He plays in the U.S. Amateur at Marion, near Philadelphia, goes all the way to the semifinals. 1917, he's Southern Amateur champion, and after that, year after year, he's some kind of a champion somewhere, every year right up to 1930. And this is the year he's champion everywhere. Now it's May 1930 at St. Andrews in Scotland, the British Amateur. The winner, Jones. Now it's June, the British Open at Hoylake. The winner, Jones. He's already won this one twice, 1926 and 27. But 1930 is his first parlay of both major British titles. Now comes the United States Open at Interlaken, Minneapolis. It's July. Here's the heavy artillery of the world's greatest pros. The winner, the defending champion, Bobby Jones. Yes, he won this one last year, 1929. Also 23 and 26. Well, that ought to be about enough for one man in 1 year. No, here's the United States Amateur coming up. And now champion Jones is up against the law of averages, the law of tension, the strain of combat, and the breaks of the game. A lot of this will be match play. Just a little let down and you're knocked out. Let's see how Jones reacts. Nervous. Here we are at Marion, just outside of Philadelphia. Here's where Jones played in his first U.S. amateur back in 1916. Now it's September 22nd, 1930, first day of a two-day qualifying round. Jones shoots a neat 69 right on top. Next year's 73 clinches the medal. Now the skeptics shake their heads. The old medalist jinx, you know. Extra pressure, medalists hardly ever win. The first two matches are 18 holes. Sudden death matches with a high mortality rate for favorites. Got to be on your game all the way. One slip and you're licked. No chance to rally, not enough time. And for the first match, Jones draws C. Ross Somerville, the dark horse from Canada, the toughest man on the list, right here at the start. The winner, Jones, 5-4. Now a bite of lunch, then another Canadian star, G.G. Hoblitzel. The winner, Jones, same score, 5-4. Well, this gets Bobby past the worst part. The rest is a string of 36-hole matches. In the quarterfinals, Jones takes Fay Coleman of Los Angeles, 6-5. Now Jess Sweetser, New York, that's 9-8. And now here comes the finals. Just one more step, and it's all-time fame. Who's the final obstacle? Eugene Homans of Englewood, New Jersey, a great competitor. He's a fighter all the way. Look, yesterday, in the middle of the semifinal, Gene Homans was 5 down to Charlie Seaver of Los Angeles. 5 down after 18 holes. Yet Gene rallies, and he wins. Holman had what it takes yesterday. And here he is, lined up against Jones, 4-time amateur champion already, but never with this much pressure on him at the last step. Today it's a high wind, trouble. They tee off with a gallery of 18,000 along the fairways. More pressure. Jones wins the first hole with a 4 to Holman's 5. On that long-distance second, the wind baffles both of them. It's 6-6, a half. Jones is 3 over par for the first 7 holes, but now he settles down. He clicks off the next 11 holes in 1 under par. And at lunch, after 18 holes, Jones is leading, 7 up. But don't sell Gene Holman short. Remember yesterday, the comeback, the rally? Jones remembers, and here we go on the afternoon round. Holman's matches Jones stroke for stroke. The 19th, a half. The 20th, a half. Yes, sir, this Holman's has plenty of fight left. And here's the 21st. The third at Marion's a tricky par 3, a one-shotter. The wind catches hold of both tee shots, carries both balls to the left of the green. Holman's ball is on the green turf with an open gateway to the pin. But Jones is in trouble. Sand. His ball is deep. This might be the break, the springboard for a Holman's rally. Bobby gets set for an explosion shot. The gallery's silent, tense. Here's the swing. A cloud of sand comes up like a giant mushroom. You can't see Jones, but look, the ball. It plops out of the sand cloud like a solitary hailstone, and plunk, it hits the green and holds. Gosh, stops right on the edge of the cup. Almost rolls in for a birdie, too. There's a sudden burst of applause from the gallery. What a shot. Yes, it's a master's play in a pinch. It's the clincher. Holman's is a fighter, but this is too much. Gene slaps his ball 6 feet beyond the cup. He misses the putt coming back. That makes Jones 8 up. From here on, it's anticlimactic. The winner, Jones, 8-7.
Yes, September 27th, 1930 was certainly a once-in-a-lifetime for Georgia's Bobby Jones. That's all we have for today, sports fans. We'll return soon with another colorful, action-packed 15 minutes of sporting stories. Then, once again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sportsreel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sportsreel. It's another colorful session of the AFRS Sportsreel with those top sports commentators Bill Stern and Bill Brandt, coming your way with camera angles of highlights and sidelights from the sports parade. First up, here's Bill Stern with some interesting yarns about the sport of tennis.
Not so long ago, there was a youngster out of Rhode Island who was a great tennis player. So great that he won tournament after tournament. He was invited to play in the national championships, but he didn't do it. Instead, he became a movie star, for his name was Van Johnson. But speaking of fine tennis players, about 12 years ago, a young girl gave promise of becoming a great player when suddenly she was taken deathly sick. Doctors told her she'd never play tennis again, and for months she lay in a hospital bed with no hope of recovery. One day, there was a knock on her hospital room door, and a strange lady walked in. The sick young girl looked up as the stranger began to speak.
You don't know me, but I know who you are. I followed your tennis career. You were on your way to being a champion. But now doctors tell you you'll never play tennis again. Don't believe them. Once I, too, was in a hospital, and doctors told me my career was finished. But I proved those doctors were wrong. And you can do the same thing if you will. It's all up to you.
The sick girl took the stranger's advice. And in 1 year, that sick girl who'd been told she'd never play tennis again was the tennis champion of the United States, for her name was Alice Marble. That's the story of Alice Marble, one of America's greatest tennis champions, who'd never have been a champion, but for the kindly lady who once visited her in the hospital and gave her some advice. Maybe you'd like to know who that lady was. That lady who visited Alice Marble in that hospital and made her a champion. That lady was the famous movie star Carole Lombard. But I could tell you an even stranger story of a tennis player. The story of a boy who was too poor to play tennis, but he loved the game. And he vowed that money or no money, someday he'd be a great tennis player. He made that vow come true. For at the age of 13, reputedly, he won the junior tennis championship of the state of California. Today, nobody remembers him as a great tennis player. He's far better known now as a great actor. His name is Mickey Rooney. But perhaps the strangest story of all is the legend of how tennis began. For it's the story of a young girl who lived many years ago. She lived in Europe. As she grew up, she visited the priests and monks in a nearby monastery. In this monastery, this young girl noticed that these religious people, in their leisure time, occupied themselves with a strange new game, a game she'd never seen before, a game she found out was called tennis, a game no one in her country had ever seen outside of that monastery. However, because she liked this new game of tennis, she decided to take it outside the monastery and to teach it to others. And she did. For according to the story, she traveled from one province to another, trying to make the game of tennis popular. And she might have succeeded if suddenly she was thrown in jail for teaching people to play tennis. And they only let her out of jail when she agreed never to play tennis again, or to try and teach it to others. And to be sure that she kept her word, the king passed a special law making tennis illegal. And tennis remained illegal for 240 years. And that's the legend of a young girl who reputedly introduced the sport of tennis. And yet it's not because this girl did introduce the sport of tennis that her memory lives on. No, she can never be forgotten, because later she was to become far more famous as the savior of her country. For it was she who was to lead her people in the march that was to free France. For her name was Joan of Arc.
Thanks for that great yarn, Bill Stern. Before we hear from Bill Brandt, I'd like to tell you about the last bare-knuckle championship prize fight on this continent between John L. Sullivan and Jake Kilrain. The records say that Sullivan won by knocking out Kilrain. That's all wrong. Sullivan won because he knocked out Jake's seconds. In some of the earlier years of Sullivan's reign as champion, he was very chummy with Richard Fox, who was publisher of the Police Gazette and a mighty power in boxing affairs. But Sullivan had a row with him, and Fox resolved to find somebody to bat the ears off John L. Fox finally settled on Jake Kilrain as his weapon. He advocated the fight in his publication, donated a $5,000 diamond-studded belt for the winner, and to top his confidence in Kilrain, put up a side bet of $5,000 that Jake could beat John L. The date for the bout was set at July 8, 1889. The place was not specified, as prize fighting was against the law in those years, and any advance advertising as to the stage of such an affair usually brought sheriffs into action. Sullivan was very much out of condition from too much flirting with nightlife. His trainer, William A. Muldoon, had a tough job, but he succeeded in putting John L. into better shape than he had been since 1884. The fighters went to New Orleans. The scouts went looking for a battleground and located one on the edge of Richburg, Mississippi. The gladiators went there, as did a private party of spectators. The fighters squared off under a blistering southern sun. With London prize ring rules governing, a round continued regardless of time until one fighter was knocked down. Only 30 seconds of rest were allowed between rounds. The battler, who was unable to toe the center of the ring at the time a call was timed, was declared the loser. For seconds, Kilrain picked out Mike Donovan, a light middleweight, and Charlie Mitchell, who was not much heavier. Both fellows had brains, but they weren't qualified to substitute for hoisting machines. Soon after the fight got started, Kilrain was down. Out went Donovan and Mitchell to haul Jake to his corner, patch him up, and chase him back to Sullivan, all inside of 30 seconds. This went on, and it was getting hotter all the time, and the 210-pound Kilrain was getting harder and harder to lug in and push out. Kilrain's seconds were taking more punishment than he was. Mike and Charlie went as far as they could, but they couldn't go any farther than the 74th round. When Jake flopped, ending the round, Mike and Charlie were more in need of the pull motor than Jake. The boys just couldn't haul Jake any longer, so they let Kilrain stay where he'd flopped. John L. wasn't hurt much in the fight, but 2 hours, 16 minutes, and 23 seconds of action under that sizzling sun hadn't made a tap dancer out of him either. But he had enough strength to stagger up to that line and tow it. Jake wasn't there to greet him, still being flat on the turf, so the referee awarded the victory to Sullivan. As it was, the fight was one of the longest in history, but no telling how long it might have lasted if Kilrain hadn't made a mistake in choosing his seconds. And now for Bill Brandt and a once-in-a-lifetime tale about the World Series game of September 5th, 1918.
The pennant races are called off on Labor Day on account of war. And here in Chicago today, the National League champion Cubs meet the Boston Red Sox, American League champs. And there's a great big left-handed pitcher up there as Boston's number one. His name? Babe Ruth. The Babe in World Series ought to mean home runs. Oh, no, not in 1918. Babe's just a pitcher, but he's a great pitcher. Take a look. Here in the all-time record book. 2 names in the same bracket, Babe Ruth and Christy Mathewson. Yes, the Babe stands ahead of Matty, and that's our story now. So here in Chicago, leading off the 1918 World Series, Babe pitches a shutout. He wins 1-0. It's a great southpaw duel against Jim Vaughn of the Cubs, Hippo Vaughn from Weatherford, Texas. Hey, look, the Babe. Is this a record? Remember 1916, 2 years ago? What do you mean? Well, let's cut back 2 years. Now it's 1916. This World Series is Red Sox against the Brooklyn Dodgers. In 1916, the Babe is only number 2 pitcher. He's in the second game. Monday, October 9th. 41,000 fans in Boston's Fenway Park. But it looks as if the Babe won't be around long today. Here's the first inning, 2 out. High Myers up at bat for the Dodgers. Center fielder High from Liverpool, Ohio. Boom! It's a Lulu between right and center. The Boston fans groan. Look at old High scooting around those bases. The ball goes all the way to the far corner. High Myers goes all the way home. An inside home run. Brooklyn ahead, 1-0. Better warm up a new pitcher, Carrigan. But the Babe gets the next man out. The Babe stays in. In the third inning, the Red Sox get a run, and it's all tied up, 1-1. And now we settle down for the longest pitching duel in World Series history. Brooklyn's pitcher is Sherrod Smith from Mansfield, Georgia. Here's 2 great left-handers in a classic performance, Ruth and Smith. They mow down those batters, inning after inning, 0 after 0. It's the 9th, and it's still 1-1. No runs for Brooklyn since High Myers' homer way back in the first inning. No runs for the Red Sox since the 3rd. Now it's extra innings, the 11th, 12th, 13th. No runs for either side. The Babe knocks off the Dodgers in the 14th, and it's getting dark. Heavy clouds. The fans look up at the sky and say, well, I guess this is the finish. Yes, this game will be called by darkness at the end of this inning. But it's over before that. Here's a Red Sox rally. A single by pinch hitter Del Gaynor from Elkins, West Virginia. Home goes pinch runner Mike McNally of Manuka, Pennsylvania. And that does it. Boston wins 2-1, 14 innings. And it's still the longest game in the whole World Series record book right up to 1946. So we move on to Chicago in 1918. Back again at the World Series opener, and the boys going for the book. Ruth's record, added up. Babe's string of shutout innings, 13 straight in 1916. No World Series for the Red Sox in 17. Now 9 innings here today in Chicago. A record? Nah, look, Christy Mathewson, 27 straight innings in one series, 1905. 3 complete shutout games. Babe has only 22 innings. Babe can't get near Matty's record, 27. Well, let's see. Now it's September 9th, the 4th game of the 1918 series. We're back in Boston again, Fenway Park. Here's where the Babe beat Sherrod Smith 2 years ago. Ed Barrow is the Boston manager now, and he sends Babe right back at those Cubs. Today, the Cub pitcher is George Tyler, Lefty Tyler from Derry, New Hampshire, one-time hero of the Boston Braves. And again, it's a battle of southpaws. Babe starts right in handing out goose eggs. He blanks the Cubs in the first, the second, the third, the fourth. That's 26 straight innings. And now in the last of the fourth, here's the Babe himself up at bat. 2 men on, 2 out. Tyler toys with an idea. Shall I walk this big guy? Tyler throws 3 wide ones. It's ball 3, 3-0. Then Tyler cuts a curve over the corner. Strike. No, says Tyler. I'll get him. Now a low curve, and Babe swings, and he misses. It's 3-2. And now Tyler cuts loose with a fast one. Waist high. Wham! The Babe plasters it to deep right field. A 3-bagger. 2 runs for the Sox. Aha! Won't be any 14 innings today. The Babe has this one in the bag. And it's no runs for the Cubs in the 5th inning. Hey, that ties Matty. 27 scoreless innings for Ruth. The 6th, no runs, a new record. And the 7th, 29 straight innings. Now the 8th inning. And here's the Cub catcher up at bat, Bill Killifer from Paw Paw, Michigan. He gets a base on balls. Now a pinch hitter, Claude Hendricks from Olathe, Kansas, batting for Tyler. A single. Babe's worried. He gets loose a wild pitch. Now there's runners on second and third, nobody out. Babe bears down. And Max Flack from Belleville, Illinois, rolls just a little grounder to first base. The runners hold their bases on second and third. Max is out. But the next Cub batter, Charlie Holliker from St. Louis, rolls a grounder to deep short. Holliker's out at first base, too, but there's no play at the plate. Killifer comes home on the infield out. And this cheap run ends Babe Ruth's great whitewash streak. The Babe wins the game, and there's the record in the book today, the all-time World Series record. 29 consecutive shutout innings. Ruth's ahead of Mathewson, ahead of all the great whitewash slingers of World Series history. Yes, Babe Ruth's the #1 homer hitter of all the ages, the all-time champion slugger. But I think this pitching record took something extra, inning after inning, that pressure. Babe had to have that extra something it takes to be a super champion. I said to Babe once, how about it? What do you consider your #1 record? I thought he'd say 60 homers in 1 year. But this is where his finger points. Right here on this World Series record for consecutive scoreless innings pitched. Way back when he was just a pitcher. Yes, that's exactly what he said. And that's Babe Ruth's own pick for his own once-in-a-lifetime.
Thank you, Bill Brandt. We'll be looking forward to hearing from both you and Bill Stern again real soon. That's all the time we have for today. We'll be back with more camera highlights next time you hear that familiar call of AFRS Sportsreel. This is the voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service.
AFRS Sportsreel. This is the AFRS Sports Reel. All you steady customers know that means another quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the sporting scene. Today's commentators are two of America's favorites, Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. To start things off, we'll hear from Bill Stern. It's a story about a famous rivalry. How about it, Bill?
Many years ago, two young boys were growing up in a small town in New York State. The bigger one of these two boys was inclined to be a bit of a bully. He was forever picking a fight with a smaller boy who didn't like sports and didn't want to fight. The bigger boy grew up. He grew up, yeah, but not to be a prize fighter. No, he grew up to be a writer, a great writer. For it was he who wrote the famous book, The Last of the Mohicans. For his name was James Fenimore Cooper. But what about his opponent? That smaller boy, the boy who didn't like the fight, the smaller boy who didn't like fights. Well, that boy started one of history's most famous fights, for it was he who fired the first shot for the North in the Civil War. But he's not remembered for that. No, this smaller boy, who as a youngster was too small for sports, is famous because it was he who invented the nation's most popular sport, the game of baseball. For his name was Abner Doubleday. And that's the story of two rivals from Cooperstown, New York. The bigger of the two, who was the bully, and yet gave up fighting for writing, and the other who hated fighting and yet started this nation's biggest fight and invented this nation's most popular sport. But there have been many famous rivalries that started with fights. For not too many years ago, in a small Midwestern town, two young boys also engaged in a famous fight. According to the story in Coronet magazine, they fought a bitter fight. But these rivals became great friends afterwards. For one of those boys was the immortal football coach Newt Rockne, and his opponent in that boxing match years ago was our great general, Dwight Eisenhower. But it isn't only the sport of prize fighting that started great rivalries. Other sports have started rivalries, too. For almost 100 years ago in Boston, two boys who were exactly the same age became great bicycle racers. And one of these boys, according to the story, won the New England Bicycle Championship, while the other won the Middle Atlantic States Championship. They were the two best bike riders of their day, and they often raced each other. Only their rivalry was to last all their lives. For these two rival bike racers became America's greatest rival inventors. One was Alexander Graham Bell. He invented the telephone. And the other was Thomas Edison, who invented the electric light. But speaking of great rivalries coming from the sport of bicycle racing, let me tell you the story of two other great bike racers who came later. One was named Harry Decker, and the other bike racer was named Billy Jerome. These two raced in New Jersey just before the turn of the century, and they, too, were great riders. That is, they were until one day when these two were racing for the Eastern Championship of the United States, when suddenly their bicycles crashed into each other, and these two wound up in a hospital. As these two former bike racers lay side by side in that hospital, they became friends. And after becoming friends, they found that they had an interest in common, a common interest in music. And in that hospital, when they found out that they both loved music together they collaborated on a song. Strange, isn't it? The two bike riders should be bitter rivals, and yet, even though they were bitter bike rivals, they should write a song together. And yet it's even stranger when you realize that these two bike riders, who only wrote this song thanks to an accident that put them in a hospital after a bike race, should make musical history. For ironically enough, they named their song On a Bicycle Built for Two. Yeah.
On a bicycle built for two.
Thank you, Bill Stern. We'll hear from Bill Brandt soon, but first a yarn of the past that I think merits retelling. Back in the days when professional boxing was young, there was a kid in Chicago named Jim Breslin. He was a brash youngster with plenty of nerve and a handy pair of fists to go along with it. While he wasn't English, his sidekicks called him Briton. He gained quite a reputation among the neighborhood gangs as a leader. He was a good man to have on your side when the rival gang invaded your domain. One night, Breslin and some of his pals maneuvered some tickets for the fights at the neighborhood club. They took up a row of seats in the bleachers and began whooping it up. They yelled especially loud when one of the preliminaries was delayed because a fighter had failed to show up. Suddenly, one of the youngsters had a bright idea. He shouted, "Put Britton in!" And he began pulling young Breslin to his feet. The crowd took it up, and finally, in desperation, the referee called Breslin into the ring to substitute for the missing fighter. Even though he was pretty good, Breslin didn't especially like to fight, but like any youngster, he didn't like to let his buddies down when they had put him on the spot in public like that. So up into the ring Breslin crawled to fight a pro he had never seen before. The referee, taking his cue from the boys, had called him Britton and tacked a jack onto it just to make it sound good. Right then, young Breslin started wishing that he had never gone into the fights that night. The lights, the roar of the crowd, and that tough fellow over in the opposite corner was enough to scare anybody. But Breslin couldn't back down, so for 4 rounds this Chicago youngster stuck it out. He took a beating, naturally. You couldn't expect a youngster out of the bleacher crowd to do much else against a more experienced boxer. But the beating was tough to take, and that night after the fight, Breslin, or Britton as his buddies called him, was about ready to give up any kind of fighting, even the street kind. But he felt a little better about it the next day when he picked up the morning paper and read of the fight the night before. The story told of a new boxer named Britton, Britton. But he knew that they meant him all the time, and he was a mighty proud youngster. He guessed that really made him a fighter, so he decided to try it again. His later efforts at ring warfare came out better than his first. In fact, the name which that announcer had given him in that dingy club, Jack Britton, was destined to become one of the greatest in the annals of boxing. Britton fought his way up through the bantamweight ranks to the featherweights, and then, as he grew older and bigger, finally moved into the welterweight class. He mastered the jab, the feint, and the hook, and soon developed a great knockout punch. Soon he was welterweight champion. He finally lost the welter crown to Mickey Walker, but the name, Jack Britton, still has a notable place in the records of the ring. Now for Bill Brandt with another of his colorful once-in-a-lifetime stories. Come on in, Bill.
Charles Leo Hartnett, the socker from Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Leo the Lion. Gabby the Gabber with that big red face. King Carl Hubble, the National League's #1 pitcher of modern times, says, "A lot of men hit me oftener than Gabby Hartnett, but nobody ever made me tremble that way. Here he comes up to home plate, and I'm wishing anybody but him. He's dynamite, especially if you get 2 strikes on him. He's always swinging. And if he connects, goodbye ball game." Right. And here's 1938, August, and the Chicago Cubs are 9 games behind the league-leading Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pirates are a cinch for the pennant, so the Cubs put in a new manager. The Cubs did that in 1932. They put in Charlie Grimm in August, and they won the pennant. So here in August 1938, they take out Grimm and put in Hartnett. Gabby the catcher is now the Gabby manager. And the Cubs hit September with a drive, 17 victories in 20 games. They run a winning streak to 7 straight. And now here come the Pirates, moving into Chicago in the last week of the season. It's September 27th. The 9-game Pirate lead in August is now just a game and a half. But home in Pittsburgh, the Pirates have World Series tickets all printed, a new press box built all along both wings of the grandstand roof. The season will be over next Sunday, and all the Pirates have to do is hold the Cubs even. But here in the first game, manager Gabby takes a chance on the ailing arm of Dizzy Dean. And old Diz has enough in the arm and all the heart it takes to beat the Pirates 2-1. That cuts the Pirate lead to half a game. And now it's Wednesday, September 28th. This is the one that can make or break the Cubs, put them in first place, or else dash them down so they'll never get up. Pittsburgh's pitcher is Bob Klinger from Pacific, Missouri. For the Cubs, it's Clay Bryant from Zanesville, Ohio. For 5 innings, Bryant blanks the Pirates. The Cubs are ahead 1-0. But in the 6th, here goes Bryant. Johnny Rizzo from Houston, Texas, belts a home run for Pittsburgh. A couple of walks, 2 more hits, and it's 3 runs for Pittsburgh. The showers for Bryant. Gloom for the Cub fans. But here come the Cubs to bat. And here comes Hartnett. The swing, a double. Now Ripper Collins from Albany, New York. Another double. Next, Billy Jurgis from Rockville Center, New York. A single. Tie score, 3-3. That's the 6th inning. Now it's the 8th. It takes 3 Chicago pitchers to get the Pirates out. 2 runs for Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh ahead 5-3. Gloom again for the home fans of Wrigley Field. There goes the pennant again. But come on, Cubs. Come on, Gabby. Get 'em going again. And up comes Ripper Collins in the last of the 8th and bops a single. Time. Klinger leaves the scene. It's a new Pirate pitcher, Bill Swift from Elmira, New York. Swift walks Billy Jurgis. Now the announcer, Lazzeri batting for Lee. Yes, old push-em-up Tony from San Francisco, the old Yankee. The fans give Tony a hand, and Tony hitches his belt. He digs in. The swing, it's a hard drive to left center, a double. Collins comes home. Jurgis pulls up at third. Joe Marty from Sacramento goes in as pinch runner for Lazzari. A base on balls, and the bases are filled, and still nobody out. The batter, Billy Herman from New Albany, Indiana. The swing, a single to center. Hooray! Jurgis rolls home with a tying run. And here comes Marty. He's rounding third. He's streaking for the plate. This might be the winning run. Center fielder Paul Wainer from Oklahoma has the ball. Paul hauls off. It's a perfect throw. It's close. Marty is out. Oh. But come on, only one out. Come on, Demery. And here's the batter, Frank Demery from Woodlands, California. But right here, Pie Trainer, the Pirate manager, plays his trump. He brings his ace from the bullpen, Mace Brown. And here's the pitch, and Demery swings. Ooh, just a grounder to shortstop. A double play, 3 out. And that's all. The big rally's over, and all it gets the Cubs is a tie, 5-5. And that's all the Pirates need, just hold the Cubs even. And a Pittsburgh pennant is sure. And here's the man to hold the Cubs, Mace Brown from North English, Iowa. Back in July, Mace Brown won the All-Star game for the National League when he struck out Rudy York with the bases full. But here's Mace Brown today in Chicago to win the pennant for the Pirates. He's dishing it out to the desperate Cubs in the ninth. 2 up, 2 down, 2 out. And here comes number 3, a big fellow with a red face, the manager, Gabby Hartnett. Here's the pitch. Strike! Strike 2! One more does it, Mace, but better be careful, Mace. This fellow's tough with 2 strikes. Better waste one. Keep the ball out of his reach. Here's the pitch. It looks like a strike. Right over there. Boom! That boom resounds all over the baseball world because there goes the ball, high, far, way out to left center. It's still going. It's a home run. 2 out in the ninth, and the Cubs win 6-5. The Cubs are in first place, and the Pirates are sunk. Next day, the Cubs swamp the Pirates 10-1. It's a Chicago pennant. Those Pittsburgh World Series tickets are only good for a bonfire. And that's the Hartnett story. Remember Carl Hubble? Let me tell you about Gabby. He's always in there swinging, and he always swings hardest when it's 2 strikes against him. And any time he connects, there goes your ball game. And here on September 28, 1938, here's that swing, and there goes the pennant. Gabby Hartnett with 2 strikes on him. It's the acid test of that extra something it takes to be a champion. That challenge, all or nothing, all riding on that last big swing. It takes the something extra when that kind of a crisis brings that kind of a home run. A once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. We're up to the final whistle now, and it's time to bring to a close another colorful quarter hour of action-packed sporting yarns. We'll return soon with the familiar call of AFRS Sportsreel. This is the voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service. AFRS Sportsreel. Hi there, sports fans. Here's another colorful 15 minutes of the AFRS Sports Reel. Inside stories of highlights and sidelights of the world of sports. Our commentators today are Bill Brandt and Bill Stewart. To get things underway, here's Bill Stewart. He's brought along a yarn about Cincinnati's great pitcher, Johnny Vandermeer. How about it, Bill?
Most baseball fans probably think the day which stands out in Johnny Vandermeer's mind is the day he pitched his second straight no-hitter in 1938. It was without question the feat that made Vandermeer a personality, and the nickname Double No-Hit Kid was given to the Cincinnati southpaw after that. There's another instance, however, that stands out more vividly in Johnny's mind. It took place 2 years later in 1940, the year Cincinnati was battling it down the wire toward the pennant. For some reason or another, Vandy never had seemed able to find himself after that pair of no-hitters. In 1939, he won only 5 and dropped 9. He seemed to have lost his confidence. Many experts began to prepare Johnny's baseball obituary. Vandy wasn't in the best of health when he reported to the Red training camp in 1940. Manager Bill McKechnie still believed in his young lefty, so Bill took Vandy aside and talked him into going to Indianapolis with the American Association. McKechnie told Johnny it would help him settle down, help him recover some of his lost confidence. Vandermeer started off well with Indianapolis, winning 6 and dropping 4. His earned run average was a neat 2.40. In 105 innings, he'd struck out 109 batters. McKechnie kept an eye on his prize southpaw, and in the last stages of the 40 pennant race, Vandermeer was brought back to help in the stretch drive. Cincinnati needed help, and McKechnie was sure that Johnny could give that help to his workhorses, Bucky Walters and Paul Derringer. The Reds traveled to Philadelphia, needing only 2 wins for the National League pennant. On September 17th, the Reds took one of the 2 they needed from the Phils, and the next day, on September 18th, McKechnie selected Vandermeer to go out and clinch the pennant. Vandy drew a tough mound opponent that day, Hugh Mulcahy. When Mulcahy was on, one of the hottest hurlers in the league. He was in great shape that day, and the Phils tapped Vandy for a pair of runs in the second inning. And Vandy's teammates were hitting but couldn't score. Finally, in the 5th, the Reds pushed one across. They tied it up in the 7th. The pitcher settled down to a tight mound duel. It was scoreless through the 8th and 9th. The Reds scored once in the 10th, but the Phils evened it up with a counter of their own. Vandy was heartbroken. He'd pitched shutout ball from the 2nd through the 10th. Still, he hadn't won. The game meant more than the pennant to Johnny. It meant a successful comeback. In the 11th and 12th, they went scoreless. It was 3-3 going into the 13th. It was Vandy's turn at bat. He looked at McKechnie, expecting a pinch hitter. Bill strung along with Johnny, and Johnny batted for himself. Taking heart, Vandy got hold of one of Mulcahy's fast ones for a signal. He was sacrificed to second, made a third when McCormick beat out an infield hit. That brought Ivel Goodman to the plate. Goodman drove 2 screaming fouls. Each time, Vandy headed for home. Then Ivel hoisted one out to short right center. Johnny tagged up and was off like a streak. McKechnie screamed, "Go, Johnny, go!" Vandy hit the dirt, and as the dust settled, he saw the umpire standing there with his hands outspread. He was safe. The Reds were ahead. Joe Beggs went in to pitch the last of the 13th, for manager Bill McKechnie realized that Vandy'd done plenty of running and was tired. Beggs sat him down in order. The Reds had won another pennant. But what was more important to Johnny Vandermeer, he was back. And he'd made good.
Thanks to you, Bill Stewart. Before we hear from Bill Brandt with his once-in-a-lifetime story for today, I'd like to tell you about a memorable horse race of a few years back. Cavalcade. Now there was a racehorse. He ran to the colors of Mrs. Isabel Dodge Sloane's Brookmead stable. It was on June 16th, 1934, the mile and 3/16 running of the $25,000 Detroit Derby. The cream of the 1934 3-year-olds were entered. In addition to Cavalcade, there was his chief rival for the 3-year-old honors, Alfred G. Vanderbilt's Discovery. There was the Texas Derby winner, Plight. There was New Deal and the classy filly Matahari, plus Bienfait, Patch Pocket, and Cheese Straw. Jockey Mack Garner, one of the best, was up on Cavalcade, and the colt was loaded with 126 pounds, high weight in that speedy field. With Cavalcade as the Brookmead entry was Time Clock. The strategy was for Time Clock to rush to the front and kill off Discovery and Plight, considered the main threats to Cavalcade, so that the Brookmead ace would have easy going when Garner decided to open up. It was sound strategy, but this time it didn't work. Matahari cut up badly at the post. Finally, the starter had the filly taken to the extreme outside to break. Matahari's antics apparently upset Time Clock. Instead of breaking on top, as was his custom, he was away dead last. Even Cavalcade, never too alert at the break, was out of the gate ahead of the horse that was supposed to set the pace. The field was setting its own pace, and Cavalcade had to make the best of it. It was Matahari on top at the first turn with Bienfait second, followed by Patch Pocket, Cheese Straw, and Discovery. Blight was up there, too. Jockey Garner didn't like the fast pace. Still, he didn't dare let Discovery get in command. Cavalcade was running next to last in the back stretch, but Garner was staying within challenging distance. Going into the far turn, Garner decided to move with Cavalcade. He gave the colt the word, and Cavalcade went rushing up on the inside. There was a hole on the rail, but before Cavalcade reached it, the opening had closed. Garner reared back on the reins, and Cavalcade pulled up sharply. A moan swept up from the stands, for Cavalcade was a 1-2 favorite. But a real champion can't be stopped. Garner went to the extreme outside and pounded into the stretch, still 6 or 7 lengths off the pacemaker, now Blight. But Cavalcade had the heart. He wasn't running, he was flying. With 3/16 to go, Cavalcade wasn't even in the race. With an 1/8 left, he was 4th. At the 16th pole, only Blight was in front of the Brookmead colt. At the wire, it was Cavalcade, winner by a 1.5 lengths over Blight in one of the greatest stretch runs ever seen on the American turf. Cavalcade had covered the mile in 3/16 in 1 minute 58 1/5 seconds to break the track by 1 2/5 seconds. Cavalcade proved to that crowd that he was a real champion. And now for Bill Brandt. His yarn today is about a great football coach, Pop Warner. Tell us about it, Bill.
When it's an argument in football on the all-time number one, you better string along with Pop Warner. 50 years of coaching from coast to coast. Carlisle to Stanford and Pittsburgh in the middle, and Temple at the end. Pop's first pick for his all-time number one player was Jim Thorpe, the Indian. Then at Stanford in the 1920s, Ernie Nevers. And 10 years later at Temple, Pop found a boy to beat both of them, Dave Smuckler. But Dave got hurt before he got going. So the number one argument everywhere is still Thorpe against Nevers. But how about Pittsburgh? How about it, Pop? Well, here's Pop's pick for his all-time number one team, Pittsburgh 1916, the greatest ever, the team that had everything. A terrific line, Jock Sutherland and Tiny Thornhill. Sutherland from Scotland, like Andrew Carnegie, transplanted here in the steel city of western Pennsylvania. Thornhill from a few miles downriver, Beaver, PA. Pitt has great ball carriers, too, DeHart, Hastings, McLaren. But Pitt has mainly that teamwork, that team spirit, that extra something it takes to weld a body of men together and carry them forward and onward. That's something extra in the clutch when the going is tough, that lifts the whole team out of the mud and over the hurdle. That's Pittsburgh 1916, the unbeatable Panthers. But hey, Bill, what do you mean tough? Look, they opened the season 57-0. They rolled up 225 points in 8 games. When was it tough? Number 2, boys, the second game on the schedule. That's the only time all season any team ever scored a point on them. The only time any team ever got ahead of them. But this game nearly wrecked them, and this game is what made them. This was the test, and they came through, and they never had any trouble again. Let's look. It's Pitt against Navy, Annapolis, October 14th. Navy has Bill Ingram, kid brother of Admiral Jonas Ingram of our Atlantic Fleet in World War II. Navy Bill died 3 years ago, a major in the Marines. But here by the banks of the Severn 30 years ago, he's the tower in the Navy battle wagon rolling out on the field against the Panthers. Here's the kickoff. Pitt receives. In 2 plays, Pitt puts the ball in Navy territory. 2 runs by Jimmy DeHart, halfback from Bessemer, Pennsylvania. The Panthers are off in a cloud of dust. Then they bang square into a wall. Navy takes over. Navy punts nearly to Pitt's goal line. A fumble. Here's a swift Navy end. Herb Jackson from Lincoln, Kansas. Herb scoops up the ball 6 steps. Touchdown. It's a miss of the extra point by Navy's quarterback, Johnny Orr from Saginaw, Michigan. But it's Navy 6, Pitt nothing. And the battalion howls for more Panther meat. And now Pop Warner's number one team is behind on the scoreboard for the first time this season. How do they go now? Look, it's a Navy fumble near midfield. Pittsburgh's ball. DeHart gets going again. This time he needs helpers. Here they are. Halfback Andy Hastings from the hard, cold country of northeastern Pennsylvania. And here's a sturdy fullback, born and raised in Pittsburgh, George McLaren. Look at him go. DeHart around the end. Hastings off tackle. McLaren through the middle. Bang, bang, bang. 55 yards across the goal line. It's only a question whose turn it is to carry the ball. On the 1-yard line, it's Hastings' turn. Touchdown, Hastings. Hastings kicks the point, too. Pitt 7, Navy 6. Now it's another Panther push. McLaren gets loose for 52 yards from his own 15 to Navy's 33. The Pitt backs start taking turns again. They lose the ball once, get it back again, and now Pitt has the ball on Navy 17 at the end of the first period. But how to hold them? A trick double pass, and DeHart takes it to the 2-yard line. McLaren's turn. Boom, he's over. It's McLaren's turn to kick goal, too. It's over. Pitt 14, Navy 6. Just a landslide, a breeze. But wait a minute, this is Navy, and now it's the Navy fight. The Panthers get the ball, they start taking turns again, but now the Navy wall is solid from end to end. The gun, first half, still 14-6. Okay, we'll get going again. All we need is a little rest. So out they rush in the second half. Here we are. Pitt receives the kickoff. Navy fights back hard. The Panthers are deep in their own land. Let's get out of here. A punt by Hastings. Here's John Welchel, Navy head coach in 1942, Navy safety man in 1916. John catches the ball on Navy's 39. He's off. Hey, look at him go. The battalion's on its feet, screaming, and Pitt tacklers can't drag him down. He's going all the way. No, there's Hastings jumping out of nowhere. Andy knocks Welchel flat on the 1-yard line. A 60-yard gallop, but 1 yard short. Now they line up, and here comes Navy Bill Ingram, headlong into the great Pitt line, and he makes it. Touchdown for Navy. Extra point by Oscar Holtman, Navy guard from Perryville, Missouri. Pitt 14, Navy 13. And now here's Pop Warner's greatest team up against the wall. Their whizzing attack is stopped. Their great line couldn't hold Navy Bill. They're on the run. By the way the battalion roars, those Panthers are on their way to get licked. Okay, we'll receive the kickoff. And this is where the Panthers give their demonstration of all-time greatness. It's the Navy kickoff to Pitt's 10-yard line. Then it's fight, fight, fight. Navy knows this is it. The test. Pitt knows it, too. Bang, bang, bang. DeHart gets loose for 36 yards. Hastings begins to throw passes. Now Pitt's on Navy's 5-yard line. There's DeHart. Touchdown. Come on, Hastings, the extra point, and we're in. But this is a fighting Navy team. There's a breakthrough. No goal. That's bad. That means it's still tough. It's only 20-13. Navy can still tie it up with 1 touchdown and the extra point. And here they go into the 4th period, a ding-dong battle. Now it's 2 minutes of play. A fumble. Navy recovers. Ward Davis from Lewiston, Idaho. Go, Navy, go! And now Navy lines up. The pass from center. Davis fades back with the ball, a forward pass. Navy's left end is heading for the goal line. Ernie von Heimberg from Marinette, Wisconsin. There's the ball, the flying target, the Panther pursuers. Von Heimberg leaps high. He has it. He's over the goal line. Touchdown. And here's the lineup for the extra point. It's 20-19, but this kick can tie it up. Here's Oscar Holtman back to kick. Here's the pass from center. And here's the rush, that great Pitt line, and the Navy line fighting back. It's a shambles. Holtman's foot belts the ball, but the ball never gets to the goal. It's off to one side. It misses. And that's it. Final score, Pitt 20, Navy 19. And this last desperate clash, this battle of the extra point, this does it. This makes Pitt. Right down the line to the end of the season, it's a cavalcade of unbroken triumph. Pop Warner's all-time #1 team, and it has what it takes in this battle by the banks of the Severn. It's once in a lifetime.
Thank you, Bill Brandt. We'd have hated to miss that one. Well, the clock tells us it's time's up for today, so we'd better be on our way. This has been another colorful quarter hour of action-packed yarns about events and personalities from the sports parade. We'll return soon with another edition of the AFRS Sportsreel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sportsreel.
it's another colorful edition of the AFRS Sportsreel. That means an action-packed quarter hour of camera highlights from the sports world about outstanding events and personalities. With us today are Jimmy Young and Bill Brandt. First up, here's an amusing sidelight from the football gridiron, and Bill Brandt to tell us all about it.
Signals. If you're an All-American football player and your career's over, what do you want most of all in the world? Right, a son to grow up and get into that game and follow your footsteps. So here's Ed McGinley, All-American at the University of Pennsylvania in 1924. Here's Ed in the bleachers at a high school game in New Jersey. And there's young Ed down on the bench with the subs. It's a hot football game, a pile-up at midfield. Look, young Ed McGinley. He's up off the bench, prancing up and down the sidelines. Here he goes, says old Ed up in the bleachers. And the old man holds his breath and begins to sweat. Hey, what's the idea? Young Ed sits down on the bench again. The coach must have changed his mind. Now it's 2 minutes later. Look, young Ed's warming up again. More puffing and sweating by Dad. No, the kid's down again. Junior resumes his seat on the bench with the rest of the subs. This happens 18 different times. Now the game's over, and young Ed McGinley has never been closer to the game than the sidelines, just running up and down. Old man McGinley's exhausted. Son, that's too bad, he says consolingly. What's too bad, says Junior. Why, you almost got into the game there 18 different times, but... Oh, no, Dad, says Junior McGinley. I never had a chance to get in there today. Well, then what's the idea of the warm-up? Well, Dad, you see, we have a very stupid quarterback. The coach has to tell him everything. Whenever I run up and down on the sidelines, it means the coach wants a forward pass. That's the position I was playing today, Pop. I'm the signal for the forward pass.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. We'll be looking forward to hearing one of your once-in-a-lifetime yarns later in the program. First, though, here's Jimmy Young with a story about a memorable event of a few years ago. Come in, Jimmy.
Thanks, Bill. Perhaps the most important game of the 1940 football season was Michigan and Minnesota's battle for the Little Brown Jug. It not only decided the Big Ten championship, it also turned into a personal duel between two great All-American backs, Bruce Smith of Minnesota and Tommy Harmon of Michigan. The game started in a downpour of rain. The first quarter was strictly a punting duel. Neither team could get rolling on the soft, muddy field. Harmon of Michigan would kick, and then George Frank of Minnesota would boot the ball back again. When the whistle blew for the start of the second quarter, it was like a signal call to battle. Starting on their own 14-yard line, the Michigan Wolverines roared downfield. Harmon was their big gun as he passed and ran Michigan to the Gopher 1-yard line. Fourth down, goal to go. The Michigan line smashed the Gophers wide open. Harmon had the ball and was headed for sure pay dirt. But Michigan's All-American star slipped in the mud and fell inches short of a touchdown. It was then Minnesota's ball. After an exchange of kicks, Bill Daly of Minnesota fumbled and Bob Westfall of Michigan recovered. Minutes later, Tom Harmon took the ball, ran it to his left, and fired a perfect strike to his teammate Forrest Evashevsky. Touchdown for Michigan. Harmon missed the extra point by a hair. On the top side of the 6-0 score now, Michigan kicked off. Minnesota couldn't seem to gain. Again, Frank went back to kick, but this time Frutig of Michigan broke through and blocked the kick. Michigan recovered on the 3-yard line, and things looked bad, but Minnesota's Golden Gophers held. Harmon's pass was intercepted, and the Gophers took over on the 20. On the muddy gridiron, the Gophers lined up. All-American Bruce Smith was in the tailback. Smith grabbed the pigskin, tucked it under his arm, and headed for left tackle. He flashed through a narrow hole in the line, danced to the 25-yard line, twisted to the 30, the 35, the 40, midfield. He dodged, he cut, then burst into the clear, the 15, the 10, the 5. He thundered over the goal line. A touchdown in 80 yards of glory. 60,000 voices rose in a crescendo of cheers, and then sudden quiet. Down the long bench, the Minnesota coach was looking squarely at Joe Mernick, substitute halfback. Get in there, Joe. The Minnesota bench strained and listened. Kick that extra point. The scoreboard read Michigan 6, Minnesota 6, as Joe Mernick ran on the field to join his mud-soaked comrades. Huddle, and then out onto the line. Joe looked down to make sure there was no mud on his shoe. He took the step, booted it, and then waited. The yells of a crowd gone wild echoed as Joe looked up to see the pigskin spin over the bar, a perfect kick. Minnesota 7, Michigan 6. Yes, Minnesota won. The rest of the game, that great Gopher line, stopped Harmon and company cold. Minnesota went on to an undefeated, untied season. Harmon and Smith both became immortal as All-Americans. But Joe Mernick had a moment of glory that even the greatest All-American didn't have. He settled the Big Ten championship with one boot from his cleated toe.
Thanks, Jimmy Young. You know, that yarn you just told reminds me of a game I saw a few years back.
It all happened on November 11th, 1939, when the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame invaded Iowa City to do battle with the Hawkeyes. The Notre Dame team was riding on the crest of a 6-game winning streak, and that game with Iowa was supposed to be a breather for the Irish. There was no getting away from it. The Irish had an imposing record. Purdue, Georgia Tech, Southern Methodist, Navy, Carnegie Tech, and Army, all great names in the world of football. Yet the Irish had taken the measure of all 6, and it looked as if 1939 was going to be the year for the Irish to really howl an undefeated season, the first in 9 years. The Hawkeyes had gone through a fairly successful season themselves. They'd won 4 out of 5 of their games. But as for beating Notre Dame, well, that was almost beyond the fondest hopes of the most ardent Iowa rooter. More than 46,000 fans jammed into the stadium. Just a few honestly thought the Hawkeyes could win. The Irish trotted out in the field, green jerseys shining in the sunlight. Even in warm-up, they looked powerful. The Notre Dame team wasn't overconfident either. They remembered that back in 1921, an Irish team had invaded Iowa with a 21-game winning streak. The Hawkeyes burst that bubble with a 10-7 win. The first period settled down to a scoreless duel. The Irish got started a couple of times, drove into Hawkeye territory, but they just couldn't reach that pay dirt. The teams changed ends of the field. Once again, they drove up and down the gridiron, and the Irish mixed passes with a powerful ground attack. Iowa stuck strictly to hitting the line and circling those ends. Then late in the second period, Niall Kinnick, Iowa's great halfback, dropped back and tossed the first pass for the Hawkeyes. It was intercepted. Steve Sitko grabbed the leather for the end zone and brought it back on the playing field. As Sitko started upfield, he was hit and hit hard by center Bruno Andruska. The ball popped out of his arms, and Iowa recovered on the Irish 4-yard line. 2 plays later, Kinnick plowed over, and Iowa led 6-0. Then Kinnick made it 7-0 as he drop-kicked the extra point. The Irish opened in the third period as though they were going to run away with the game. Time and time again, they drove deep into Iowa territory, but still they couldn't score. Then late in the third period, Notre Dame again started moving. Sitko flipped a pass to end Bill Kerr. The rangy wingman went down to the Iowa 23. Milt People and Sitko drove to the 10, the 4, and then Sitko bowled his way over for a touchdown. Lou Zontini, Notre Dame's cool, accurate place kicker, dropped back for the all-important extra point. Zontini had won 2 games for the Irish that season with his educated toe, and the Notre Dame line braced to give him all the time he needed. The ball rose into the air. For a moment, it looked good. Then it swerved to the left of the goalpost, and Iowa still led 7-6, and that was the way the game ended. Iowa had upset the highly touted Irish from South Bend. The Hawkeyes only tried 1 pass. It had backfired, and that proved to be the break of the game. Zontini's kick had been off. The Irish team of 1939 was convinced it had the little things that really count.
And now here's Bill Brandt with a once-in-a-lifetime story about 2 thrill-packed baseball games. Okay, Bill.
The Dodgers are in first place, first by half a game. Over the river, the Giants are riding a 26-game winning streak, the all-time record. But it's not enough. The Giants are still in 4th place. The Braves are 3rd, and who's 2nd? Philadelphia. Pat Moran's Phils, the league champions of 1915, with Grover Alexander and Epirixie for their pitchers, and the number 1 shortstop of the year, Dave Bancroft. And here's the league champions on Saturday morning, half a game behind, ready to jump at the Dodgers and fight them for first place. How come they play Saturday morning? Well, the Friday game got rained out in the 2nd inning. Game called. Okay. Why not a Saturday afternoon doubleheader? No. Here's Charlie Ebbets. We're all sold out for Saturday afternoon already. All are reserved in boxes. Only one answer. Crack the doubleheader in half. 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. If it was all right Labor Day, what's the matter with September 30th? Friday rain checks, good only for the morning game. So what can we do, we fans? So here we are, and there's Big Rixie warming up for Philadelphia. The 6'6" southpaw from Culpeper Courthouse, Virginia, the Colonel. Who's for Uncle Robbie? Jeff Pepper from Champaign, Illinois. Big Jeff will slap down on those fills, and we'll knock these worn-out champions over the hill. So here we go. No, I guess we don't. Boom. That's a home run by Fred Luderis, Philadelphia first baseman from Milwaukee. 2 doubles by Ludi, too. The Dodgers get 5 hits altogether. Final score, 7-2. Philadelphia wins. And listen to this Brooklyn crowd going out for lunch. We're out of first place, and how are we going to get back? You know who's pitching for Philly this afternoon? Alexander. Yep, we got to wait till next year. Oh, what a bunch of bums. And how about us fans getting up at daybreak just to see those bums blow the pennant? Down in the Philadelphia dressing room, a quartet is harmonizing Tessie. That's the war song of the Boston Red Sox. That's the club they expect to meet in the World Series. Everybody's happy. Wait a minute. Over in the corner is Dave Bancroft, the Phil's great shortstop. He's from Superior, Wisconsin, and he's a spark plug of the ball club. Dave's in trouble, his leg. The trainer's working on him. How do you feel, Dave? Says Pat Moran, the Philadelphia manager from Pittsburgh, Massachusetts. Oh, I'll be all right, Pat. Just a Charlie horse. Must have wrenched it this morning. In the Dodger dressing room, all is quiet except manager Wilbert Robinson. And Robbie's reading the riot act all the way down the line. Now they've got Alec to throw at us this afternoon, and what have we got? Deep silence. Now Uncle Robbie speaks again. Old Rube's our only chance. Let's see if you guys can't give him a little more help than you just gave Jeff. Now Robbie turns to Rube Marquard. It's up to you, Rube. Marquard nods, then goes on lacing his shoe. Only 4 years ago, Rube Marquard from Indianapolis was the ace of the Giants. He won 19 straight, and the streak began and reached its highest peak with victories over Brooklyn. Today, this same Marquard is Brooklyn's last hope. It's just a twist of fate. And now the players go out on the field. But where's the crowd? That's sellout. Why, it's nowhere near capacity. Yes, it looks as if the fans have given up on the Dodgers. Most of today's reserved seats are in the hands of speculators, all set for a killing. But the speculators are stuck. They can't unload. You can get a reserved seat for a dime out on the street. Charlie Ebbets tells the scalpers, no refund from the Brooklyn club. So the game starts with a slim crowd, but a bulging cash register in the Ebbets office. This crucial game is paid for by a lot of people who aren't there. It's completely wacky. Here's a small, silent crowd, and it's the pennant. Both teams score once in the first inning, but there's hardly a sound. Hope dies in the fans' hearts as Alec the Great goes to the box for Philadelphia. Grover Cleveland Alexander from Elba, Nebraska. The fans hardly notice as Bancroft leaves the game in the second inning. The pain in his leg is worse. Now the fans begin to root for the Rube. He's matching Alexander inning after inning. Score, still 1-1 in the fifth. And now here's Casey Stengel from Kansas City, up to bat for Brooklyn. Here's the pitch. It's a terrific drive to right field. It's going, it's gone! Over the right field wall. A home run for Casey Stengel. Brooklyn ahead, 2-1. Now the sixth, and Marquard up at bat. Bang! A three-bagger against the wall in right center. Now a single, and Marquard comes home. The ball game's on ice. That's all Marquard needs. Final score, 6-1, Brooklyn. Only one hit off the Rube after the first inning. A three-hit masterpiece in the pinch. Rube had that extra something it takes to win 19 straight in 1912. He has that something extra today. He pitches the Dodgers back into first place, and it's the payoff. Because Bancroft has a dislocated hip. He's out of Philadelphia's remaining 4 games. Philadelphia loses 3 of them. Pennant for Brooklyn, the first in 1900. And here's what does it. This 2-ticket doubleheader. A jammed ballpark in the morning, then the pennant decider in the afternoon with the park all sold out, but only half full. The Dodgers out of first place for lunch, in again for dinner. Saturday, September 30th, 1916. A date just as hysteric as it is historic. A once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks to you, Bill Brandt. Well, sport fans, we'll be back once again soon with another thrill-packed AFRS Sports Reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sports Reel. It's the AFRS Sportsreel, a quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the colorful sporting scene, brought to you by America's top-flight sports commentators. Our sports cameramen today are Bill Stern, Bill Stewart, and Bill Brandt. Bill Stern is with us today to get the sports reel underway. He has a yarn about how a great baseball man got started on his career. How about it, Bill?
Many years ago, a young boy nicknamed Connie Mack needed a job. The only job he could get in the little town of Massachusetts where he lived was a job in the town jail. And so young Connie Mack became the janitor of his town's jail. It was his job to sweep out each morning and to feed the prisoners. One day into this jail was brought a man convicted of murder. However, for some reason, young Connie Mack and the murderer became good friends. On the last day before this murderer was to be executed, he called young Connie Mack to his prison cell.
Kid, you've been kind to me. Extra kind. You're the only one who has. They're going to hang me tomorrow.
I'm sorry, sir.
Well, Connie, while I'm gone, I haven't much use for anything now. But I've got something you can use. It's a diamond. Take it, son. It's a beautiful diamond. The police don't even know I have it. Someday, if you need money, you can sell this diamond. It won't do me any good anymore.
And so young Connie Mack became the owner of a valuable diamond. About 3 years later, the youngster decided that baseball was to be his career. But Connie Mack had no money to get to the training camps or to buy the baseball equipment that he needed. And so young Connie Mack decided to sell that diamond that the murderer had given him. Having heard fantastic tales about Diamond Jim Brady and his great love for diamonds, Connie Mack came to New York and looked up the famous Diamond Jim Brady. Brady bought that diamond, giving Connie Mack $2,000 for it. And Connie Mack took that $2,000 that he'd received for the diamond and bought his first interest in a baseball team, a team later to be called the Philadelphia Athletics. The end of this story took place many years later. One day, Connie Mack received a letter. The letter was from one of the most famous women in America, the fabulous beauty Lillian Russell. And that letter began, Dear Connie Mack, I almost feel I know you because Diamond Jim Brady spoke of you so often. He was so proud that the diamond he'd bought from you had given you your start in baseball. Mr. Brady gave me that diamond, but he's dead now, and I am an elderly woman. My money is all gone, so I wonder if you'd care to buy back that diamond. It would help me now if you would. Signed, Lillian Russell. Connie Mack bought that diamond back, and being a kind man, Connie Mack decided to do a nice thing with that diamond. He remembered many years before when a man convicted of murder had first given that diamond to him. And so Connie Mack turned that diamond over to his lawyers with the plea that the money raised from the sale of this diamond be used someday to help another man convicted of murder. Connie Mack's lawyers sold that diamond, and they did use this money to free just such a man convicted of murder, a man who was in the Eastern Penitentiary. But here is the strangest part of this story. This man, whom Connie Mack's lawyers freed from jail with the money from Connie Mack's diamond, is a man who formerly played baseball for Connie Mack. His name is Sam Crane. And so a diamond has completed its cycle. Originally, a man convicted of murder gave that diamond to a youngster named Connie Mack. It was next sold to Diamond Jim Brady, then given to Lillian Russell, then back to Connie Mack, and finally to the aid of another man convicted of murder, a man named Sam Crane, who formerly played baseball for Connie Mack. And that's the story of a diamond that came from a murderer and was used years later to save another man convicted of murder.
Thanks a lot, Bill Stern. Bill Brandt and another of his thrilling once-in-a-lifetime tales will be with us in a minute. But first, here's Bill Stewart to tell you about a great sporting event of the past.
It all started in the winter of 1913 and 1914 when John McGraw and Charlie Comiskey took a couple of teams around the world on a tour. The usual kidding that went back and forth began to get under the players' skins until finally it wasn't merely part of the game, it was serious. Buck Weaver, the great shortstop of the Chicago White Sox, accused John McGraw and his New York Giants of being a powder puff club. He expressed the hope that someday they'd meet in the World Series. Well, it took 3 years for that wish to come through. In 1917, there they were, the White Sox and the Giants face to face to battle it out for the World Series gold. The White Sox held a meeting prior to the opening game, and they decided to surprise the Giants. Instead of coming out roaring, they trotted out, never saying a word to the McGraw men. The Giants, however, kept up a steady line of abusive chatter. The Chicago players ignored them and went on to win the opener 2-1. Still maintaining the rule of silence, the White Sox won the second game 7-2. The Giants got ready for the third game, and it was to be played on their home field this time. They realized they'd better cut out the horseplay and get down to business. Play ball they did, too. Lefty Ruby Benton blanked the White Sox 2-0, and Ferdy Shupp, another southpaw, duplicated the trick the next day 5-0. Next day, the White Sox sat on the steps of their dugout before game time and sharpened their spikes with files. During batting practice, Buck Weaver saw the Giants tossing the ball around near the right field line. He signaled for a couple of low and outside pitches and immediately started drilling line drives into the midst of the New Yorkers. The Giants scampered to their dugout, seething with rage. When the game finally got started, the Giants scored twice in the first inning. Chicago scored once in the third. The New Yorkers added a pair in the fourth to go ahead 4-1. Whenever a White Sox player went into a base, it was with spikes flying. The Giants were tagging the Chicago players with jarring blows, tags that left bone bruises. It looked as if a free-for-all would break out in the fifth when Happy Flesh slid into third base. Third baseman Heine Zimmerman ran across the diamond, followed by shortstop Art Flesher, but umpire Bill Clem calmed things down. The Giants held a 5-2 lead going into the last of the seventh, and the White Sox tied it up with 3 runs. In the eighth, Chicago scored another trio of tallies, and that meant the ball game. The Giant players were beside themselves with rage. Zimmerman tried to catch a White Sox player sliding into second and tossed the ball into center field. The Chicago bench took up the cry at Heine, and he started toward them. Again, Clem got things under control, and the game ended with Chicago winning. The White Sox also took the next game 4-2 to win the pennant. Yes, those were the good old baseball days, when every game, every inning, every out was a possible source of excitement.
It's time now to hear from Bill Brandt. His once-in-a-lifetime story for today concerns a football player who made good in spite of the fact that he wasn't a big guy. All right, Bill.
Ever since Kid David knocked out Man Mountain Goliath, it's always a major thrill in every mortal heartstring. The little fella knocking off the big guy. Jack the Giant Killer is a sport model hero. And this story's like that. Tomorrow, Colgate plays Yale. It's the first time since 1920. Lots of times since 1920, Colgate could have played Yale, and it's 2 giants against each other. Colgate had a whole series of all-American football players, great teams. But this story goes way back to the days when Colgate was a little college from way out in the country. Just a few hundred students. Just a breather game for Yale. Here's Colgate's first All-American, the first Red Raider ever named by Walter Camp. It's the year 1913, 33 years ago, and our man is Ellery Huntington, Jr., born and raised right here in the college town, Hamilton, New York. And Ellery's a real Jack the Giant Killer model. He weighs 140 pounds here on Yale Field November 1st. 3 times in the last 4 years, starting 1909, little Colgate came to New Haven just to take a traditional trouncing, just a breeze for old Eli. Colgate never even scored a single point all 3 games. And this year so far, look at Yale, riding high, undefeated. Not a single point scored against them. But Colgate today has ideas. Look at Huntington, a little firebrand. He takes off his helmet. His hair shines nearly white as snow. A brave little Jack on the beanstalk, but just wait till those Yale Giants start rolling. And here they go, and the crowd sits back for a Roman holiday. Roll over 'em, Eli, roll. Hey, what's the delay? What are they waiting for? Where's all that Yale power? Wake up! Oh, they're just taking it easy, just toying with these guys. Watch those Bulldogs open up any minute now. Maybe so, but the first period's almost gone. Look, Colgate has the ball at midfield. Hey, let's go, Yale. Get that ball. Start rolling. But here comes Wally Swartout, the Colgate fullback from Geneva, New York. Wally rips through Yale's right tackle for 10 yards. Now it's Bill Onley, the left halfback, a Brooklyn boy. Bill smashes through the middle for 5. Colgate has the ball on Yale's 35. The whistle, first period. They change goals. Now here's Huntington. He backs up. He fires a long forward pass. There's a wild scramble around Yale's 15-yard line. Somebody's got it. Somebody underneath that big pile. Now a great shout from all over the stands. Yale's ball. Old Eli takes over. Hey, that was too close for comfort, the 15-yard line. But here comes Yale's famous tackle-around play. Here's Nelson Talbot from Dayton, Ohio. He has the ball, and he's in the clear. Only the Colgate safety man in the way. But it's a fumble. The safety man, Huntington, scoops up the ball, heads for Yale's goal line. He twists and wriggles. He breaks through. But boom, big Alex Wilson, Yale's fullback from Binghamton, New York, hits Huntington, pins them down 20 yards from Yale's goal. As they line up, the stands break out with the old "Hold 'em Yale, hold 'em Yale." And right here, already, this Colgate team has made history because no other Colgate team ever did that, forced an Eli cheering section to go into that "Hold 'em Yale." Now Bill Onley hits the Yale middle, 5 yards. Swartout gets 8 through tackle. First down for Colgate on Yale's 5-yard line. And here's Swartout again through center and all the way. Touchdown for Colgate. It's the first score against Yale all season, and the first ever made by Colgate against Yale in all history. No extra point, just 6-0. And now Yale's fighting mad. Yale gets the ball and drives to Colgate's 10-yard line. Nothing can stop Yale now. Look at him go. Wilson rips the middle for 5. Here's Carroll Knowles from Marion, New York. He runs wide to the left. He's over. Touchdown. Come on, the extra point. No good. Just a tie. 6-6. But the Yale rooters don't care. What's 1 point? We'll get $1 million now. Now? Well, here's the end of the half, and it's still 6-6. Here's the second half. A new Yale quarterback, Joe Thompson from Minneapolis. And here's Thompson catching a punt on Yale's 25-yard line. No, the ball gets away. And look at Fred Sefton, Colgate's left end from Holyoke, Massachusetts. Fred pounces on that ball. There's a horror in that groan now from the Yale rooters. Swartout smashes to Yale's 15. Onley goes to the 9. Then Onley fumbles. Grab it, Yale. And Ed Hubbard from Auburn, New York, recovers the ball for Yale. Carroll Knowles goes back to kick. He's standing almost on the goal line. Here's the pass from center. It's wild. The ball gets away. It bounds behind the goal line, a scramble. Now the referee is prying them all loose. Who's got it? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Underneath the pile with the ball tucked snugly in his arms is Charlie Riley, Colgate's right end from Oswego, New York. Now that little bundle of Colgate rooters up in the stands sounds like a whole regiment. Now Colgate's in front again. Get that extra point, boys. Make it take a full touchdown to catch up with you. And it's Huntington who makes the vital try for a point. And it's good. Colgate 13, Yale 6. Now the big Bulldogs are desperate. But Huntington fires this fighting Colgate team to red fury. They turn back every Eli push. And now it's the last period. Huntington throws a pass to Paige McLaughlin from Olean, New York. Colgate's ball on Yale's 17-yard line. Yale throws back 3 smashes. Now it's 4th down. Colgate calls for a placement try. Joe Brooks, New York City boy, drops back to the 23-yard line. Huntington kneels down to hold the ball. Here's the pass from center. Huntington tees it up. Brooks swings his foot. There it goes. Right over the bar. 3 points. Colgate 16, Yale 6. But come on, Yale. And mighty Yale strives and strains, but there's a horn. Game over. Yes, great big Eli Yale is knocked out by Little Jack Colgate. Here's the New Haven Sunday Register, a 3-column headline, quote, "Ouch, Colgate 16, Yale 6, end quote." Now here's Yale's Walter Camp picking his 1913 All-American. Who's his quarterback? Walter Camp reaches past all the great universities in the land. He names Ellery Huntington, Jr., 140 pounds of fire from this little college up country. And that's the monument to Colgate's great victory, November 1st, 1913. The first time little Jack Colgate ever even scores a single point against Yale, the mighty giant of the Big Three, a once-in-a-lifetime.
And that's another AFRS Sports Reel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. AFRS Sports Reel.
It's another thrill-packed edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. 15 minutes of colorful yarns about famous events and personalities from the sporting scenes. Our commentators today are Jimmy Young and Bill Brandt. To get things underway, we'll hear from Jimmy Young. Jim's story for today is about Yale's immortal halfback, Albie Booth.
Yale University has had its share of great football players down through the years. But there was one Yale man whose name will never be forgotten on the campus at New Haven. You're sure to remember him. His name was Albie Booth. He weighed in at about 140 pounds, and he was spotting every opponent he ever met, an average of 50 pounds. But artful Albie was a giant killer. The bigger they were, the more they seemed to miss him. He could weave his way through a broken field like a miniature Red Grange. He could drop kick, punt, and pass. He was a sawed-off Superman in the 3 years he played for varsity football at Yale. Booth was a sophomore in 1929. The Eli coaches knew he was good when he reported for practice that fall, but he still was untried against big league competition. Yale came up against Army early in the season. This was the first real test for the Blue and for Booth. The cadets were tall, tough, and terrific. They had a great runner of their own, a fellow named Chris Cagle. Their heavy-handed line was rated one of the best in the nation. Booth was on the bench at kickoff time. The game's first break came early in the first quarter when Army's Cagle intercepted a Yale pass and skirted 57 yards through the Elis for a touchdown. Army made the point, and the score was 7-0 in favor of the cadets. In the second period, Army scored again. This time, it was Hertz Morrell who broke through the Yale line and rambled 29 yards for a touchdown. The kick was missed, but Army still led 13-0. The cheering cadets sat back and dreamed of a big score. On the Yale bench, a little guy in a blue shirt and white helmet got up. He sprinted into the game and reported to the referee. It was Booth. The Army players looked at Albie. They'd heard that he was good, but didn't he know that he was in there with the big boys now? Shortly after the next kickoff, Yale recovered an Army fumble on the cadet 35. In just 5 plays, Booth carried the ball and the Elis scored. The Yale line was charging furiously, and Booth was dancing through the holes they made. Albie made the touchdown and then kicked the point. The score was Army 13, Yale 7 as the second period ended. In the third quarter, Yale got the ball on Army's 35. Then it was Booth off tackle, then Booth around end, and then Yale was on the Army 1. Booth hit the center of the line. Army forward submarined the interference. There was only one thing to do, and Albie did it. He dove over the line for a touchdown, and he kicked the point, and Yale led 14-13. The cadets then elected to kick off, as the team scored upon traditionally has its choice of kicking or receiving. The ball sailed downfield to Booth on his own 30. He started upfield with those nervous short steps of his, bobbing, weaving, shifting. Every man on the Army squad had at least one shot at him, and some came back for a second helping. But there was no bringing Albie down. He planted the pigskin and pay dirt behind the Army goal after a 70-yard run. And then he kicked the extra point, and Yale led 21-13. Shortly after that, Booth left the game. There was no more scoring. The game ended 21-13. That night, the football world saluted a new member of the Immortals, a 140-pounder named Albie Booth.
Thanks, Jimmy Young. Before we hear from Bill Brandt with one of his popular once-in-a-lifetime tales, I'd like to tell you about a yarn I heard that I think merits retelling. A wrestling match once played a significant part in molding the destiny of a nation. It was in the year 1520. Francis I of France and Charles V of Austria were eyeing each other with suspicion. War between those two kingdoms was imminent. Francis had great respect for the Austrian army, and as he prepared for battle with his enemy, he tried his best to form a hasty alliance with the mighty Henry VIII of England. On a specified day, the British and French kings met in France. Their meeting place was at a spot between the towns of Ardres and Ginley. While the two monarchs discussed the making of a treaty, grand tournaments were arranged to brighten the festivities. Opposing knights measured their strength and skill at tilting and several other sports, including wrestling. Now, it happened that the English King, Henry, became so excited while watching the wrestling bouts that he offered to wrestle the King of France, Francis. Henry was built very short, broad, and muscular. However, the King of France held the advantage in both height and skill, so Francis accepted Henry's challenge to wrestle. Under the watchful eyes of the assembled crowd of knights and courtiers, the two neighboring kings entered the sand-covered ring. A herald blew his trumpet, and the two monarchs, Francis of France and Henry of England, rushed at each other. Henry immediately applied a front body hold. He lifted the French king high into the air and hugged him in a bear-like grip. Francis almost crushed, wheezed, puffed, and groaned, and putting forth a great last effort, he squirmed loose long enough to back-heel his opponent. The King of England hit the dirt with a resounding thud. His face purple with rage and shame, Henry rose and left the gathering. He broke off the discussions and shortly afterwards withdrew from all alliances with France. And that's how it is that Francis I of France, by means of his prowess as an athlete, lost England's valuable aid in his struggle with Charles V of Austria. By 1550, after many years of unrelenting war, Austria finally defeated France. And ever since, exponents of the gentle art of wrestling haven't hesitated to throw a match here and there, because they'll tell you it's better in the long run to cooperate with your opponents. And now here's Bill Brandt and a yarn that takes us back 20 years. Come in, Bill.
When it's 1926, the #1 World Series story is always Alexander and Lazzari. Bases full of Yankees in the last game. The Cardinals ahead by only 1 run. The 7th inning, 2 out. Here comes Alec from the bullpen. That long walk across the outfield of Yankee Stadium. And here's Alec in the box. Lazzari at bat, ready to swing. The Yanks ready to run. Now Alec's ready to pitch. Here it is. Outside, ball 1. Here it is again. Strike. No swing. Lazzari just lets it go by. Now the next pitch. Boom! A long liner to left. It's heading for the stands. Lazzari and all the Yankees are tearing along the baselines. But look, the ball is curving foul. It lands in the stands, but it's just a foul ball. Just a strike. Strike 2. All the Yanks go back to their bases. Lazzari trudges back from first base to home plate. Tony brandishes his bat again. Now the pitch. Lazzari swings and misses. Strike 3, and that's it. Alexander strikes out Lazzari. The Cardinals are world champions. That's Sunday, October 10th, 1926, in New York. But our story now is October 5th in St. Louis, 5 days earlier, the 3rd game of this 7-game series. The first 2 games were played in New York. Now here comes the World Series to St. Louis. In every city, the series brings a certain special type of hysteria, a combination of the Mardi Gras, New Year's Eve, and a Legion convention, all wrapped up in one whirling bundle of hoopla, and then something extra, too, something distinctly American. They don't have it anywhere else. And St. Louis in 1926 had it harder and louder than anywhere else I've ever been. St. Louis blows off the roof. Look, it's the first time. St. Louis has been looking at the World Series from the bottom up for 20 long years. And here it is, coming here at last. And it comes rolling in like drum fire, rising in tempo and volume for days and nights ahead of time. And then, wham, it explodes. And the blast reverberates to the Ozarks, makes old man Mississippi River rear like a 2-year-old. There's nothing like it in all World Series history. What a night, that eve of battle. Monday night, October 4th. The series stands even, 1-1, an even break on those first 2 games in New York. And here come the Cardinals home. St. Louis's first pennant winner in the last 38 years. Thousands of fans at the railroad station. And all over town, it's a Roman holiday. Bells ringing, factory whistles blasting, firecrackers going off on every corner. Bands playing and fans raving wild. And so is Old Man River. A tide of fans around Union Station sweeps aside 4 lines of cops. And down at the waterfront, even the river is raring with elation and whooping it up for the Cardinals. Old Man Mississippi sets a new high water mark for many years. And there it is in the official figures. Right there at the station, a delegation of fans presents a $5,000 automobile to the Cardinal manager, Rogers Hornsby from Winters, Texas. And now the St. Louis team goes off on a big parade all over town. Bands, cheers, ticker tape. And the party goes on all night. Nobody sleeps. Half the town is up making noise. The other half has to stay up. And now it's Tuesday afternoon, and here we are at Sportsman's Park. It's jammed tight and pulsing with noise. And here's noise from the sky, thunder. Look at those clouds. They're heavy, and they're black, and they're right over the ballpark. And 55 minutes before game time, here comes the rain. It's a downpour. The fans in the bleachers are soaked. Oh, boy, no game? Ah, the sun. Yes, the clouds move away. It's bright and sunny, and it's steaming hot. And that's just right for the Cardinal pitcher, Jess Haynes, old Pop Haynes from Clayton, Ohio. But it's right for the Yankee pitcher, too, Dutch Ruther, Walter Ruther from Alameda, California. And here they go. They're red hot, both of them. It's no runs for either side the first 3 innings. And now it's the start of the 4th. Here comes that rain again. Yes, a sudden deluge. The umpires and players duck in a hurry. Bleacher fans get wet all over again. But it's all in fun. The clouds scamper away. Here comes the sun. Play ball. And it's a Yankee rally. Babe Ruth on second. Lou Gehrig and Lazzeri to drive Babe home and break this scoreless tie. But old Pop Haynes knocks off Lou, then he knocks off Tony. 3 out, no runs. Murderer's Row has come and gone, and hooray for Haynes. And now it's the Cardinals at bat in the 4th. First batter, Lester Bell from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Bing, a single to left. Now a sacrifice, then an intentional pass to catcher Bob O'Farrell from Waukegan, Illinois. This brings up Tommy Thevenot, the Cardinals shortstop from Madison, Indiana. The pitch, the swing, oh! Thevenot rolls one right at Lazzeri. It's made to order for a double play. Tony flips the ball to second base to the Yankee shortstop, Mark Coney. That's 1 out. Coney pivots, the throw to first. It's wild. The ball gets away from Gehrig. Thevenot's safe. Lester Bell rounds third and comes charging home. A run. St. Louis 1, New York nothing. And now you can hardly hear yourself think. Look, this batter, Jess Haynes. Come on, Jess. No, take it easy, Jess. You got 1 run. That's all you need, Jess, old boy. But old Jess is not taking it easy today. This is his day. Dutch Ruther, the Yankee pitcher, cocks his left arm, lets it go. Here's the pitch. Old Jess swings. Crash. It's way out to right field. It's going into the pavilion. Yes, a home run. A homer by the Cardinal pitcher. Now a burst of sound from the fans. A cataclysm of joy. It cracks the sky wide open. Jess Haynes trots majestically around the bases in back of Thevenot. The roar goes on, like water roaring through a broken dam. And it is a dam break of emotion, the pent-up feelings of a city hungry for the World Series for years and years. Another run in the 5th inning makes the final score 4-0. It's a shutout pitched by old Jess Haynes. Jess blanks Babe Ruth and all the great Yankee sluggers, so St. Louis will remember for all time this first World Series game ever played here, October the 5th, 1926. Then on top of that, Jess Haynes gives them something extra. He hits a home run himself, and his homer sends the whole city sky high and swinging on the stars. A once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks a lot, Bill Brandt. Well, that's all we have time for today, fellas. We'll be back soon with another quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the sports parade. Then once again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sportsreel. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sportsreel.
Once again, the magic camera eye swings your way to bring you the AFRS Sportsreel, America's top-flight sports commentators bringing you inside stories on personalities and events from the sporting scene. With us are three regular contributors, Bob Kelly, Bill Stewart, and Bill Stern. First up, here's Bill Stern with a yarn concerning a great American statesman. Come in, Bill.
This is the story of a man to remember. He's dead now, but as long as stories are told, his story will live on to inspire athletes the world over. There's little use in your trying to guess his name. I don't think you can. Supposing you just sit back and listen to the story and see how much of it you already know. Like most men, his childhood was destined to shape his manhood. For as a young boy, he loved sports. He loved tennis, golf, wrestling, racing. He loved to ride horseback. Sometimes he rode as much as 100 miles a day. I wish I could say he loved all sports, but he didn't. He hated the game of football. He thought that football was brutal, that it was a waste of time. And yet, curiously enough, it was this very man in 1905 who saved the game of football, for football that year had killed 32 youngsters. And from one end of this nation to the other, there arose a great hue and cry to do away with the game of football. The churches of America banded together to stop this game. States began to pass laws to make football illegal. It seemed that everybody was against football. And yet this one man who hated the game, was the one man who saved it. For it was he who wrote a letter that became famous, a letter that reportedly read, "Yesterday a mother came to see me. Her boy had been killed in a football game. Yet she, who'd lost her son through this game, asked me to do everything in my power to save the game. She said that it would have been her son's wish that football go on. And she assured me that if the rules of football were changed, there wouldn't be any more deaths. Therefore, I say, if this woman who has suffered such a tragic loss can think so much of the game of football, then the game must be worth saving." That letter made history. The mother was Mrs. Von Gammon. Her son had been killed at the University of Virginia. And yet, because of her and that letter, football was saved. But what about the man who wrote that letter? He was to make history in other ways. For of all the sports, he loved boxing the best. He was a very good boxer himself, and for many years he used to love to put on gloves and box with his friends. In fact, one of his boxing bouts had to be kept a secret, for in this particular boxing bout, he was accidentally struck in the eye. And although the best doctors in the country worked on his eye to try and save it, blood poisoning set in, and the eye had to be removed. Very few people knew that now he had only one eye, and yet even fewer people knew when he lost that eye in a boxing bout. It had to be kept quiet, for you see, this man was living in America's most famous house when he lost that eye in a boxing bout. Yeah, this man who lost that eye in a boxing bout was living in the White House when it happened, for he was then the President of the United States. His name was Teddy Roosevelt.
Thanks, Bill Stern. Now here's Bob Kelly with a story from the colorful baseball world.
The George Sislers, the Jim Bottomleys, the Lou Gehrigs, and Bill Terrys have come and gone in baseball. Great first basemen all, and their diamond deeds are written deep into the history of the national pastime. But the old-timers who saw Hal Chase in his prime will tell you that he was the greatest of them all. Some baseball men will swear that Hal Chase used to come all the way in from first base to take a foul fly ball behind the catcher. Chase spent 15 years in the major leagues, and never was there so much excitement packed into such a short time. Prince Hal, as they called him, started a modern school of first base play. Major league first basemen up to Hal's arrival in the big time had been old catchers or outfielders with dead arms who served as fairly stationary targets for the put-out throws of teammates. But Hal Chase changed all that. He was the granddaddy of the modern Fancy Dan first sackers. He accepted all chances near and far. And instead of merely holding down the bag, Chase covered his territory like a Mexican jumping bean. Chase attracted the attention of baseball managers while a student at Santa Clara. He spent a couple of years in the minors and came up to the New York Yankees in 1905. His tempestuous career with the Yanks was emblematic of things to come. He started at least one brisk first-class row by every season. His baseball wanderings read like a greyhound tour. And the stories of his feuds with managers, owners, teammates, the press, and baseball authorities are legendary. Prince Hal was up one day, down the next. In 1906, he tied the Major League record for putouts with 22 in one game. That record still stands today. But in 1908, Chase jumped the Yankees and went to play in the outlawed California State League. A league ruling brought him back to New York. But by 1910, Chase was involved in a bitter feud with manager George Stallings. The following season, the feud came to a climax. Stallings was ousted, and Chase became the manager. The Yanks were in second place when Prince Hal took over. When the season ended, the club had dropped all the way to sixth. The next year, Frank Chance was named manager, but Chase was retained as first baseman. Hal couldn't get along with Chance, however, no more than he could with Stallings, so he was traded to the White Sox in Chicago. He lasted 1 year with the Pale Hose and then moved to Buffalo, then a member of the old Federal League. There then started a movement to bar Chase from re-entry in the major leagues, and that seemed to be the end of Prince Hal's baseball career. But in 1916, the Cincinnati Reds brought him up again. As though to prove to his opponents that he deserved a place in the big time, Chase compiled a batting average of .339 to carry off the league title. Chase lasted with the Reds until 1918. Christy Mathewson, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, who was managing Cincinnati at the time, accused Chase of betting on games and kicked him off the club. Prince Hal was down again, and it appeared that surely he was through this time. But shortly thereafter, the National League president exonerated the first baseman, and John McGraw, manager of the Giants, brought Hal back into the majors. Once more, Hal Chase surprised his critics. He was up again. The Fancy Dan made good with the Giants, and for a couple of years was a mild-mannered player. But in 1920, something happened. Without any explanation whatsoever, Chase failed to return his contract to the Giants and wandered to the Coast League. In that same year, the Black Sox scandal of the previous World Series broke into the headlines. Chase was mentioned in the newspapers, but he never appeared at the hearings. Whatever part he played in the affair, if any, remains a mystery to this day. For the next 8 years, Hal Chase drifted through the West and Southwest playing ball. But this was his last trip down. He never came back to the majors. Thus ended one of the most hectic careers in baseball history. Hal Chase's life was one mistake after another. He certainly was no model for American youth. The old-timers are loud in their praise for this flashy first baseman. They call him the greatest of all times, and perhaps they're right.
Ah, thanks, Bob. That was swell. Now, coming up next, we have an extra special treat for you Sportsreel fans. It's an exclusive visit with America's 8th sports authority. Fellas, I'd like to have you all meet a grand guy, Grantland Rice.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hi, Mr. Rice. You know, it's certainly swell to have you with us here today. Now, if it's all right with you, I'd like to throw a couple of questions your way. So how about it, huh?
Well, anything goes with me, Bill.
Well, that's swell. You know, your All-American football teams that are published each year are generally recognized as being the official best 11. I wonder if you'd venture to name, let's say, the 4 men that you consider the greatest backs of modern football.
Well, that's a very tough problem because you've got the college game and you've got the pro game. I would say that the best all-around back today I know is Bob Waterfield. He's a pro, UCLA, a great back. Trippi of Georgia. And Davis, I would say, of Southern California, now with the Army. Those are the 2 outstanding backs, I would say, right now.
Well, that's just great. Now, is there any one man that, say, that you consider to be the best all-around player of all time?
No, I don't think you can do that. I think the best all-around player, if I had to make a guess, was Bronco Nagurski for this reason. He was a great tackle, he was a great end, he was a great fullback, a fine passer. Jim Thorpe was the greatest back I've ever seen, but Nagurski was the greatest all-around player.
Well, that's swell. Now, I heard that at a recent sports award dinner here in Los Angeles, Mr. Rice, you thrilled the assembled guests with a wonderful poem that was based on the life of Amos Alonzo Stagg and also Connie Mack. Now, would it be too much to ask you to read it for us now?
Well, I'll tell you something about that. The poem wasn't so wonderful, but Connie Mack was wonderful and Lonnie Stagg were wonderful. And the angle was that I was those 2 men I've known for over 40 years, both of them. And this is just a little tribute I paid those 2 fellas. I call it to Connie and Lonnie, the Gee Whiz Kids. And it goes something like this.
Fine, let's hear it.
When Time was just a little lad, before his beard turned gray, 2 Gee Whiz Kids were on the job, the heroes of their day. They both starred in the Trojan War, where Hector took his dive. and both were at Thermopylae to check the Persian drive. They take us back to vanished years, before the spoken word, when dinosaurs were blocking backs and troglodytes played third. They've rolled the flaming years aside. They've set time on his back. So here's a cup to Lonnie Stagg, and one to Connie Mack. When Hannibal rode down the Alps and Caesar conquered Gaul, these gee-whiz kids were winning games with plenty on the ball. And who can now forget their fame in headlines black and large, when side by side at Gettysburg they stood the picket's charge? I'd like to ask them here tonight just how, in comment free, they ranked the Grecian phalanx with a single wing and T. And on his slate, now out of date, where old stars shine and gleam, Kid Homer picked the both of them upon his all-time team. Though snows of winter crown their heads on time's forgotten charts, the sunshine of eternal spring still lingers in their hearts. Though man has beaten man before within this vale of tears, these two alone upon the throne have whipped their mighty years. Foursquare to all the winds that blow, from palm to upland pine, their story is the glory of a game that's clean and fine. And may they reign forever on a laurel-bordered track. So, here's a cup to Lonnie Stagg and one to Connie Mack.
Well, say, that's really swell, Mr. Rice. You know, there's something that's been puzzling me. 2 or 3 times I've kind of thought about it. Just exactly what do you think about the importance of sports for the men in the armed forces overseas? I mean, how do they rate?
I think they rate very high. I happen to be a very bum lieutenant in the First World War. And I was stationed in Germany after the war was over, and I happen to know the need of sports for those fellows, the thousands of troops, the American troops that are over there. That goes to the British troops, too. They like sport. I think sport means a great deal to any of the armed forces overseas. It's not only a physical development, but it's much more important in this respect that it's also a mental recreation for those fellows. And I think we should do everything we can to give those men overseas all the sport that we can give them.
Well, thanks a million, Grantland Rice. It's really been swell hearing from you. We certainly appreciate your taking time from your busy schedule to chat with us today on old AFRS Sportsreel. So thanks once again. The best of everything to you from all the fellows in the armed forces.
And thanks again for letting me be here with you.
Our appreciation goes to you, Bill Stewart, for bringing Mr. Rice to our Sportsreel microphone. Well, that's all there's time for this session, fellas. This is Sergeant Jimmy Young, hoping you'll be in the Reuter section when we return soon with another action-packed edition of the AFRS Sportsreel. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sportsreel.
Yes, it's another colorful edition of the AFRS Sports Reel. That means 15 minutes of highlights and sidelights from the nation's top flight sports personalities. Sergeant Jimmy Young is with us today. He's brought along two ace sportsmen famous the world over. Now, here's Jimmy Young.
Coming up, we have another Sports Reel exclusive. It's a visit from the world's two top-ranking tennis players, the Davis Cup champions Jack Cramer and Ted Schroeder. How are you, fellas?
Just fine, Jimmy.
Just fine.
I imagine it feels pretty good to be back in the States, although I suppose you did enjoy your trip over yonder.
Well, Jimmy, speaking for myself, I can say I enjoyed the trip, but there's always one good thing about going away from the United States. You always get to come back, and that's the best part of the trip.
Well, how did you find the hospitality down there in Australia?
Well, Jimmy, I have heard a lot about Southern hospitality, but I think they run a very, very close second to the Australian people. They're the finest I've ever run into.
Well, we've heard rumors to that effect. I know they were certainly fine during the war, and it's good to get this peacetime relationship going again. Jack, how does tennis rate as compared to other sports in Australia?
Well, Jimmy, tennis down in Australia ranks as it's about a tie for first with cricket and football. They're all three the major sports, like our football, baseball, and track and so forth. I think that's the reason why they've got so darn many good tennis players for such a small number of people.
They really take a big interest in it down there, then.
Oh, boy, they start those kids out when they're 11 and 12 years old and younger. They start right in our grammar school age. And you either take up cricket or tennis. And cricket's pretty slow. It takes 6 days to play a match, so most of them play tennis.
Well, Ted, maybe you can tell us then what threat to American tennis supremacy would you see in these young Australian players?
Well, Australia's in about the same position as we are as regards youngsters coming up. Maybe a little worse. They were at war 7 years. We were at war about 4. For that reason, there's a gap. They have their players, their championship caliber players are 27, 28, some up as high as 30. They only have one player who is what you might call rather young, and that's Jeff Brown, who went to 3 finals at Wimbledon. There is a gap between him and the youngsters coming up, the same as there's a gap here between fellas like Jack and myself and the rest of the juniors. The war knocked tennis back a little. Naturally, nobody developed during that period.
In other words, they're going to have to more or less wait for another generation of tennis players to come to the fore in Australia.
Not another generation, but it's going to take them. They're going to have to struggle along with what they've got for, I would say, 2 to 3 years, wouldn't you, Jack?
Yeah, at least 2 to 3 years.
And unfortunately, we're in just about the same position, with the possible exception of we have 2 very good prospects, Tommy Brown and Bob Falkenberg. And either or both could develop into really great tennis players. Whether they will or not remains to be seen.
Well, turning now from the picture of tennis as a whole, let's get down to some of the finer points in the game. What about this two-handed stroke that I understand some of the players, Australian and I believe a few here in the States, use? Is it common there?
It isn't very common. There were only 3 players that use it. It was all started back in 1933 by Vivian McGraw, who was the youngest man ever to play a Davis Cup match when he played for Australia at the age of 17. Then Bromwich took it up, and after Bromwich, Jeff Brown. Over in this country, the only exponent of the two-handed shot is Pancho Segura. It isn't too common, really, but it is amazing the accuracy that these Australians get with the shot, particularly Bromwich.
In other words, they can place their shots a little bit better, is that it?
It's a good shot, Jimmy, and talking about what Ted was trying to say there, I wouldn't say that many of the good players use it down there, but looking out over the fields when they have a numerous amount of courts in all these big tennis clubs, well, you see a lot of the kids naturally playing the two-handed shot because Bromwich is their hero.
Oh, I see.
And you're naturally going to copy the big boy. Well, I think they're going to discard that a little from this recent, the outcome of the Davis Cup matches, because it was proven that you just can't reach far enough to get fast balls. If you're playing against a slow type of game, why, the two-handed shot's all right. But once they start hitting them hard and wide to you, you lose that extra 2 or 3 feet, and it just puts a big gap in your court that you'll never recover from. I think that the two-handed shot is definitely going out.
Well, Jack, is the point of the stroke more or less accuracy or force?
Well, Segura uses his force, and Bromwich uses it for accuracy. Now, Bromwich, he's awfully good with that shot because using two hands, you can hold your just sort of a flick of the wrist at the last minute, and when a man gets the net on you, you can outguess him usually. That's a strong point of it. But like I say, it doesn't still doesn't make up for the great weakness that you just can't reach most of the balls.
Well, now, here's another subject, the Davis Cup. How long has it been, Ted, since there's been a defense of the Davis Cup?
This is the first one in 7 years. The last one was in 1939. Australia defeated the United States 3-2 in the challenge round. There's an amazing parallel in history between this war and the last. In 1914, Australia defeated the United States on the eve of World War I. Then, 25 years later, Australia again defeated the United States in the challenge round on the very eve of World War II. In 1920, the first time that the United States challenged after World War I, a two-man team was sent down to Australia and defeated the Australians 5-0. In 1946, the first challenge after World War II, a 6-man team was sent down, but we again beat them 5-0. So you see, history does repeat itself.
It does at that. Say, during the war, there was no real defense of the cup, and there was no real competition. And I just wondered if you fellows individually got any chance to practice while you were in the service. How about you, Jack?
Well, I was in the Coast Guard, Jimmy, and for the first 18 months I was in, I was stationed around California, and mostly at bases out at Catalina for a while, and I could play tennis on the weekends, and I played 2 or 3 tournaments during that time. Went back and played the national championships in 43. That was, I guess, one of the 3 tournaments I played in 43. I got back to Forest Hills and was runner-up. Then I got in the Coast Guard Academy and got a commission and played 1 tournament here in California, and I was shipped out, and that was the end of my tennis.
Too bad they didn't put you on a flat top. You could get out there on the decks and get a little practice.
A lot of good badminton on those flat tops. I remember that going over.
How was your wartime career as far as tennis was concerned, Ted?
I didn't play any with the exception of about a 4-month period. The late Joe Hunt and myself were going through flight training together. We went all the way through together until he was killed down in Daytona Beach in February of 1945. But while we were going through flight training, we'd managed to sneak out maybe an afternoon or so a week and play a little. And Joe, as you know, is our national champion in 1943. And I knew Joe very well, and so it was rather nice for the time that we were together. Aside from that, though, I didn't play any either.
Let me ask you another question here, Ted. I understand that your opening match with the Australian ace, John Bromwich, was called the turning point of the series due to your decisive victory. Was there any particular strategy that you used in defeating him?
Well, I'd taken a beating from him about 3 weeks earlier, and I tried to analyze what I'd done wrong. It seemed that I wasn't hitting my first volley away and that he was passing me on his second attempt to pass me. So I remembered how Bob Riggs had played him in 1939. Bobby used a lot of stop volleys. In other words, when Bromwich would hit a ball at his feet, instead of trying to volley the ball hard by Bromwich for an ace, well, he'd stop it right close to the net. And I must have made, 25 or 50 of those shots during the match, and I won a lot of points outright, and it cut down my number of errors to the point where I was able to beat him in 5 sets, where 3 weeks earlier I'd lost to him in 3 straight sets.
Well, with a strategy like that, you'd more or less tire him out.
Well, who tired who is a moot question, because my tongue was hanging out a little at the end of the match, I guarantee.
This Davis Cup is a pretty valuable piece of silverware, isn't it, Jack? I wonder if you had any trouble bringing it back to the States.
Golly, no, Jimmy. The Australian Association was very nice about that. After we won the cup, naturally, Ted and I weren't staying around for the rest of the tournament, so we persuaded Walter Pate, the captain, to bring it along. He had to call up our National Association, get permission, because it is very valuable as the finest trophy, I guess, in international competition of all sports, and it would be a great shame if it went down. It had never flown before, but they got permission, and they crated it up, and we had it on the plane with us at all times. Had a little trouble in San Francisco. The government wanted to see whether we were smuggling things inside the cup or not, so they checked it, and we had a pretty good display of it down here in Los Angeles. They rode it around a little Jeep and gave us all a big kick, and I don't know how the cup liked it, but the people of Los Angeles seemed to.
You made such an excellent showing down there in Australia. You must have been playing together for quite some time. Just how long is it, Ted, that you and Jack have been together on the courts?
Well, I guess actually 12 years now, though we didn't start playing doubles together until 1939, but we've been battling one way or another since about 1935.
That is in a sporting sense you've been battling.
Well, sometimes it hasn't been too sporting.
Ted, when did you start playing tennis?
I really can't remember that far back. I was very very young, I know, and I was always very small until about I was about 18 or 19 when I finally did manage to grow a little, but it must have been, I couldn't have been over 9 or 10 when I first started.
Say they started
Well,
out young in
he won the
Australia.
under-13 championships in Southern California twice. That was in 33 and 34.
Yeah. I won it. I was 11 years old when I won it the first time. Incidentally, I beat Mickey Rooney in the first round of the first tennis tournament that I ever played in my life.
Well, Jack, your comment seems to have overcome Ted's modesty a little bit. Now, how about something from you? When did you start playing tennis?
Well, I started when I was 13, Jimmy, and my dad bought a couple rackets. We were living in San Bernardino, California at the time, and we used to get away. He worked for the railroad, and when he was in and I was out of school, well, we'd play a little. I really didn't start playing tournaments, though, until the following year, where I saw Ted the first time in Santa Monica. He was a big wheel at that time, and I was just one of the boys walking around.
Well, it certainly has been fortunate for the game itself and for our competition in the Davis Cup matches and others that you boys did get together. And I'm awfully glad that you got together with us on AFRS Sportsreel this afternoon, and I want to wish you the best of luck in the future, and come back and see us again sometime. Thanks very much to both of you, Jack Cramer and Ted Schroeder.
And thanks to you, Sergeant Jimmy Young, for being Mike's side with your 2 Sportsreel visitors. That's all the time we have this session, fellas, but we'll return soon with more yarns from America's ace commentators and more exclusive interviews with top-ranking athletes from all branches of sport. And then again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sportsreel. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sportsreel. Greetings, sports fans. Here we go again with another quarter hour of highlights and sidelights from the sporting scene. Today, our sports commentators are Bill Stern and Bill Brandt. First up, here's one of the top sports commentators of the day, and one of his famous sports shorts. It's Bill Stern.
Back many years ago, the Pittsburgh Pirates had an old center fielder by the name of Cy Wilkins. He was just about all washed up, and he knew it. But he dreaded the day when a new center fielder would be hired to take his place. And one day, the old-timer's fears came true. For on that day, a new center fielder was hired to take his place. This new center fielder was a young rookie named Ted Daly. Ted Daly was a quiet, shy, pink-cheeked country boy. Immediately, the old-timer knew that he'd lose his job to the young rookie unless he could make life so miserable for that rookie that the rookie would quit. The veteran center fielder quickly decided that the best way to make the young rookie quit was by humiliating him until the rookie just couldn't take it anymore. And so the veteran center fielder, seeing the young rookie's pink cheeks, decided to humiliate him by nicknaming him Gertie. And every time the young rookie would come out on the playing field, the veteran center fielder would yell, "Oh, Gertie, Gertie, got a date tonight, Gertie?" It got so bad that one day, much to the young rookie's embarrassment, the veteran center fielder ran up to the young rookie and planted a kiss on his cheeks, saying, "Hey, fellas, look at Gertie." Not for a moment did this veteran let up on the rookie. Always it was Gertie, Gertie, Gertie this and Gertie that, until soon the young rookie's confidence began to leave him. He became despondent, gloomy. His playing fell off until one day the young rookie just quietly packed his bags and slipped away without saying goodbye to anyone. The veteran outfielder had driven the young rookie right out of baseball. That all happened over 30 years ago. The years have passed since then. But one day not so long ago, according to the story, a strange scene took place in a Texas courtroom. Before a stern-faced judge, a ragged bum stood at the bar of justice, charged with vagrancy and attempting to crash his way into the local baseball park.
You've heard the charges. How do you plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Oh, take a look at yourself. Don't you think you might be better off if you went looking for a job instead of trying to sneak into a baseball park?
Your Honor, I wanted to see that ball game, and I had no money. I thought it might make me forget I'm a bum. You see, once I was a ball player myself.
Well, you certainly don't look like it now.
Oh, sure, Judge. I don't blame you for doubting me. But once I was a young rookie trying out with the Pittsburgh Pirates. I might have made the team, too, if it hadn't been for one player on that team. I never knew what he had against me, but he gave me such a brutal tongue lashing, he drove me right out of baseball. I never amounted to much after that, I guess.
Step a little closer. I want to take a good look at you. Mm-hmm. The court recognizes your story to be true. And furthermore, this court wants to go on record as saying that if anyone is guilty in this case, it's the man who drove you out of baseball. A nickname like Gertie is too much for any youngster to live down. That nickname, Gertie, was cruel and inhuman.
But, Judge, how'd you know that Gertie was my nickname? I haven't mentioned it to a soul for 30 years.
I know, because it's been on my conscience for all these years. You see, I was that thoughtless ball player who drove you out of baseball. Case dismissed.
Before we hear from Bill Brandt with one of his famous once-in-a-lifetime yarns, I'd like to tell you about a World Series of a few years back. It was in October 1931. Jimmy Wilson was catching for the St. Louis Cardinals in their World Series battle with the Philadelphia Athletics. The A's got off to a good start by winning the first game 6-2. The Cards manager, Charlie Sweet, selected Wild Bill Hallahan to hurl the second game, and Connie Mack countered with George Earnshaw. It was in that game that Wilson pulled the boner that almost, not quite, but almost, made him the GOAT of the series. The Cardinals picked up one run in the fifth when Pepper Martin scored, and Hallahan worked smoothly behind that slim lead, not allowing a hit through the fifth inning. In that frame, Jimmy Fox led off with a walk, and Bing Miller broke the no-hit spell with a single. Jimmy Dykes sacrificed the runners along, putting the tying run on third with only one out. It was Dib Williams' turn at bat, so catcher Jimmy Wilson went to the mound and asked Hallahan to walk Williams in order to get at Earnshaw. Team captain Frankie Frisch objected, arguing that Connie Mack would only throw in a pinch hitter. Wilson argued that that would be all the better. At least Earnshaw would be out of there. Well, Earnshaw batted for himself after Williams had been purposely walked. The A's hurler swung and lined one to Frisch at second. Frankie stepped on the bag for a double play. The Cards picked up another run in the eighth. Then the A's came to bat for their last chance. Fox led off with another walk. After Miller went out, Dykes walked. Then Hallahan bore down and struck out Williams. This time Mack did send in a pinch hitter, Jim Moore. It was then that Jimmy Wilson pulled his bonehead play of the series. Hallahan fired 2 fastballs in there. Both were good strikes. Only one more to go. Wilson flashed the signal, and as Hallahan poured that ball in there, Wilson saw Fox break for third. Automatically, Wilson fired the ball to third, and then he wished with all his heart he could drag it back. For Wilson suddenly realized what was going on. Moore had struck out on that pitch. It had been in the dirt, a pickup, and all Wilson had to do was tag Moore or throw to first. But Jimmy couldn't, for that ball was sailing toward third. Jimmy raised his hand as if to call the ball back, and the third base coach, Eddie Collins, saw the motion. He started yelling, letting the A's know what was going on. Fox slid into third. The third sacker, Jake Flowers, threw the ball back to Wilson, but by that time Moore was on first, and all hands were safe. Wilson went on to tell Hallahan how sorry he was, but Wild Bill merely smiled and said, "Don't worry, this guy Max Bishop couldn't hit me with 6 bats." Whether Bishop could have or not is another matter, but that time he fouled the first pitch back of first, and Jim Bottomley hauled it in for the final out. Despite Wilson's bonehead play, the Cards still won the game 2-0, and the series in 7 games. However, it was a long time after that before Jimmy Wilson could wipe out the memory of that play, the time he tried to throw a man out at third when he held the last out in the palm of his glove. Now, let's focus our sports reel camera on Bill Brandt. He has a tale about Michigan's immortal coach, the late Fielding Yost. Come in, Bill.
Hurry Up Yost moved to Michigan in 1901. He coached the Wolverines through 4 seasons undefeated. His fullback is Willie Heston, and that's a name you find on everybody's All-American 11. Here's 1905. Here's Hurry Up Yost without Heston, and now it's 5 straight seasons undefeated, if he gets past this one today. Here we are at Marshall Field, Chicago. It's November 30th, 1905. The wooden stands are filled with fans. Here's Michigan, and here's Chicago. The Maroons have a great coach, too, Amos Alonzo Stagg, and a great quarterback, Walter Eckersall, Chicago local boy. And if you find Eckersall along with Heston today in the backfield of everybody's all-time All-American 11. But the last 2 years, 3 and 4, with Heston against Eckersall, it's Michigan way out in front each year. Here's Michigan without Heston, but look, the score for the season, 12 games. Michigan, 495 points. A dozen opposing teams put together, nothing. 0. No points. No touchdowns, not a single field goal, not even a 2-point safety. Yes, Michigan, even without Heston, is still a juggernaut. And this is the final jamboree to make it 5 full seasons undefeated. Look, here's a team picture already printed. The title, Michigan, Champion of the West. And in the Chicago dressing room, Coach Stagg holds up this Michigan picture. Take a good look, boys. Here's what they think of you. They call themselves champions even before this game today. What are you going to do about it? Eckersall kicks his locker. Champs, eh? What do you say, gang? And it's a wild rush for the door, out to the field. And the fans greet them with a terrific roar. Chicago hasn't lost a game this year either. And here's the old war cry. Go, Chicago! And here comes Michigan. Listen to the Wolverine rooters. Yes, this chill, gray, damp day is red hot now. You don't mind those wet snowflakes blowing on your cheeks. Here's the kickoff. Eckersall takes it on the goal line, runs back 35 yards. Come on, Maroon! But your Michigan says no. Eckersall has to kick. The ball's wet. He fumbles the pass from center. It's Michigan's ball on Chicago's 25. Yow, same old story. Pour it on, Michigan, just like last year. Roll, Juggernaut, roll! Michigan fans are on their feet in high glee. The first play gives the ball to the Michigan captain, Fred Norcross from Cristo Oriente in Cuba. Fumble. Chicago's ball again. And here goes the Maroon. Here's Chicago's plunging fullback, Hugo Bezdek from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, destined to be a great coach at Penn State. Bez plows through the line for 7 yards. The Maroon march gets across midfield. Then Eckersall has to kick. Now it's a punting duel, Eckersall and Norcross. Eckersall's terrific kicks gain for Chicago in every exchange. But the Maroon can't get close enough to score. The whistle. First half. 0-0. As they come out for the second half, here's Bill Clark, a new man in the Michigan backfield. And right there, destiny puts the finger on the Michigan juggernaut. The new ball soon gets wet again from those snowflakes. Now it's the punting duel. Chicago moves ahead, slow but sure. Here's Eckersall trying a drop kick, a 45-yard shot at the Michigan goal post. He's all set. Here's the pass from center. But the big Michigan line is on Eckersall like a tidal wave. The kick is partially blocked. The ball winds up on Michigan's 15-yard line. Norcross gets it for Michigan. And the Michigan fans give a yell they've rehearsed especially for Eckersall, a raspberry in rhythm. Gee-hee, gee-haw, gee-haw, haw, oh-haw, Eckersall. But they can't cool off Eckersall's hot foot. Eckersall fires a punt out of bounds on Michigan's 5-yard line. A beauty. He's pinning the Wolverines back with his toe. Here's another one, over the goal line. But look, Bill Clark, Michigan's new safety man. Bill catches the ball back of the line. He should have let it grounded. Oh, a groan from the Michigan fans. They've got him. Yes, it's Mark Catlin, the Chicago captain and left end from Appleton, Wisconsin. The Maroon captain is down fast under that kick. He has a clear track. Now he's right on top of Clark. Sacco! Catlin hits Clark with a bone-bending tackle. He's down. Back of the goal line, too. Yes, the safety man scores a safety for the other team. 2 points for Chicago. The first score against Michigan all season. It's great for Chicago, but it's tragedy for Bill Clark because there's only 1 minute left to play. It's Michigan's ball, and the ball goes to Tom Hammond from Harvey, Illinois, and Tom breaks loose around left end. He's off. He's in the clear. Yow! Michigan fans come to life. Here it is. Go on, Tom. Keep going. All the way. Nothing can stop you. Nobody's there. That's nearly right. Nobody but Walter Eckersall, Chicago's safety man. There's the goal line, and that goal line means victory for Michigan. But there's Eckersall, and Eckersall closes in. Eckersall dives. He hits Hammond at the knees, and down goes Hammond. Hard. He even drops the ball. And that's it. 2 plays later, the game's over. Chicago 2, Michigan nothing. The Maroon fans storm the field. They carry Coach Stagg and the Chicago players aloft on their shoulders in triumph. Another gang starts a bonfire, the hay that covered the field all last night and this morning. Another gang tries to set fire to the grandstand because the impossible has just happened. The Michigan juggernaut finally gets stopped. And we did it, Chicago. Yes, it's the end of the greatest juggernaut in all-time conference history. Stopped by a safety man's 2-point safety? No. Stopped by the other safety man, Eckersall. He fought back the juggernaut with his foot all afternoon, and then, when it came to that last pinch, with defeat closing down on him, the juggernaut rolling right at him, Walter Eckersall had that extra something that makes a champion, the something extra it takes to make an all-time All-American. And he shows it here today at Marshall Field, Chicago, November 30th, 1905, a once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. And there you have it, fans, another AFRS sports reel all wrapped up and put away. We'll return again soon with more close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. Then again, you'll hear the familiar call of AFRS Sports Reel. This is the voice of information and education, the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Did you hear about the government buying Alaska? $7 million for Snowball.
Idiotic, I say. What a waste of the taxpayers' money.
Sewards Folly, that's what it is.
The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents Sewards Folly.
Yes, that's what people were saying about Alaska in 1867. Sewards Folly, or Seward's Icebox. But the people were wrong, as they sometimes are when they're ill-informed. I'd read about Mr. Seward, who was Secretary of State under Abraham Lincoln and who stayed on after the assassination. Today, he'd be called a smart operator. And you can imagine what the conversation must have been like when he met the Russian representative, Baron Steckel.
Glad to see you, Baron Steckel.
Thank you, Mr. Seward. You alone seem to realize the value of Alaska.
I sincerely hope that I'm not mistaken in my view.
But of course not. Alaska can be a rich and fruitful territory for you. The fur trade alone will more than pay the price that Russia asks.
Now, come now, Baron Steckel. You know very well Russia is not being altruistic in her offer to sell Alaska. Alaska is a burden for the Russians at the moment, and that is why you wish to dispose of it.
Well, there is no point in our quibbling, Mr. Seward. I should have known, of course, that a man of your capabilities would be well aware of the situation.
No need to worry, Baron. I still feel that Alaska will be an excellent buy for my country, despite what my colleagues may think. Now, as a price, I believe we have agreed on $7 million.
$7,200,000, Mr. Seward.
So, for $7,200,000, we bought Alaska from the Russians. And maybe you're wondering, like I did, why Alaska belonged to the Russians in the first place. Well, if you take a look at a map, you can see that Alaska is right across from the Bering Sea, Siberia, which is Russian territory. Well, it was natural, Russia being so close to Alaska, that she'd start exploring the new territory. As a matter of fact, the Bering Sea is named after Vitus Bering, the famous Russian explorer who sighted Alaska back in 1741. After Bering, there were a lot of Russian traders who took possession of the Aleutian Islands and built the city of Sitka on the southeast coast of Alaska. Sitka used to be the capital of Alaska, and in the old days, it was the Paris of the Northwest. I guess I'm sounding a little like an historian, but you see, I was stationed there during the war, and it interested me so much that now I'm on my way back there to make my home. That's why I was trained, going back to make my own little gold strike up there. But don't get me wrong. I know that gold is one of the least of Alaska's resources. It isn't like it was back in 1899 when scenes like this took place.
Get your steamship tickets, yeah. Take the gold right off the beach, they say. $300 a day.
Nuggets as big as your head.
Opportunity. Who's next? Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Sure, that was gold. At a narrow strip of beach 3/4 of a mile long. 500 men working that strip and making $5 to $10 a day instead of 300. But the gold fever had hit the States, and tens of thousands were pouring into Nome. Most of them returned to the States disappointed and broke, although a few did make their fortunes. However, the important thing was that the States had at last discovered Alaska, more than 30 years after what people called Sewards Folly had become a possession of the United States. You must have read about the gold stampede. Writers like Jack London, Rex Beach, and Robert W. Service were caught up by the spell of the Yukon. The stories they wrote were full of tense excitement. I keep thinking of the poem Robert Service wrote, and the lines keep running through my mind.
There's a land where the mountains are nameless, and the rivers all run God knows where. There are lives that are erring and aimless, and deaths that just hang by the hair. There are hardships that nobody reckons. There are valleys unpeopled and still. There's a land, and oh, how it beckons and beckons. And I want to go back, and I will.
I guess that just sums up my own feelings for Alaska, especially those last two lines. The rough and tumble days are over now, but there's still a lot of pioneering to do in Alaska. In fact, you're practically a pioneer wherever you go sightseeing. Two buddies of mine, Tom and Joe, were camera crackpots as I am. We were out looking for a totem pole for some gag shots. We came to one of the thousands of glaciers that you find in Alaska.
Hey, boy, is this going to make a shot. Look at the colors that glacier reflects from the sun.
Yeah, I wonder how deep that canyon is.
Huh? Oh, maybe about 500 feet.
Is it all solid ice, Mike?
Sure. The funny thing is, even though it's solid ice, it flows just like water. But it flows so slowly you can hardly see it.
Say, that's interesting. How long do you think these glaciers have been here?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe hundreds of thousands of years, maybe millions.
Brother, here's where I take a shot of really ancient history.
Yeah. Hey, whoa. Storm's coming up, fellas. We better head for some shelter.
How do you like that? The sun was shining only a minute ago.
Well, maybe it'll pass quickly. But there's supposed to be a shelter cabin around here somewhere. Let's try to find it quick. I knew there was supposed to be a shelter cabin in this area, but finding it in a blinding storm was easier said than done. We were getting pretty soaked and worried when suddenly we saw somebody on the trail just ahead of us. Luckily, it was an Eskimo, and he was able to lead us to the shelter. He even stayed with us till the storm blew over. He was friendly, like all Eskimos are, and very helpful. We'd probably been in a sorry mess without him. We couldn't thank him enough, but he just said,
I'm very glad to help American soldier.
Say, you speak English pretty good, don't you?
Yes, I learned. My children learn American school. You wish to come see Eskimo village?
Well, sure, that'd be swell. You'd probably get some fine shots, Tom.
Shots?
I mean pictures, with a camera. Tom did get some fine shots, and the Eskimos all seemed happy to see us. I remember we were surprised to find their homes filled with gadgets. You know, the kind you buy in any big five and dime store. Came across one Eskimo who was busy making carvings out of walrus ivory. Joe was anxious to buy the carvings, and it was a beautiful piece of work. Joe asked me the price.
Hey, how much a carving? $15. 15? Hey, gosh, that's kind of steep. I don't have $15 with me. Okay. For American soldier, $12. Well, now, it sure looks pretty, but I don't even have...
Listen, Joe, I'll
Never
let
mind, Mark. Look, I tell you what. All I have with me is $7, eh? Well, suppose I take the carving. We'll be up this way again for more pictures, and then I'll give you the $5. Would you trust me? Okay, trust American soldier. Atta boy. Here's the $7.
Right in front of the Eskimos, but on the way back I said to him, hey, what's the idea, Joe? I could have let you have the $5. How'd you know when we're ever going to come back to this Eskimo village?
Ah, don't take it so hard, Mark. This carving's probably not worth $7. The old Eskimo was probably very happy to get what he did.
No, that isn't the point. You shouldn't have promised him the money unless you intend to pay for it. Eskimos don't like to be lied to. They're honest people, and they expect to be treated honestly.
Ah, come on, quit worrying, will you? You've been reading too much about Alaska. The Eskimos probably forgotten about it already.
The old Eskimo didn't forget. As a matter of fact, Eskimos are very community conscious, and if you deal with one of them dishonestly, the whole tribe will turn against you. We found that out. It so happened that Joe was transferred to another base soon after. Whether he had intended to pay that $5 or not, we never knew for sure. Anyway, a lot of the boys back at the base took a shine at that ivory carving, and some of them went to the village to try to buy some. They were given the cold shoulder, and I don't mean any pun. The Eskimos of that village weren't doing any business with American soldiers. Well, Tom and I finally got to the old Eskimo and made good the $5, and after that, the credit of American soldiers was good all the way. If you ever get to the Aleutian Islands, Kodiak or Unalaska, or even Attu, which is way at the end of the chain of islands, practically halfway to Japan, well, don't be surprised if the natives answer to the name of Ivanov or Simonov or any other Russian name. Because the Russians explored those islands first and left plenty of traces. You'll find lots of wooden churches with a turnip top that's typical of the Russian Orthodox churches. But I can't say you're going to like the Aleutians. They're not too much on scenery. It's foggy and cold most of the time. But one look at the map will tell you how strategic those islands are. The Navy has a radio station over at Dutch Harbor, which is on Unalaska Island. As a matter of fact, the telegraph system in Alaska is run by the Army Signal Corps. It's called the Alaska Communication System, and it's used just as much for commercial messages as it is for the Army. Let me think a minute now. There's a couple more things I ought to remember. Oh, sure, I remember now. Money. How come I didn't remember that in the first place? Well, the thing is, they seem to have a different perspective in Alaska. It's not so much the money you make, it's the work you do there that counts. It doesn't matter if you're digging a ditch or handling a law case. You do a good, honest day's work, and you're respected. Oh, yeah, what I do want to say is that before you go to Alaska, you want to store your pennies in a piggy bank. They don't use pennies. The smallest coin is a nickel, and when you get further into the interior, the smallest coin is a quarter. Well, that doesn't mean there's nothing less than a quarter. It's just that anything you do buy will have to add up to a quarter's worth or multiples of a quarter. And there's something else. Oh, yeah, I remember. The Alcan Highway. The big road. It's something to think about.
On Pearl Harbor Day, Dawson Creek was a sleepy little town in Canada.
By March of 1942, it was on its way to becoming a crossroads of the world. Start of the Alcan Highway from Dawson Creek, Canada to Fairbanks, Alaska. From March to November, the Army engineers blazed the road to 1,636 miles of unbroken wilderness.
They said it couldn't be done in less than 2 years.
The Army did it in 9 months. American soldiers working together through mud, rain, muskeg swamps, 7 days every week, long into the night. Officially, it's the Alaska Highway, a northern lifeline for America in war. A great highway in peace.
And for the tourist trade, let me add, there's beautiful scenery. Well, not just because I'm going back to Alaska, but ask anyone who's been there. Alaska has some of the grandest scenery in the world. And, just between friends, let me tell you that Mr. Seward wasn't near as foolish as people were inclined to believe. Instead, as I said before, he was one smart operator.
Sewards Folly was written by Joyce Stillman and directed by James W. Talbot. In the cast were Hy Averback, Jack Carroll, Irvin Lee, Gil Sumner, Bill Stewart, and Bud Whittam. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents The Big Noise from Winnetka. Ah, yeah, The Big Noise from Winnetka. Man, how I'm getting to hate that name. They don't call me that because I whistle like Bobby Haggart on the record, but because I come from a little town by that name. And also because I have a natural bent for talking. The guys just added the two together, and so I'm the big noise for short. You see, I'm stationed in the Philippines now and really sold on the country. The rest of my buddies aren't so sure. Every time I start a pitch, they stop me with some new ones that I can't answer. Well, coming over here from Pearl, I met a professor on the plane who has lived here a long time and who has all the answers. He told me that if I ever ran out of information, to come see him and he'd help me out. Well, that's where I'm going now, in town and have lunch with him and get some new answers. Man, I sure hope he's there, because I really need those answers.
Oh, you've outdone yourself, Pedro. My sincere thanks. This private room is just what I wanted.
It was a pleasure. The food is, well, it is not like before the war, but everything is clean and the best I can make it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this wine.
Pedro, if you aren't too busy, won't you sit with us? You know, Sergeant, Pedro is a graduate of Manila University. Owning a restaurant is a new sideline for him.
I hope that soon I will be teaching sociology at the university.
Oh, that's fine.
Just as soon as the rebuilding is completed.
Yeah, they ought to rebuild a couple of brains I know of. If those characters in the barracks keep shooting off their mouths, every soldier in the islands isn't going to be worth the salt.
What are they saying?
Well, it's about, well, just that the fellows don't...
Oh, go on, Sergeant. Pedro doesn't mind.
Please, Sergeant. If it is about my country or my people, I should know of it. If what you say is true, it will be accepted. If it is false, we will put it in the sunlight to die.
Okay, we'll put our cards on the table. Now, I'm not saying that every fellow in uniform is an ambassador of the United States. Maybe he should be, but he's human, and if he gets a wrong idea and no one straightens him out, well, do you follow?
But of course.
Okay, last night we were shooting the bull, and Steve was saying...
I've been in the islands longer than any of you birds, so I know it goes here.
Steve's right. He's been over here long enough to know.
Some of you guys are just off the boat, so you ought to know what the score is. Stay away from the gals. I'll tell you something else. When I first came over, I figured maybe I'd learn a few things, you know, all about the Philippines, Eastern civilization, that kind of stuff. Well, there's nothing to it. I learned something all right, yeah. These Filipinos will steal your pants if you haven't got them nailed down. And civilization, well, whatever they've got, they copied it from the state, from jukeboxes to jeeps. Carbon paper's what you might call
for you. You should have seen the boys, Professor. I think they believe him.
Did you?
No. But I admit I'm not very fast with my words, and, well, that's why I called you up.
Sergeant, I spent some time in your country. If, as you say, picked a girl up in the United States, would you not be afraid that she was not well?
No, I guess that answers Steve very nicely.
Yeah, why didn't I think of it? The same everywhere.
And for Steve's charge that Filipinos will steal everything in sight, you might pass this on to him. America has its own thieves, too. Now, when foreigners think of gangsters, they associate them with the U.S. And that, Sergeant, in the United States, where no bombs dropped, where there were no epidemics due to improper food supplies and sanitation.
Right now, there is a good deal of stealing in the Philippines. Look about you and see how hungry and desperate my people are. Not long ago, I was passing one of your army warehouses. It was late, and in the light of the moon, I saw... You over there!
Don't shoot! Please, don't shoot! I'm coming!
I have no gun.
Oh, in the darkness, I thought you were a soldier.
What are you doing here? Why, I see. You came for food.
Is it a crime to be hungry? My sister works for the Americans, but it costs her more than what she earns in a day to eat a small meal downtown. I was in the Scouts. I want to work, but I cannot find work.
You had better put your food back. You do not want to steal.
This is the first time I have done so, but it is strange.
What do you mean?
When the American soldier takes something, I saw one in a ruined house. They call it scrounging. Is it different from stealing? This I cannot understand. How can something be right for one and wrong for another?
Just as difficult, Sergeant, to explain to a Filipino that the action of one American is not necessarily the action of all Americans, as it is to show Americans that they must not judge all Filipinos by a few.
Did Steve charge that Filipinos were lazy, slow-moving, like to sleep all day?
I mentioned it. Oh, I was able to get back out of him on one thing. He was beating his gums about it.
Wait till you fellas start driving around Manila. If you don't knock off a dozen pedestrians the first day, you're either lucky or a whiz.
Yeah, they're like flies. Walk right out in front of you.
Wait a second, Freddie. You ever been in England?
Oh, what's that got to do with
Plenty.
this?
In England, they drive on the left side, just like here in Manila. And we come along and change the system to what we do in the States. It's not easy for them to get used to it.
Oh, listen to him.
Yeah, listen. If you'd have been in London, you wouldn't be talking so loud. Lots of soldiers wound up in a bed because they didn't remember to look to the right when they were crossing a street.
Maybe that's right, but how dumb can you be? At the rate they're going, it'll take 10 years for them to get used to traffic.
Well, we were in England 5 years, and we didn't learn. And furthermore, you and Freddie haven't got the slightest idea.
Well done, Sergeant.
Well, that must have put Steve and Freddie in their places. Not quite. I've got to have more ammunition than that.
Professor, my brother Thomas can take good care of this place. I think if we take the sergeant to certain places in the city to see various things, he will be able to twist this Steve around his finger. What do you say?
Well, Sergeant, if you think you can spare the time... I'm on a pass until 6 tonight.
Good. First, let us go to a funeral. There are several listed in today's paper.
Funeral? Hey.
It will give you an opportunity to see things which the American troops believe are queer. But I assure you, there is always an explanation.
You will come to the party, Pedro?
May I bring my friend?
Of course.
Mr. Batista wants us to attend the party to the deceased 9 days from now.
You always hold a party when someone dies?
Oh, naturally. It will be a grand party. Very enjoyable.
Isn't that a funny thing to do when someone dies?
Not at all. To you, it may look queer, but it is our custom. Perhaps your custom with the dead looks strange to us.
What custom, for instance?
For instance, you wear black, do you not?
Yeah.
You do that because in ancient times, it was the belief that the dead person's soul would come back and injure the living. So, your ancestor used to wear black and darken the room in order to escape being seen. It, too, is a strange custom.
That's straight, Professor? Mr. Bautista is quite accurate, Sergeant.
Will you stay for the music? We have a fine band and very exciting song and marches.
Is that part of the funeral ceremony?
Always. The dead man would not want his relative to grieve unnecessarily for him.
We would like to stay, but there are many things we must show the sergeant. You understand, Mr. Batista?
Oh, absolutely. Perhaps another time. There will be a funeral here next week.
Okay, we'll come back and see you next week. Boy, those houses sure look beat up. It's a wonder to me that people can live in them.
Well, the islands used to have the highest standard of living in the Orient. But compared to our country, that was still low. Now, after the war, even that standard took a nosedive. Those slums are typical of the aftermath of war. Remember, too, Sergeant, that at home, we, too, are faced by a gigantic housing problem.
Yeah, Steve said the Filipinos don't mind living in a mess.
We have had the reputation of being the cleanest people in this part of the world. We would still be if we could get the soap.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Filipinos yelling for independence. Then after they get it, they still want Uncle Sam to foot the bill.
They don't?
For that answer, I suggest we go to the Manila High School and speak to some of the students in the advanced history class.
During your revolution, Senor Sergeant, your great Thomas Paine realized that only through revolution could the colonies become free. Reason and logic were buried in defeat. It was the only possible way then. And Thomas Paine even went to England later to see if he could accomplish the same thing there. If he were alive today, he would say, it is just a dream.
There are other lands in the world which are considered to be colonies of a mother country. All of them have gained no hope because of the policy of the United States in regard to us.
All right, so you have what you wanted. Okay. Then why should we foot the bill to keep you that way? Answer me that one.
But the war has taught us, or it should have, that where you have insecurity, even in one place, the rest of the countries are not safe. But it is more than that. The Philippines need help.
See. Our industries have been destroyed. If the Japanese had bombed Philadelphia or Chicago, Would your government help the people of those cities?
Of course.
Then what difference is there? When the bombs came here, we were under American government.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
And we were American nationals. With the help of the Philippine Trade Act, our industry and agriculture will have a chance to recover from the blows they have received.
I never heard of this Trade Act. What is it, Professor?
Well, for the next 8 years, a certain amount of Philippine products will be able to enter the states duty-free. And then, for the next 20 years, there'll be a tariff, which will be gradually increased. It's like teaching someone to swim in easy lessons. It'll be quite a boon here.
Do not forget that this will also be of aid to America.
How come? Looks like it was meant for you people.
Before the war, the Philippines used to buy many things from America. In fact, we were the 6th largest customer. If we can sell to you, then we will have money enough to buy from you. That is good business.
Yeah, going beyond just a business proposition, it's the least we can do for people who stood by us in the bloody, disheartening days of the war. Think a bit of Bataan and Corregidor, of the Philippine scouts suffering 50% casualties. And the guerrilla activity they put up in the islands all through the war. No, sir. Morally, we owe them a great deal. And has Uncle Sam been a spendthrift here since we took over from Spain?
From 1898 to 1940, the total spending of the United States in the Philippines was about $1 billion. But the greatest part of that money was for the support of our army stationed in the island. Money for education, public works, government services, and even the salaries and expenses of the American Governor General up to 1935 was paid for by Filipinos, not the United States. All the money we've spent to help the Filipino people couldn't rebuild even one block of the Manila Business District.
So, you see, Uncle Sam hasn't been playing the sucker.
Senores, manual and a class we must attend. Is there something else before we go?
No, I don't think so, thank you.
I might be coming around again if you don't mind. There are a couple of friends of mine I'd like you to meet.
It will be a pleasure. Come, Marion.
So long, thanks.
Bye, Sergeant.
Well, if you are ready, shall we go back into the city? Anytime. Let's go.
Well, Sergeant, do you think that we've been a help to you?
Yes, sir. Now I can go back and really give those guys some arguments which they'll have to listen to. If I can convince them that the Philippines are really worth their time and effort, they can call me Big Noise or anything else they choose. I know this place doesn't look like the pre-war travel folders, but given time, it'll take its place as one of the new, progressive, independent nations.
The Big Noise from Winnetka was written by Steve Allen, adapted and produced by James W. Talbot. In the cast were Edith Tackner, Dawes Butler, Crucian, Kyle Thomas, Bud Whittam, and Ben Wright. Bill Stewart speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
AFRS Sportsreel. This is the AFRS Sportsreel, another session of inside stuff from the world of sports, with three of your favorite sports commentators, Bill Brandt, Ed Thorgerson, and Sam Bolter. Here, kicking off with an incident from the gridiron, is Sam Bolter.
Football is a game not particularly distinguished for either true amateurism or for humor. And that's why it has always seemed to me that the football team which represents the Arkansas A&M College at Monticello, Arkansas, is one which can be classified as one for the book. In the season of 1941, for example, the slightly zany ball weevils of Monticello took another typical trip, A road trip to make all other gridiron excursions seem like a visit to the corner drugstore. The wandering weevils, whose travels in unorthodox style have brought them lots of fun, no little renown, and precious few victories, were gone from the campus 32 days, traveled approximately 8,000 miles, and incidentally appeared in 6 games, and if memory serves me correctly, lost them all, although nobody kept particular account of such a minor detail. They were far prouder this time of their new uniforms, treating the opposition, which has often been surprised in the past by what the weevils call their offense, to a display that could be produced only by lightning striking a rainbow. It seemed that the brand new jerseys not only were more colorful, but more economical. They were what is known to the trade as samples, and no 2 of them were of the same color or pattern. The coach of this team, Stuart Ferguson, a serious little Scotsman, became coach at Arkansas A&M with the understanding that he would not be paid a cent as such, that he wouldn't have to conduct organized practice, and that he would not be expected to win a game. The boys take care of the game strategy themselves, work out their own plays, and of course they come up with some marvelous flights of theoretical fancy, which on the gridiron turn out to be difficult to apply, but they try them anyway. Their first game on this particular trip was against Bradley Tech at Peoria, and the Arkies lost 67-0 and described the contest as one of their best games of the year. And so it went right through the excursion, against Moravian and Uppsala and all the rest. But the Arkies were happy, indulging themselves in their surprises, as they called them. Once, by some accident, no doubt, they got down to the opponent's 1-yard line. First down, goal to go. They called a quick kick and punted the ball over the end zone seats and out of the park. The opposition was surprised. The Arkies rolled on the turf in hilarity. Another time, they concocted a play wherein the quarterback received the ball from center, and the other 10 lads broke into an Indian war dance around him. It lost yards, so what? The terpsichore was on the study curriculum. Against Davis and Elkins, the Arkies came up with a real dazzler, the multiple backward pass. This involved 16 backward passes from the opposition's 10-yard line until a safety had been scored. Again, the opposition was surprised. One other time, an Arkie halfback somehow broke free. Nobody between him and the goal except the official running alongside. On his way to the touchdown, the halfback handed the ball to the official with a pantomime that he was tired now, and here, you carry it the rest of the way. And so go the delightful and happy football warriors of the Arkansas Agricultural and Mining College of Monticello, a refreshing team of pure amateurs and fun makers in a sport noted particularly for its commercialism and its grimness. A team thus eminently qualified, I believe, is one for the book.
Thanks, Sam Boulder, for that solid boot. And here's a story about a star baseball player, a third baseman whose rifle eye is as effective as his throwing arm. But let's let Ed Thorgerson tell it.
When old Father Time finally caught up with Pie Traynor and toppled him from his throne as King Hot Corner Guardian of the National League, a young fellow who was ready, willing, and able stepped right in. The new Mr. Third Baseman of the senior circuit became Stan Hack, Sacramento boy who went to the Chicago Cubs from his hometown team just 12 years ago. Like so many ball players, Stan's favorite off-season sport is hunting, and it's all the same to Hack whether the game wears fur or feathers. For 2 years, Stan owned a ranch in Oregon's Grant County, just a little south of the famous rodeo city of Pendleton. His shotgun knocked down hundreds of pheasants, quail, and Hungarian partridge in these parts, and his rifle brought him his full share of deer. And right now, even though he's got 5 months of baseball ahead of him, Stan is already planning to come out to Sacramento in the fall and get another crack at Sutter Basin ducks. The last time I talked to him, he told me of a couple of adventures of his that I want to pass along, because I think you too might enjoy them. It seems that some years ago, Stan went hunting in northwest Montana near Augusta. It was just east of the high Rockies in Lewis County. The prize of the trip was a magnificent elk with a huge rack of horns. And naturally, Stan went to considerable trouble to have that great head mounted. Well, all was well until he returned to his home in Sacramento. And there, like the fellow who spends all winter building a boat in the basement and has to tear the house down to get it out, frontwards, backwards, sideways, Stan tried them all. But that elk head just would not go through any door or window in the house. And so today, those antlers hang on the wall of the Sutter Lawn Tennis Club, which Mrs. Hack represented when she was one of our leading tennis stars. You tennis fans will probably remember her as Dorothy Weisel. Stan's second escapade came along right after the close of the baseball season in 1935. Along with Kai Kyler and Bob Smith and Mike McDermott, he went up to the Lake of the Woods country in Canada after deer and moose. He took along a brand new rifle, and he was just itching to try it out. Now, don't forget that new rifle. The comedy of errors really began when Stan was rattled by Mike. He watched Mike, a champion distance swimmer, break the ice in the lake and take a long, luxurious bath in the frigid water. And later, still shivering, Stan spotted a beauty of a duck. The cartridge jammed in the chamber. The buck bounded off, and Stan glumly walked back to camp. He willingly admitted that it was his own fault. Nothing wrong with that new automatic rifle, but the others gave him a terrific ribbing. Well, next day, Stan set out with their guide, determined to clean the slate. 2 hours out of camp, they broke into a little clearing, and there, facing them, stood a bull moose that looked as tall as a camel. Up came the new rifle, and again, a cartridge jammed. The guide bagged the moose and offered to credit Stan. But, of course, that only made Brother Hack madder with himself and the fine new rifle. He survived a second dose of ribbing, and since then he's patched up the damage to his hunting reputation with his trusty old bolt action.
That was great, Ed Thorgerson. And now coming at you with a little change of pace, but still in that old groove, is Bill Brandt, with a yarn about a very versatile bird.
This is the story of one of the greatest athletes alive today, Samuel Dewey Bird from Birmingham, Alabama. Here's why Sam is great. His name is in the front rank of two of our greatest professional sports, baseball and golf. Professional. That means a man gives his full time. It takes all his effort developing that skill, and the sky is the limit, how far he can go. And Bird from Birmingham was a big league baseball player about 10 years. Then he goes for golf, full time, and he makes the top row on the links, the front rank of America's money shooters. And yet, this story has a solemn note. It's frustration. Always somebody in Sam Bird's way, blocking that road to the peak, that last step. In baseball, Bird has the biggest stumbling block you can imagine, the greatest slugger of all time, Babe Ruth. Today, in golf, playing from Plum Hollow, Birmingham, Michigan, near Detroit, Sam Bird is up against Byron Nelson and Ben Hogan. In baseball, the wise old men said about Bird, he would be the greatest ever if he'd only forget golf. In golf today, the wise men say, Bird would be our greatest golfer of all time if he hadn't wasted all those years in baseball. And there you are. And 20 years ago, there was Bird. Dewey Bird, they call him down home in Birmingham, at the crossroads. What to do, baseball or golf? He can hit a ball a mile with a bat at home plate or with a driver on a golf tee. It's big money either way. Dewey Bird has to work for a living, so he chooses both. Baseball in summer, golf in winter. And the golfers tell him, give up baseball, stick to golf. And every fall, Samuel Dewey Bird decides to do that, give up baseball. But he hits .331 for Knoxville in 1927. He's bought by the New York Yankees. The Yanks farm him out to Albany, New York. He hits .371 in the Eastern League. How can you quit baseball hitting .371? And a chance with the Yanks coming up next spring. So on his 21st birthday, 1928, Bird makes his big decision. Baseball, the Yanks, the greatest team of all time, Murderers Row. And here comes Bird, a .371 hitter, a sure shot to take over the load in that batting order as soon as Babe Ruth gets tired. And his golf advisors moan. All these years in his early 20s when he ought to be sharpening up his golf, getting ready to tackle the Babe Ruths of the fairways. All those years, Sam Bird's gone for the real Babe Ruth, the Bambino of SWAT. But Bird is on the bench all summer. Sometimes he runs for Ruth, sometimes he's a pinch hitter, sometimes he plays a few games as a substitute. But whether it's baseball or golf, this is wasting time. A young man in either game ought to be in the game every day, growing up in action, under fire. That's what they tell Sam Bird every winter in Birmingham. And here comes spring, and this might be the year take over that job from Babe Ruth. And now it's the spring of 1932, the training trip. The Yanks are heading home, exhibition games in the Midwest. Manager Joe McCarthy is worried. Earl Combs, his great center fielder from Owsley County, Kentucky, is under the weather. What to do? The answer? Bird. So in Cincinati, an exhibition against the Reds, it's Sam Bird in center field, leading off the Yankee batting order. Bam! Home run for Sammy Bird. The Yanks move to Indianapolis, the Indians. Bam! That's 2 in 2 days. Now Columbus. Bam! Next stop, Brooklyn, Ebbets Field, the Dodgers. Bam! And Tuesday, the Yanks open the American League season in Philadelphia. Bam! And another bam! 2 home runs on opening day. Yes, this is the shimmering pinnacle of Sam Bird's Yankee career. 6 home runs in 5 successive games. Way out ahead of Ruth and Gehrig and all the rest of the mighty Yanks. Sam Bird certainly made no mistake sticking to baseball. He's in there forever now. A new hero for the New York fans. The fairways are far away. Fans, I was there looking at all this, reporting all these games for the New York Times. All of us baseball writers felt that way about Bird. That's how we build our headlines. 6 homers in 5 games. If he keeps this up, it beats all the records. Singles and doubles, too. With the season 10 days old, Bird is leading the league, .367. The new spearhead of the Yankee batting order. The new star, brighter than Babe Ruth. But now comes a slump. All hitters get slumps. Cobb, Hornsby, even the Babe himself. It's just a temporary thing. You get over it. But here's the tragedy of Sam Bird. By this time, Earl Combs is feeling fine again. Manager McCarthy puts Combs in center field. It's his job. Babe Ruth is feeling good, too. The other outfielder is Ben Chapman. Ben's from Bird's hometown, Birmingham, Alabama. And Ben's burning up the baseline, stolen bases. Ben is hitting and fielding and throwing. You can't take Ben Chapman out of there. So Bird goes back to the bench again. His regular job for 3 years past. And the wise old men say, this is what hurt Sam Bird in baseball. I got thinking of Sam Bird because tomorrow is the anniversary of Bird's final frustration. May the 23rd, 1936. Just 10 years ago. Now he's with the Cincinnati Reds. Still after that home run touch. But now nearly 30 years old. Not so easy to pick up that zip. The Reds are getting beat 3-0, the last of the ninth. Bill Swift from Scranton, Pennsylvania, is pitching for Pittsburgh. The fans begin to go home. But here comes a rally, a safe bunt, a single, a base on balls, 3 men on base. The Red Rooters are roaring. And here comes a new pirate pitcher, a relief pitcher, Cy Blanton, Pittsburgh's #1, the league leading ace, a husky curve artist from Shawnee, Oklahoma. And here's the batter, Sam Bird. Now here comes the pitch, Blanton's first pitch. Bam! Yes, it's a Bird home run over that left field wall, that same wall that started Sam's great streak in 1932. One pitch, bam, and it's 4 runs. The game's over. Cincinnati 4, Pittsburgh 3. The hero, Sam Bird. The fans mob Sam Bird in a joyful tumult when he gets to home plate with a winning run. It's headlines all over the country. Sam Bird and his Merriwell home run. Does this start another streak? Let's look at the next day's headlines. May 24th, 1936. Tony Lazzari of the Yankees hits 3 home runs, 2 with the bases filled. Bird drove in 4 runs. Lazzari drives in 11. Sam Bird back again in the shadow of the Yankees. In my book, Bird of Birmingham is one of the greatest athletes alive today. He climbed higher in baseball and golf than any other man ever achieved. I think he made the right decision back in 1928, but you always wonder what would have happened if he chose the other road, golf, not baseball. It's always that way when you come to a crossroad of destiny, that decision you have to make once in a lifetime.
Thanks, Bill Brandt. And that winds up another AFRS Sports Reel. But we'll be beating a path to your door again soon with another reel of close-ups by America's best-known sports authorities. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Presenting the American Disco Network.
Wait a while, I'm not ready. Chris Eric Stevens with you. How you doing? This is Sarone's called Love in C minor. Ready? live on your radio with love. In C minor, Sala Cerrone.
American Disco Review.
It's a sad to belong. England and John Ford Coley.
Met you on a springtime day. You were minding your life and I was minding mine too. Lady, when you looked my way, I had a strange sensation, and darling, that's when I knew that it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Yes, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Oh, I wake up in the night and I reach beside me, hoping you will be there. But instead I find someone who believed in me when I said I'd always care. Oh, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Yes, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. So I live my life in a dream world for the rest of my days. Just you and me walking hand in hand in a wishful memory. Oh, I guess that's all that it will ever be. I wish I had a time machine. I could make myself go back until the day I was born. And I would live my life again and rearrange it so that I'd be yours from now on. Oh, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Yes, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Oh, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Yes, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Oh, it's sad to belong to someone else when the right one comes along. Yes,
Pretty music for you. England and along with John Ford Coley and Chris Eric Stevens. It's a sad song to belong. Hold it, testing. It's not. It's sad to belong, period. End of quote. Here we go. Dumb time.
And now, the American Disco Network brings you the news.
The American Disco News, asking the question, can a healthy American boy grow to be 6 foot 8 inches tall, eating nothing but peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? Or is it simply the fact that the roof of his mouth is just trying to get away from it all? I don't write them, I read them. Talking about features, we have a girl on the dance floor here. I guess you could describe it this way. It's the only way to describe it. She's got features that are sort of early American. She looks like a buffalo. Finally, for the heck of it, something a little different for you this morning or tomorrow morning, whatever. When you go into work, why don't you just, say good morning to the time clock and punch out the boss? Remember, in leaving, folks, this is the story, gang. Never put off until tomorrow what you can postpone indefinitely.
Chris Eric Stevens. music's on. 'Cause if you keep on dancing, dancing, yes. If you keep on dancing, dancing, yes. If you keep on dancing, dancing, dancing. If you keep on dancing, dancing, dancing. If you keep on dancing, you're gonna turn the music back on.
How'd you like to dance with Tony Tennille's teeth? That's the captain with Chris Eric Stevens.
American Disco Network.
How about making some easy money? Just how much depends on you, your rank, your specialty, and time. Here's the deal. You can earn up to $12,000 bonus just by re-enlisting in your particular specialty, depending on how long you plan to re-enlist for and your current pay grade. What could be easier money than that? To find out what's in it for you, contact your re-enlistment office today.
American Disco.
Exciting things coming up. We're going down to Birmingham, Alabama to check with the club down there very shortly. Also, Laura Love's going to be here. She's busy in the back room right now, very quiet, trying to work a crossword puzzle vertically. Other than that, Barry Manilow.
There you are, looking just the same as you did last time I touched you. And here I am, close to getting tangled up inside the thought of you. Do you love him as much as I love her? And will that love be strong when old feelings start to stir? Looks like we made it, left each other on the way to another love. Looks like we made it, but I thought so till today, until you were there, everywhere, and all I could taste was love the way we made it. Love's so strange, playing hide and seek with hearts and always hurting. And we're the fools, standing close enough to touch those burning memories. And if I hold you for the sake of all those times love made us lose our minds, could I ever let you go? Oh no, we made it, left each other on the way to another love. Looks like we made it, but I thought so till today, until you were there, everywhere, and all I could taste was love the way we made it. Looks like we made it, left each other on the way to another love. Looks like we made it, but I thought so till today, until you were there, everywhere, and all I could taste was love the way we made it.
Barry Manilow. Such a pretty sign. Called Looks Like This Time We Finally Made It. Hey, hey. Birmingham time, babies.
And And now, the American Disco Network makes a whirlwind trip across the country to check in with one of our disco DJs on the hits and happenings in one of the nation's biggest discotheques.
All right, already. It's lightweight time. We're going to Birmingham, Alabama. I've been only to the airport in Birmingham. That was enough. Anyway, there's a club called the Cedar Brook, and we'll go down there and see what's happening right now. Hi, who's on my disco phone?
Hey, Chris.
Yeah.
John Daniels.
Donald.
Yeah.
How's your face, Jack?
Oh, beautiful.
It's good to talk to you again down in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, it's costing you money, boy.
Cedar Brook Club. Well, that's all right, man. I got tons of it. You know what I mean? Huh? You know what I mean? Your phone is black and hugs a wall, right? Huh? You know what I mean?
What? What'd you say?
Just thought I'd whip a little bit on you, Don. Listen, what's the biggest hit you got happening in Birmingham tonight?
We got Slow Down, John Miles.
All right, we're going to whip it on you right now. Thanks a lot, Don.
Yeah, I guess so.
Do take care. Bye. He ought to be expelled, you know what I mean? I'm not even going to play the song he wants to hear because he would never know. Rigor Mortis is setting in Birmingham, baby cakes, down at the Cedar Brook on Don Daniels. And I'm Chris Eric Stevens, presenting instead the sound of Cameo, what I think is a lot better selection.
If you got on down, there's not much more to say. And now since things over, I'd like to go your way. You say it's not too slick, but you couldn't take it right that way. Well, hey, let's move on. We'll party anyway. Now get on down. Somebody please give this man the salad.
Hey, want to bring a morning? Hey. Underground, far out. American Disco Network. Chris Eric Stevens with you. That's the sound of cameos. We're cooking along. Laura Love is upcoming in a second or so. Don't hold your breath.
American Disco Network. There's a program that's just about made to order for those servicemen overseas on unaccompanied tours. Some of you know of it, but some of you don't know enough about it. Champus is its name, and it will help your dependents back home with medical problems. Under Champus, eligible persons can obtain treatment at civilian medical facilities and share the cost of the health care with the government. Champus is for you. Use it when you need it.
Hi, kids.
Hi, Chris.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
This is Laura, who's in love. Actually, excuse me, Laura. I understand you've been having boy problems.
For a change.
Care to discuss it at all?
Not really.
Not really. She was telling me all these intimate, exciting things. You know, she's actually got 3 guys out there. Must keep you awfully busy.
To say the least.
Yeah, you come in here in the morning and sometimes, you know, when you report to work and you look a little, you know, well, you look nice, but you look like you've really been, you know, working out or something, you know? Shambles, like, you know? She just... Let me ask you a question, Laura. I mean, are these guys treating you right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
But you're not in love with any of them, right?
No.
Who are you in love with, Laura, besides yourself?
Nobody.
Nobody. See, she's available. That's the idea. See, this is the whole point of this entire thing. We want everybody out there to know that Laura is available for comment when the spirit moves it. I want to ask a question because we've got a couple of letters that have come in from some of the guys out there. And I think that, you know, you're just a real swell person. And I hope you don't mind if I ask you this question, right?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead. There's one here from a guy in Taiwan. He wants to know what you sleep in at night.
Flannel pajamas with feet.
Beautiful. And all this time I thought, you know? Chris Eric Stevens, KC, Sunshine Band. Let me see you boogie, honey, in your pajamas with the flannel feet.
That's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can. Be it early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. It's never too soon. Don't wanna please you, don't wanna keep you, don't wanna do it all for you. I wanna be your brother ball. I wanna be the one you love most of all. Oh yeah. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. Turn me on. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. I do what you want. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. Turn me on. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. I do what you want. I'm a boogie man. That's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can. Be it early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. Oh, it's never too soon. Don't wanna take you, don't wanna hold you. I wanna give my all to you. And I wanna shoot you, completely understand. Oh, where I'm at, and where I am. Oh, yeah. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. Turn me on. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. I do what you want. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. Turn me on. I'm the boogie man, I'm the boogie man. I do what you want. I'm your boogeyman. That's what I am. I'm here to do whatever I can. Be it early morning, late afternoon, or at midnight. Always got you soon. I wanna be with you. I wanna be with you. And you be the girl you and me. I wanna see you all get near you. I wanna love you up from sundown to sun. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Down on it, KC, Sunshine City of Miami. Making the music for you with Chris Eric Stevens. Hey, Barry, how's your bud, man?
Feels so good.
What a big dude. He going sing on your...
Lying here next to me.
Hey, breathe on me. I got a split.
Oh, what a groove.
You like that, huh, Jack? It's been intense, you know what I mean? Hello, Test, are you still there? Bye, Cakes. Catch you next week.
My hands just won't keep still. I love you, baby. Oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. Just want to hold you. Run my fingers through your hair. Right there. You like it right there? Closer. Come here, closer, closer. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Give it up. Ain't no use. I can't help myself if I wanted to. I'm hung up, no doubt. I'm so in love with you. For me, there's no way I'm gone. Deeper and deeper in love with you, I'm falling. Sweeter and sweeter, your tender words of love keep calling. Eager and eager, yeah, to feel your lips up on my face. Please her and please her, anytime or any place. I'm gonna love you, love you, love you, just a little more, babe. I'm gonna need you, need you, need you, every day, yeah. I'm gonna want you, want you, want you, in every way, yeah.
The Amos and Andy Show. A full half hour of entertainment with all the Amos and Andy characters, plus the Jubilaires and chorus.
Sing hallelujah, hallelujah.
Jeff Alexander and his orchestra. In the average American family, at 5 in the evening, the husband comes home from a hard day's work. It is now 5 o'clock. So let us go to the home of the Kingfish and his wife, Sapphire.
Hello, George.
Hi, honey. What time is it?
It's 5 o'clock, George.
Well, I guess I'll get out of bed.
Listen, George Stevens, if you won't go out and go to work, I'll have to go out and find me a job myself.
Now, wait a minute, Sapphire. Wait a minute. Let's not get historical about this. After all, I's the head of this house. And if anybody gonna find any jobs, let me find you one.
Here's a letter that just come for you from a law firm. I suppose that's telling you that you're going to be sued for some unpaid bill.
Let me see the thing here. From Steelman, Stryker, Hard Rock, and Flint. Attorneys at law, Atlanta, Georgia. They certainly got hard names, ain't they? I'd hate to have that quartet after me.
Well, open it.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Let's see here. Dear Mr. Stevens, in the will of your late uncle, Mr. Leopold Stevens, who passed away last week, he specifies that his estate of $2,000 will be left to you, providing you have a son to perpetuate the family name of Stevens. We shall have a New York law firm send a representative call on you to substantiate this fact one way or the other in the next few days.
Oh, George, ain't that a shame?
Yeah.
If we only had a son.
Yeah, just had a son.
Just think, $2,000. Why, we could get new furniture, new clothes, maybe even make a down payment on an automobile.
You know, I knew Uncle Leopold had money, but I didn't know he was going to put a provision in his will like that. Now I almost wish the man was alive.
Good morning, Kingfish. Come in. How is you?
Well, I ain't so good, Henry.
Well, what's wrong, Kingfish?
Well, I just saw that I ain't got no children.
Yes, too bad. Because it is nice, as we get older, to have the comfort of a few offshoots around the house.
Yeah, you know, Henry, this is one time I really regrets not having no son.
Well, of course, you know, some children are a problem as well as a pleasure. For instance, with our young son, Reginald Van Porter II.
Tell me, do he get out of line very often?
Well, not too often. Reginald was raised first, last, and always to be a gentleman. The only occasions I've had to strike him is when he slugs his mother first.
Well, Henry, I got a dead uncle that left me $2,000 providing that we got a male child in the family so that we can petrify the name of Stevens. You see what they want to do?
Well, why don't you adopt the child from the Foundling Home and give him your name? Then you could have the great pleasure of raising him from infantry.
Them Foundling Home, though, is pretty particular. You know, they done turn us down 2-3 times. The financial setup we got ain't functioning right for them.
Yes, well, couldn't you adopt an older son who don't come under the jurisdiction area of the Foundling Home? An older child, perhaps?
Older child. Henry, you just give me an idea. I know just who to get. I can see him now. My little sonny boy with a derby on.
Well, hello there, Amos. Come in.
Yeah, well, what is you doing in the Kingfisher's office here reading the newspaper, son?
Oh, I'm just unlaxing here. Well, as I see the thing...
Yeah, well, come in, Kingfish. How is it?
Yeah, how is it?
Well, how is it, boys? Andy, can I talk to you alone?
Oh, sure, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, I'll get on out here and leave you two schemers alone. So long, fella.
So long, Amos. What you worried about, Kingfish?
Well, I worried about you, Andy. You without having a mother and father.
Yeah, well, that's a, what is that again?
Brother Andy, what do you do on Mother's Day?
Same thing I do every other day. Sleep till noon.
No, what I mean is this. When you had a mother, what did you do on Mother's Day?
Oh, well, on Mother's Day, I used to always send her a big package.
That's nice, all right.
Then she used to wash and iron the stuff and send it back to me.
And I'm going to tell you something, son. You ought to have a mother and father. Look at that shirt you got on there now, full of holes, no buttons. Yeah, you being seed in a shirt like that. If you had a mother, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, if I had another shirt, it wouldn't happen.
Andy, look here. Let me get to the point. Me and Sapphire love you. And we want to adopt you as our very own little sonny boy.
Now, wait a minute. What you want to adopt a growed man like me for?
Well, you see, Andy, we've always wanted our own son. But you know how it is these days. If you can't build your own, you got to use the prefabricated. That's what you got to do.
Well, tell me this. What would I get out of you and Sapphire adopting me?
Well, it would be the greatest thing that ever happened to you. You could come to me, your father, whenever you needed advice.
Yeah, but I is 4 years older than you is.
Well, that's even better. I could give you the younger slant on things. You see what I mean? We would want you to move right in with us and just let us take care of you as our very own son.
Yeah, well, that don't sound bad, but I don't know.
And I'm going to tell you something. I need a son. I ain't going to live forever, and I need someone to leave all my worldly possessions to.
Ain't they going to bury you in that suit?
No. Sure, Sandy. Look here. We'll give you tender care, son. I promise you that everything you do, everything we do is going to just be happiness for you.
Okay, Kingfisher, sounds good. It's a deal. Shake, Papa.
Okay, sonny boy. And from now on, your life is free from trouble. You was on the road to success. Get your suitcase, cause
here comes that freedom train. Ooh, you better hurry down. Do it. Just like a pouring beer. She's a-coming into your hometown. Boy, inside that freedom train, you'll find a precious freight. Those words of liberty and the document that made us great. While you shout from the steeple, well, you can shoot the system full of holes. You can always question the people, but you can get your answer from the poll. That's how it's always been and ever will remain, as long as all of us keep riding on the freedom train. This song is a train song, it's a song about a train. Not the actress and the beaker, not the Chattanooga choo-choo, not the one at midnight, for the state of Alabama. This song is a train song where the engineer is Uncle Sam. You can write the president a letter, well, you can even tell him to his face. Now, if you think you'll do it better, get the votes and you can take his place. That's how it's always been and how it will remain, as long as all of us keep riding. Keep riding. Keep riding on the freedom train.
Well, I'll go on in here and sell Sapphire a bill of goods. I gotta break it to her easy that this baby we're going to adopt is Andy.
Oh, hello, George. What you doing home so early?
Well, honey, I wanted to come... Well, just stand where he is, honey, and let me look at you. Yep, ain't no two ways about it. You is the motherly type.
George, what you talking about?
Sweetheart, I got a wonderful surprise for you. Me and you is going to adopt a son.
Oh, really, George? You mean we're really going to adopt a son?
That is right, honey. It's what you's always wanted.
Oh, it sure is, George. Oh, I'm so excited to think of having a son. A little son that I can love and hold on my lap.
Well, the beauty of this son is you can hold him on your lap or he can hold you on his lap.
Come on, stop kidding, George. Where did you get him? In the foundling home?
No.
Well, it don't make no difference. Just as long as he's ours. Tell me all about him, George. Has he got any teeth yet?
Well, he got his front ones, but he got bridges in the back, honey.
George, this is commencing to sound mighty fishy to me. Who is this child?
Well, it's, Andy Brown.
Andy Brown?
Yeah.
That's all, brother. George Stevens, if you bring that bum in here, it'll be the first time a mother ever struck her own son on the day he arrived.
Yeah, but don't you see, honey?
And before I get through with you, he'll be fatherless, too.
But, honey...
I see it all now. You ain't doing this just so we can get the money from the will.
Well, look, honey, let me explain the thing to you. All I want to do is adopt Andy till the will is clear and we get the $2,000 for ourselves.
Oh, well, of course. That won't hurt Andy none.
No.
And when you come right down to it, the money is ours.
Yeah, that's right. That's the spirit, Sapphire. Tell you what I'll do. I'll go over and see Stonewall, the lawyer, and arrange for the adoption papers right now. Well, hello there, Stonewall.
Hi, Kingfish. Come in.
You know, Stonewall, old boy, most every family in town has little ones running around the house.
Well, we had them, too, but we set traps for them.
No, I tell you what, I'm speaking to children. Tell me this, do you handle adoption?
Oh, yeah. Not long ago, I drawed up some adoption papers for a couple that was adopting 10-year-old twins.
Oh, twins, huh?
Yeah, them twins was amazing. You know, they were the same height, same weight, same features, same measurements.
Yeah, well, there's some twins that you just can't tell apart.
Yeah, I'm smart about things like that. You know, I got a good eye. You know, I had a special way of telling them apart.
Yeah, how could you tell them apart?
The girl wore skirts.
Oh, yeah. Now, listen, Stonewall, I want you to make our adoption papers for me and my wife. We're going to adopt Andy Brown.
So, why'd you take it on a load like that?
Well, you see, Stonewall, I can collect $2,000 under my uncle's will if I get a son, and I just adopt Andy until I collect the money.
Oh, I see. Well, I have the papers drawn up for you in a jiffy. See, then all you got to do is go into court with Andy, and the judge will approve the adoption.
Oh, thanks, Stonewall.
Yeah, and speaking of court, you know, I just got back from court myself, you know. Yeah, I defended a fellow that was accused of holding up a slot machine collector.
A slot machine collector.
Mm-hmm. They claimed that my client pulled a gun and took 6 bags of coins away from the man, and I proved with my great defense that my client was innocent.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, man. The man I defended was so happy, he gave me $25 right then and there.
Oh, say, by the way, Stonewall, you owe me $25. How about paying me what you owe me?
All right, Kingfisher got it right here in the desk drawer. Here you is.
Please come to order. The children to be adopted will please take seats over on that bench.
Hey, little girl, is this the bench where he wants us adopted kids to sit?
I guess so.
Well, it's the only bench here.
I guess we're the only children that are going to be adopted today.
Would you kids mind moving over?
Hey, mister, you must be in the wrong place. This bench is just for the kids that's going to be adopted.
Yeah, well, I was in the right place.
Holy mackerel.
Move over and make room for the man.
Boy, the family that's going to adopt him certainly must be hard up.
Yes, look at him. I thought people only adopted little children. He looks like he's about 90.
More than that. Look at his stomach on him. Look at how tired his eyes is. You know, I think this is Old Man River in poison.
Listen, I'll thank you kids to keep your personal remarks to yourself. You ought to learn to disrespect your elders.
Well, mister, we didn't mean to be disrespectful.
Yeah, we were just wondering why people would want to adopt a child who's over 90.
I ain't 90.
All right, 80. But there's one thing I don't understand. Mister, the family that's adopting us says the reason they're doing it because they want to hear the pitter-patter of little feet around the house.
Yeah, well, what about it?
Well, how is you going to pitter-patter with them clodhoppers of yours?
Listen, little boy, keep your big mouth shut, will you?
You know, my doodaddy is going to give me a dog. A real sleeping dog.
My old man's going to give me a football. Real leather.
What's your daddy going to give you, mister?
A box of cigars, real tobacco.
Say, Annie, the bill up here say that we is next.
Yeah, okay.
Is that your daddy, mister?
Yeah, it is.
Gosh.
Come on, Andy, come on.
The next case, application of adoption by George Stevens. Will Mr. Stevens please step up here?
Oh, yeah, coming right up, Your Honor, coming right up here, yeah.
I suppose this application is all in order.
Yes, sir, all in order. I want to adopt a son, Your Honor.
I see. Well, you know, Stevens, it's most important that these children that are adopted go into happy homes. We've discovered that a home where the husband and wife are always arguing and fighting is very harmful to the child.
It shows on the husband, too, yeah.
Tell me, Mr. Stevens, is this boy you're planning to adopt here in court?
Oh, yes, today you're sitting right over there, the big child, the one with the cigar in his mouth. Come on over here, Sonny, come here.
Okay, I've come.
Yeah, he's cute as the bugs here, ain't it, Judge?
Stevens, I don't know whether this is a joke or not. I hope there's some reason in back of all this.
Oh, there is, Your Honor. We have both been thinking in our minds that there's an emptiness in his life and there's an emptiness in my life.
Well, I knew there was an emptiness someplace. However, there's no law that states at what age a person can be adopted. So this court, rather than go any deeper into something which is obviously going to be very confusing, hereby approves the adoption.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor, thank you. Andy, my son.
Kiss me, Papa.
Oh, yeah.
See the sun when you're crying. A tear can hide the brightest sky of blue. You can hear a song when you're sighing. No matter how the birds sing for you. Suppose you made believe your eyes were cloudy window panes. I'm sure you'd clean them up to look for rainbows when it rains. You can't see the sun when you're crying, so smile and let the sun shine through. You can't see the sun if you're gonna cry, so dry your eye. Tears can hide the brightest sky of blue. You can hear a song when you're sighing, no matter how the birdies sing for you. Suppose your eyes were cloudy window panes, you know you'd clean them up to look for the rainbow when it rains. You can't see the sun when you're crying, so smile and let the sun smile and have your fun. Smile and let every little thing come shining through. Let the sun shine through.
When is we gonna get rid of Andy? He's been around here for 2 days and he's driving me crazy.
Well, now take it easy, honey. Look here, a lawyer is on his way up here now to verify the adoption. I go in there and tell Andy to get in bed so the lawyer won't see him too good.
Well, I ain't gonna have no part of it. I'll stay back here in the kitchen.
Yeah, all right. Hello, Sonny.
Say, Pop, something has gone wrong around here.
Mm-hmm.
Sapphire won't even speak to me. All she'd do is grunt at me.
Well, I tell you, Andy, dear, that's a natural reaction. Yeah. You'd be speechless yourself if you woke up some morning and found you was the mother of a 180-pound baby.
Yeah, I guess I would at that.
Now, why don't you go on in the bedroom now and lay down, sonny boy?
I don't want to lay down. I ain't sleepy.
Andy, I am surprised at you. You has just questioned the wisdom of your father. Son, dear, ain't you ever heard the old expression, father knows best?
No, I ain't, Papa.
Oh, sure you is, sonny boy. Everybody's heard it.
Well, I ain't never heard it.
Well, you just heard it now, you big fat hog. Get in that room before I knock you in there.
Well, why has I got to get in there?
Well, now I'm going to tell you, I got a man coming up here, and he don't like kids.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. That's him now. Now, get in there. I'll jump into bed, pull the covers up, and just let the top of your head stick out. And keep your big mouth shut.
Okay, Pop.
All right. Here comes the freedom train, and the food train is right behind it.
Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, sir, that's me.
Well, I'm Mr. Beecham, the lawyer that talked to you over the phone.
Oh, yeah, sir, come right in. I know you're busy. I don't want to take up none of your time. You can just give me the check right here if you want it, Miss Beecham.
Well, Mr. Stevens, while the adoption papers are in order, I'd just like to see the child to substantiate the claim.
Yeah, well, you see, the child in the bedroom laying down now. He got a little tummy ache in his stomach.
Oh, nothing serious, I hope?
No, we just put a little too much baby oil in his formula. That's all we done. Kind of knocked him off. He's in the bedroom sleeping it off, though.
Well, could I just take a peek at him?
Want to take a peek at him? Yeah, well, let's be quiet now, and I'll open the door.
Yes, sure.
Cute little fella, ain't he?
Well, I didn't get a good look at him. He was all covered up, but his head seemed to be rather large.
Yeah, well, that's the reason we keep him laying down. You see, his head outweighs his body, and every time he stands up, he falls right on his face.
Mr. Stevens, how old is this child anyway?
Well, on November the 3rd, he'll be exactly 480 months. Yeah, sir, that's what it is.
Well, there's nothing in the will that says that the child must be any special age, so I guess you've complied with all the requirements.
Yeah, well, I'm sure glad of that, and when do I get the money?
Well, I'll bring the check within the next 2 or 3 days. Goodbye, Mr. Stevens.
So long, Miss Beecham. Oh, now that is settled. Oh, boy, that's great. $2,000, we'll fix up the house, get new clothes and everything. Get out of that bed, you big bum.
What's the matter, Papa, dear?
You has just been undopted. Now get your stuff and get on out here.
Get where, Kingfish? I done give up my room. I ain't gonna leave this house till you find me a room where I can go to and live.
Listen at you. History is repeating itself. You is talking to me exactly the same way that Brutus talked to his father, Julius Caesar. Come in, Gabby. Just a man I won't see.
Oh, hello, Kingfish. Hi. I've been very busy. Just come from a big political meeting. We want to make sure that all the votes in favor of our party is going to get to the polls. So we was planning on driving them there, but we find it ain't legal.
Well, what's illegal about driving them?
We planned on driving them with whips.
Yeah, well, now listen, Gabby, I got a problem. We done adopted Andy to collect some money in a will, and now we want to undopt him and get him out the house.
Oh, when this happened? I was at your house for supper 3 nights ago.
Well, now, this happened the next day. I got one idea how to make him leave, and that is to feed the boy nothing but dog food 3 times a day.
Well, Kingfish, that ain't gonna work. No, indeed, that ain't gonna work. Because as soon as he sees the improvement in the meals, he ain't gonna never leave.
Yeah, well, now, I tell you what, the trouble is he done give up his room, and he ain't got no place to go, and I can't get him out, you see.
Well, that's simple. Get his room back, and then you're all set.
Yeah, if I could go... Yeah, that's exactly what I'll do, Gabby.
Well, I got to go, Kingfish. Got to go now. I got to go talk to the mayor about a big paving job. We just got bids for it yesterday. Got 2 bids. One from a man, one from a woman. The figure the man turned in was much too high.
Yeah, what about the woman's figure?
Lovely.
Gonna get these suitcases out of this house.
Yeah, well, I told him if he didn't get the suitcases out here, I was going to throw them out in the street. Maybe that's him now at the door. I'll open it.
Hi, Kingfish.
Andy, come in here and get this stuff out as quick as you can. You're cluttering up the whole place here.
Yeah, well, I'll get my clothes now and go. Sorry the thing didn't work out. I thought I was behaving myself.
Yeah, well, sometimes these things work out and sometimes it don't. You just happen to hit one that don't, that's all. Excuse me, Andy. Mr. Beecham, the lawyer.
Hello, Mr. Stevens. Is this your adopted son?
Yeah, sir. This is Sonny boy right here. He don't like to talk much, though. I keep him quiet when visitors around. Just keep your mouth shut, Andy. That's all you got to do.
Yes. Hey.
He got his suitcases here. We're sending them off on a little trip.
Well, maybe I'd better talk to him before he goes.
Yeah, well, why you got to talk to him?
Well, I've got a check here, and according to the will, the money goes to the son.
your eyes. If I've been kinda mean to you, I apologize. Come here where you belong. You were right, I was wrong. Sometimes we have a spat or two. What is love without a few? Ah, come on, let a smile shine through. Come in out of the rain. Come here where you belong. You were right, I was wrong. Sometimes we have a spat or two, but what is love without a few? Oh, come on, let a smile shine through. Come in out of the rain. A darling like you should never be blue. Come in out of the rain.
The Amos and Andy Show has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Amos and Andy Show with...
I'm Gabby Gibson. Yes, I'm Gabby Gibson.
This is Shorty. Shorty the barber.
Daniel as Baby Simpson. Lud Gluskin and his orchestra. And those famous... Delta Rhythm Boys. Well, it's 11 a.m. in the Stevens home, and the Kingfish is at the breakfast table. He started getting up for breakfast lately because he says he needs the exercise. For some reason, he's been very dissatisfied with breakfast for the past 2 weeks, and this morning is no exception.
Well, here's your pancakes, George.
Pancakes again? Now, listen, Sapphire, I don't want no more pancakes. I done had them now for 2 weeks in a row.
But, George...
I tell you, I don't want no more. They is hard, they is tough, and they is bitter.
Well, as you tried sprinkling sugar on them?
What you ought to sprinkle on these things is bicarbonate of soda.
Oh, it's all in your mind. There's nothing wrong with them.
Yeah, did you ever break one in half? Listen to this. Look here. Fluffy, ain't they?
Now, listen, I'm going to tell you something. The reason I've given you these pancakes every morning for breakfast, George, is that the Ozeka Pancake Flour Company is running a contest, and I got to send in a box top.
Yeah, well, you're doing it wrong. You ought to send in the pancakes and let me eat the box top. Tell me this. What is this contest about?
Well, the contest is to try to find the happiest married couple in Harlem.
Yeah, well, how can any couple be happy with indigestion?
Well, there's a $500 prize for the best letter, and I'm sending in a box top with each letter. So I bought 10 boxes of the flour.
10 boxes of the stuff? Well, throw it away. My stomach has been upset from these things for 2 weeks.
I won't throw it away.
Well, then mix some water with it, and we can fix the cracks in the bedroom wall.
I ain't going to do no such a thing. I'm going to make pancakes with it because I want to win that happy married couple contest.
Well, throw the stuff away. I ain't going to eat no more of them pancakes.
George Stevens, don't you raise your voice to me.
And don't you raise your voice to me while you tell me not to raise my voice to you.
Well, I ain't going to stand here and be insulted.
Yeah, well, all right. Then go someplace else and be insulted.
That's all, brother. I'm getting out of this house.
Yeah, well, take the pancake flour with you. You might run into a cement mixer someplace.
I'm leaving you, George Stevens, and I ain't never coming back.
Where's you going? To your dear mama's?
None of your business.
Yeah,
I'm going in right now and pack.
Well, it's okay with me.
And it's okay with me, too.
Well, get out of here. Get out of Oh, I tell you, Henry, marriage is a mess. Do your wife nag at you all the time, too?
Oh, yes. We always fights. We has one alteration after another.
No wonder the aspirin companies is getting rich, helping people get rid of their headaches.
Well, I never bother with aspirin when I get a headache around the house.
How do you get rid of it?
I sends her out for a walk.
You know, Henry, my wife walked out on me for good, and all on account of the Ozeka pancake flour.
Very interesting information. I might get a box of that.
Yeah, well, the way I sees it, a man's home ought to be a place where he can have his laundry done and have a woman to talk to.
Exactly. But it's been my experience that every time I gets a woman to talk to, my wife chases her out.
Well, I ain't got to worry about a wife no more. After filling me full of them no-good Ozeka pancakes for 2 weeks, we done had an argument this morning. She done left me for good.
Well, Kingfish, I don't want to sound like a killjoy, but she'll be back.
Well, Amos and Andy, come in.
Hello there, Kingfish. Hi, Henry.
Well, how is you there, fellas?
Come in, boys, because I got to be running along now.
Where you going, Miss Van Porter?
Well, the social season officially opens with the opera and a big party.
Oh.
I has got to stop by the stationery store and pick up a gum eraser to clean the front of my dress shirt. Good day, boys.
Well, so long. So long. Yeah, say, Kingfish, I run into your wife on the street, and she had 2 suitcases, and she told me she was leaving you for good. That's right, Amos.
You and Sapphire done had another fight, Kingfish?
Yeah, she been killing me with pancakes. That's the whole reason for the fight.
Oh, Kingfish, was they really that bad?
Did you ever try eating a Victrola record? Well, I'm sorry there's nothing I can do for you, Kingfish. Well, don't worry about it, Amos. I don't need a woman. I can get along by myself very good. In fact, I'm going home right now and cook me up a swell dinner.
Hey, Kingfish, I was hungry, too. I'll go along and help you.
Come on. Oh, we're coming along fine here, Andy. Oh, this bachelor life is the thing, all right. Now, start up the gas oven there, will you?
I got the gas turned on, but I can't find no match.
Match. You want a match, huh? Yeah. Yeah, the gas is... smell the gas, all right, yeah. Match, wait a minute. Let me see here. Yeah, here's one right here. Here you go.
I can smell that gas all right, too. Where you light it? I can't find a place.
You found the place.
It lights fast, don't it? Did you see the flame shoot out of there?
Yeah, well, no harm done. Besides, you didn't need eyebrows no way. You look
Hey, look, must I put this rice in the oven?
No, you got to put some water in it first, Andy.
Well, wait a minute. Won't water leak through the box?
Andy, you don't know nothing about cooking at all. You set the box in a pan of water before you put it in the oven. That's the reason.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what...
Hey, what's that?
Steam.
Steam from what?
From the soft-boiled eggs in the pressure cooker.
Oh. Well, ain't they done?
Yeah, well, I got to boil them till they get soft, don't I?
Well, ain't they soft yet?
Well, they only been boiling for an hour, Andy. Now, look.
Yeah, well, ain't no sense in looking at them yet, then.
No, I might shake the cooker here and see how they sound.
Yeah, them soft-boiled eggs have certainly got hard shells on them, all right.
Yeah, take the top off the pressure cooker there and see how they are.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll take it off. Boy, when that top comes off, it really flies right out your hand, don't it?
Oh, yeah, great thing, these pressure cookers. I'll crack this egg on the side of a cup here. Hand me another cup, will you, Andy?
Yeah.
Say, Andy, look here. Watch the coffee. It's boiling over.
Yeah, okay, I'll get it. Ow, that pot is hot. Oh, sorry, Kingfish. That thing was hot. I dropped the coffee on the floor.
Yeah, well, now what is it going to do?
Well, we can still use the coffee grounds. I'll pick them up off the floor and put them in something else.
Andy, don't pick them coffee grounds up off the floor like that. It ain't sanitary.
It ain't?
No, use a spoon. I'll tell you what you do now. Get me a hammer.
For what?
I want to start mashing the potatoes.
Well, where is the potato?
They is in the pressure cooker with the eggs.
In the pressure cooker?
Yeah.
I don't see them in here.
Well, they ain't in there. They was, though. I wonder what happened. They done dehydrated. That's what they done dehydrated.
What is that?
They done dehydrated and evaporated away. That's exactly what they done.
They must is, because I remember putting them in there.
Yeah, they done, the potatoes just done evaporated. Now put the pressure cooker back on the stove there, and I'm going to make you a nice cheese souffle. That's what I'm going to make it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, Andy, we're doing great here. We don't need no woman around here, no way.
Nah. Say, Kingfish, you think your wife has done left you for good?
Well, Andy, she said to me she was going for good. But just as she left the house, I stopped and I said to her, sooner or later,
you're gonna be coming around.
I'll betcha that I getcha. You wait and see. Wait and see.
Sooner or later you'll wanna be hanging around.
I'll let ya. I'll betcha if I let ya. You baby me, yes sirree.
You gonna knock on my door. You did it before.
Matter of factly, I don't know exactly when.
But sooner or later you're gonna be coming around.
And want my loving again. You know, man, Sapphire's gone again.
Yeah, but she'll be back.
Think so?
No, so. She'll knock on his door. She did it before.
But maybe he don't want those pancakes no more. They're really in a mess, we must confess. Oh, Sapphire, Sapphire, you thought it best. But one thing we know, you'll regret you ever wanted to go. Oh, yes, we know. 'Cause sooner or later, you'll be around.
Andy, old boy, this is the life, all right. Sitting here in the office knowing that I ain't got no wife waiting at home to nag at me.
Yeah, and that wasn't a bad meal that we finally had last night.
Yeah, Joe's lunchroom serves a nice 60-cent dinner, don't they?
I guess we kind of messed up your house a little, though, didn't we?
Yeah, well, that don't matter. I sent Lightning over to clean it up.
Tell me this, has you heard anything from Sapphire yet?
You mean my former wife? No, brother, and they ain't heard nothing. They ain't never gonna hear nothing.
Come in, Lightning, come in.
I was back, Brother Kingfish. I cleaned up your house like you said.
Yeah, how come you took so long? You just had to clean up the floor.
Well, after I cleaned the floor, I stood in the kitchen wondering.
Wondering about what?
How them potatoes ever got on the ceiling.
Oh, yeah, so that's where they went, huh?
Yeah, I knew that they was in the room there somewhere.
Say, Kingfish, this letter was over at your house for you.
Yeah, let me have it and get on with me, will you?
Yeah, sir. I'll whiz right on out.
Letter here. Let's see.
Yeah, who's it from, Kingfish?
Well, just advertisement. Hey, wait a minute, Andy. Listen to this.
What's the matter?
My dear Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, we are pleased to inform you that you have won the $500 prize in the Ozeka Pancake Flour Contest. Your letter has convinced us beyond doubt that you are the happiest married couple in Harlem. Our representative will call on you Wednesday to take pictures of your happy family. Yours truly, the Ozeka Pancake Flour Company.
Well, congratulations, Kingfish, on being the happiest married man in Harlem, whose wife has just left him.
Yeah. $500 prize, Andy, and they coming here tomorrow to take our picture, and I ain't got no wife. And I don't know where she is.
Well, what in the world are you going to do?
I need some advice, and I need it bad. Say, Gabby, I come to you for some legal advice.
Well, you come to the right place, Kingfish. I'm the legal light of Harlem. That's what they call me, the legal light.
Yeah, can you give me some advice without me paying you?
Sorry, but the light just went out.
Gabby, look here. You got to help me. I need some legal advice.
Legal advice. That stuff don't grow on trees, you know. It costs a lot of money to go through law school. I had to borrow $2,000 from my own papa, to go through law school so I could try my first case in court.
What was your first case?
Papa was suing me for the $2,000.
Yeah, well, tell me this. How much is you going to charge me for your services?
Well, Kingfish, I usually work on a sliding scale. It all depends on how much work develops in the case. So I'll start you at $50.
$50?
Don't get excited. I can slide either way.
Gabby, look here. There's a company that makes some awful bitter pancake flour called the Ozeka Pancake Flour Company. Now, my wife entered the happiest married couple contest, won the thing, and she done left me.
Well, that shows she's really trying to be happy.
No, you don't understand, Gabby. I want her to come back. Now, what kind of laws you got on that?
Well, let me look at my legal files here. Oh, here he is right here. Man's wife leaves him, and man wants her to come back. Then it says, see decision under I. Under I.
What's under I?
Insanity.
Oh, no. Now, listen, Gabby. The Ozeka Pancake people is coming over here tomorrow to take pictures of us as the happy family. And she done gone.
That's the safest way, because if she ain't here, then they won't catch you fighting.
Yeah, but how about me getting a detective to try to find my wife?
Oh, that's bad.
Well, how about me asking the Ozeka company to postpone it a few days?
No, that's bad.
Well, how about me telling them I got to go out of town?
No good. Absolutely no good.
How about me getting some good-looking gal to play like she's my wife for just a couple of hours?
Lovely.
Brother Andy, my only hope to win this $500 prize from the Ozeka Pancake Flour Company is to get some gal to play that she's my wife when they come to take the picture of the happiest married couple.
Yeah, well, I don't know where you're going to get no... Uh-oh. Look who's coming in the front door here. Maybe that's your answer.
Hey, look at her. She's taking off her fur coat before she comes in.
Hi, Sadie.
Hey, what's the idea of taking off your coat before you come in?
With my hip, I've been rubbing off too much fur on the door jamb.
Now, look here, Sadie, I got a little surprise for you. How would you like to be married tomorrow for just a... Hey, wait a minute. Where you going?
To get the wedding dress out of my home cab.
Wait a minute, though.
You said marriage, didn't you?
Yeah, but don't you want to know who it is?
Just so it's a man.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Sadie.
We just want you to play like you was married.
Oh, so that's it. Listen, I ain't going to pretend to be nobody's wife. When I get the husband, I want the whole work.
But, Sadie...
I want to hear them church bells ring.
Well, that's easy. I'll jingle some bells in your ear.
I want to smell them orange blossoms.
Oh, I'll squeeze orange juice all over you.
I want to feel the rice in my hair.
I'll shower you with a whole sackful.
Yeah, the only thing is, Sadie, this is going to be a kissless marriage.
That's all, brother.
No, listen, Sadie. This man that we talking about has got a wife.
Wait a minute. I ain't breaking up no home.
Oh, no, wait a minute. This marriage will only last a few hours.
None of that Hollywood stuff for me. Also, on second thought, I want to go on record as saying that any woman who wants to marry any man must be out of her mind. And you know something?
What's that?
You was looking at a crazy woman.
Kingfish, your worries is over. I done found a gal to play like she's your wife, and she'll be here any minute.
Oh, that's great, Brother Andy. Then I can have the picture took and get the $500 prize. Say, by the way, who's going to play the part of my wife?
Kingfish, I got one of the hostesses over at the dance hall. She's a good-looking gal, too.
Oh, that's great. You know, I talked to the man from the Orchestra Flower Company, and by mistake, over the phone, I say, I didn't know what I was saying. I just happened to say to it. I told him that I had children, and he wants them in the picture. So I done took care of that, too.
Yeah, how'd you do it?
Well, I got my son in the other room, and he's dressed up in the little Lord Fauntleroy suit.
Yeah?
Yeah. Sonny boy, come here.
Yes, I'm coming here. Here I am. Hello, Daddy.
Shorty the barber.
Yeah, say, put down that yo-yo and step over here, will you? Let me take one last look at you. That Buster Brown collar and Windsor tie look nice with the knee pants. But there's still something wrong with the way you look, and I just can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, maybe you ought to take the cigar out of his mouth.
Oh, say, Pop, did you see what Mother looks like?
Oh, yeah, and they got one of the hostesses from the dance hall.
Yeah, I know it. I was over with him when he picked her out. I got a mother complex already.
You go back in the kitchen, Shorty. That might be the man now. Oh, me.
Yeah, I'll go to the door with you, King.
Yeah, come on, Andy.
Oh, come in, Miss Del Rey.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
This is the man that you're going to play his wife. Mrs. Stevens, this is Rita Del Rey.
Hello, darling. Glad to know you, big boy.
Take it easy, Kingfish. I see her first.
Miss Del Rey, I guess Andy explained the whole thing to you about the man taking the family picture.
And I'm wifey, dear.
And don't I wish you was? I mean, wait a minute. There's the man. You better go back in the kitchen, too. My son is back there, and I'll be back and get you.
Okay, big boy.
Yeah, I'll answer the door. Wait a minute, then.
Greetings, Mr. Stevens. I'm Tom Higgins, representing the Ozeka Pancake Flour Company.
Yes, sir. Come right in, Mr. Higgins. A pleasure to know you.
Yeah?
I want you to meet an old friend of the family, is Mr. Brown.
Likewise, Mr. Higgins.
Glad to know you, Brown.
Likewise again.
Well, I have my camera here. Is everything all set for the picture?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes. First, I better call in my son. I'll go out in the kitchen and get him.
Mr. Higgins, want you to take off your coat, will you?
Well, I'll get on in the kitchen here. All right, now the first one. Hey, Shorty, what in the world is you two doing?
I'm just an affectionate son.
Okay. Come on out here with me now, will you?
I'll see you later, Mom.
Okay, Sonny.
Here he is, Mr. Higgins. This is my son, Shorty.
Oh, so this is your son, eh? Looks like a mighty fine boy.
Oh, yes, sir, he is. He's the choice of the litter. Yes.
By the way, you said something about 4 children over the phone, I thought.
4, Hey, Andy, where's my other 3 children?
Well, Kingfish, don't you remember? There's away at college.
Oh, yeah, that's right. There's up at the Massachusetts Institute of Harvard, yeah. They're up there learning how to make Yale locks and all that stuff. They're right in the middle of it.
Well, your boy here looks very bright. Tell me, what's your favorite game, Sonny?
Well, I like jacks.
Jacks?
Yeah, jacks are better.
He means by saying that he likes to play jacks a little better than he does marble.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah.
And now, Mr. Stevens, I'd like to meet your charming wife.
You want me who's, oh, yes, sir, my wife. Oh, sure. Tell you, she is in the kitchen doing the dishes, and I'll call her right now. Oh, honey, wifey, Miss Del Rey.
You call your wife Miss Del Rey?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. He treats her with respect, all right.
Did you call, dear?
Yes, I did, dear. I did call you, yes. Miss Higgins, I want you to meet my darling wife.
Well, I'm happy to know you, Mrs. Stevens.
Same to you.
Now, a little bit about yourself, Mrs. Stevens. Do you have any hobby?
Well, I spend most of my time working at the dance hall. In fact, I'm there practically all the time.
Dance hall?
Mm-hmm.
How could you bring up 4 children and work in a dance hall?
They has long intermissions.
Well, let's not waste any more time. I'll put a flashlight bulb in my camera here, and we'll take the picture. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Stevens, you sit on the sofa, and Sonny, you, let me see now.
Sonny, you can sit on my lap.
No.
Well, what's the matter, son?
I'm going to sit on Bobby's lap.
Oh, no, son, you was too old for that.
Bob, you never get too old for that.
Wait till the picture's over, Sonny.
Yeah.
All right, now let's all have a nice smile. Think of those delicious Ozeka pancakes. Oh, come, Mr. Stevens, you're frowning.
Oh, I'll think of something else.
All ready? Aha, there we are. Now, I'd just like to take one of the happy couple alone. Now, let's see. Mr. Stevens, I want you and your wife to embrace.
Like this?
And now, Mr. Stevens, you put your arm around your husband's neck.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Now let's have a big kiss.
Can I get back to this picture, mister?
All right, Mr. Stevens, kiss your wife now. Well, go ahead.
You see, Mr. Dave's kind of embarrassed in front of company.
Yeah, well, come on, wifey dear. Give me a kiss.
Ah, that's fine. Now hold it till I get a focus.
George, is you home? Well, what's going on around here?
Mr. Higgins, I want you to meet the maid.
What does this mean?
Excuse me, Mr. Higgins. Sapphire, maid, come on back in the kitchen with me. Come on back here with
I'll
me.
be glad to go in the kitchen because I got some mopping up to do and I know who I'm going to start with.
Now, listen, honey, look here. Now, wait a minute. Just calm yourself down. Now, look here, honey. I can explain everything to you.
You better.
Now, listen. You know that terrible pancake flour that I've been eating so that you could get the box tops? Well, you is done won first prize, a $500 prize.
What?
Yeah, I couldn't find you, honey. I looked all over for you, and he wanted to take a picture. And the gal is playing like she is you so that I can get the first prize.
Oh, this is wonderful. Well, get back in there fast. But take it easy on them poses.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. All right, sir. All ready.
Fine. The same kissing pose.
Yeah.
That's it. Now hold that.
Yeah.
Here we go. Ah, that's fine. And now, congratulations.
The picture's over, George. You can let go.
Yeah.
That's a great picture, ain't it?
Oh, I hope it's good.
Now about the $500 prize. Is you got the money with you?
Well, you have to come to the office in the morning for the prize.
Oh, yeah, for $500 in cash, I'll be there.
Oh, it's even better than cash, Mr. Stevens. It's $500 worth of Ozeka pancake flour.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
I Only Have Eyes for You sort of makes up for the others that have been forgotten. Speaking of songwriting teams, the team of Rodgers and Hart certainly turned out plenty of terrific love songs in their day. Sometimes they were very serious, sometimes very flippant, sometimes even very cynical. But you could always count on one thing. Every last one of those songs was right at home in the musical it was written for. Maybe you remember the job they did in 1938. It was called The Boys from Syracuse, and it was a modern, hoked-up version of Shakespeare's Comedy of Errors. As you might guess, it was a pretty brash affair all the way through. In fact, it was a first-rate farce, and a single sober love song would have been enough to spoil it, if not kill it. Rodgers and Hart knew this, but they needed a love song, so they whipped up a sprightly thing called This Can't Be Love.
This can't be love because I feel so well. No sobs, no sorrows, no sighs. This can't be love, I get no dizzy spells. My head is not in the skies. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes. My heart does not stand still, just hear it beat. This is too sweet to be love. This can't be love because I feel so well, but still I love to look in your eyes.
Ray Cura singing This Can't Be Love, a Rodgers and Hart number that did a special job and kept a musical comedy rolling right along. You know, some people have the knack of dreaming up ideas that we all wished we had thought of, and then after a while we begin to feel that maybe we had thought them all along. Of course, from there it's only a short step until the whole thing becomes a sort of tradition. What was originally the brainchild of one man has then become an accepted part of our American folkways. Take, for example, the idea Frank Baum had for creating a fantastic but lovable character called the Wizard of Oz. They finally had to star him in a motion picture. And while making the picture, a whole new and wonderful idea was born that's been so widely accepted that it, too, is becoming a tradition. Shelby Davis will show what I mean by singing Over the Rainbow.
Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. Someday I'll wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds are far behind me, where troubles melt like above the chimney top. That's where you'll find me. Somewhere over the rainbow, skies are blue, and the dreams that you dare to dream really do come true. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Shelby Davis singing Over the Rainbow. You know, somebody, I forget who, once said that music is the universal language. The one language that everybody understands. The one language that knows no boundaries. And he certainly hit the nail right on the head. Take, for example, the item coming up. An item that can be traced way back to Cuba, where it started with some primitive music in a torrid tempo. From Cuba, it spread to South America, to Argentina, where it resulted in a new dance rhythm. Before too long, this new dance form made its way to our country, and we took to it immediately. And then composer Leroy Anderson added something distinctly American to it, a touch of the American blues, and that was it. If anybody's still in the dark as to the title, it's Blue Tango. Well, that just about wraps it up for today. I hope you enjoyed this session. I'll be back next Sunday to listen to some more of America's music and to talk about it a little. The guys behind the scenes, Ralph Knowles, Bob Becker, and Bob Perrin will be here. So will Joe Galicchio in the orchestra. And Shelby Davis and Ray Cura will sing for you again.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
This is your international music man, Hugh Douglas. Calling the Fort Montague Beach Hotel, Nassau, the Bahamas. Calling the Caledonia Hotel, Edinburgh, Scotland. Calling fashionable night spots all over the globe. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to another session of the songs the world is singing. Melodies and messages transcribed for us from the four corners of the globe. This is your international music man, Hugh Douglas, with this week's report on currently popular songs in famous world capitals. And here are Charlie Barnet and the boys to get us underway with Skyliner. That was Charlie Barnet and Company with Skyliner. Now let's move clear across the continent to an offshore vacation land where balmy breezes blow and June continues to bust out all over the year round. Just 55 minutes after your plane leaves the airport at Miami, a patchwork panorama of blue lagoons, sun-baked beaches, and soft green hills unfold beneath you. These are the Bahamas, an English outpost in the Caribbean. Nassau, the capital, is as British as Piccadilly Circus, but the traditional staid dignity is tempered by the leisurely life of the semi-tropical island Eden. Bicycling is the favorite mode of transportation, but if you prefer, you can hire a quaint horse-drawn carriage to tour the charming old streets and picturesque byways. Fort Montague and Fort Charlotte, heavy bastioned historic reminders of the days of the Spanish Main. The native outdoor market on Rawson Square. Or perhaps you'll ride through the beautiful residential section. After a day of sightseeing, you head out of town to where the fashionable Fort Montague Beach Hotel overlooks a golden strip of sand 2 miles from the center of Nassau. It was I, Marshall, the publicity director of the Fort Montague Beach, who just a few days ago sent me this message.
Many thanks for again asking us to participate in your broadcast in the States. We've had the pleasure of playing host to many of your American tourists this summer, and we are looking forward to someday meeting you in person. Actually, the number that is currently being requested most here is not a new one, but it is typical of the native music to be heard in the Bahamas. The melody that I refer to is the calypso Run Joe. Please convey our best wishes to all of our friends in the States. I am Marshall, Publicity Director, the Fort Montague Beach Hotel, Nassau, the Bahamas.
So now let's listen to the song named by the Fort Montague's publicity director as a current favorite in the Bahamas. Picture yourself seated on the hotel's terrace. The last rays of the setting sun have splashed the clouds like a painter's palette, and a cooling breeze blows in from the sea, causing the candle lamp on the table to cast dancing silhouettes on the encroaching shadows. The trio of the Bahamian Blind Blake plays their first number of the evening, the calypso that's the current favorite, Run Joe.
Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Joe and Mo had a candy store, telling fortune behind the door. Joe make a dash and Mo ran out. Brother Joe, he began to shout. Run, Joe. Hold the cop out the door. Run, Joe. Run as fast as you can. Run, Joe. Oh, you most at the end. Run, Joe. Policeman holding your hand. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Then they take me before the sarge. I'm about to deny the charge. When the judge asks me how I'm feel, guilty son, what I'm going to feel. Oh, the cop at the door. Run as fast as you can. Oh, you most at the end. Policeman holding your hand. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Ah! Tailshot, tailshot. Wind down. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Mammy tell me not long ago not to mess with that worthless Joe. I'd have listened to what me mommy say. I wouldn't have been in this mess today. Run, Joe. Oh, the man at the door. Run, Joe. Run as fast as you can. Run, Joe. Oh, you most at the end. Run, Joe. Policeman holding me hand. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die.
By special recording sent to me by the Fort Montague Beach Hotel in the Bahamas, that was Blake Alfonso Higgs, better known as Blind Blake, with Run Joe, the calypso that's a current favorite in Nassau. But now it's time to be off again, clear across the Atlantic this time, to the northern end of the British Isles. Scotland is a wild and ruggedly beautiful land of lonely, heather-strewn highlands, complete with crumbling remains of once mighty castles. Lovely lakes nestle amid the undulating beauty of rolling hills. This is the country of Macbeth, where feuds between the clans were once the order of the day. Today, Edinburgh, Scotland's capital, is one of the most beautiful cities in Europe, one where history and the present day go hand in hand. It lies on hillsides overlooking the blue waters of the Firth of Forth, where massive ocean-going vessels are tied up at the dockside. The people are friendly and courteous, and the city holds numerous tourist attractions. The ancient castle in the Old Town, and the Palace of Holyrood, Salisbury Crags, and the University of Edinburgh. A few days ago, the manager of the Caledonia Hotel in Edinburgh sent me this message.
It's good to be hearing from you again, and it's always a pleasure to name for you the song that is a current favorite in our beautiful capital. At the moment, the number that seems to be the most popular is the tune entitled All the Time and Everywhere. Our best regards and good wishes. The Caledonia Hotel, Edinburgh, Scotland.
And now, as recorded in the British Isles, here is popular English singer Dickie Valentine, with the number named by the Caledonia's manager as a current favorite in Edinburgh, Scotland, All the Time and Everywhere.
If you should feel two arms enfold you, don't be surprised if no one's there. It's just because my two arms hold you all the time and everywhere. If you should feel a kiss caress you right on some busy thoroughfare, it's just because my two lips bless you all the time and everywhere. All through the day, near you I stand, you cross the way, I take your hand, you lie awake, and I count sheep, I'm your pillow when you sleep. It took a lifetime, but I found you, and every day I say a prayer. Please, darling, keep my love around you all the time and everywhere. All through the day, near you I stand, you cross the way, I take your hand, you lie awake, and I count sheep, I'm your pillow when you sleep. It took a lifetime, but I found you, and every day I say a prayer. Please, darling, keep my love around you all the time and everywhere. All the time and everywhere. Everywhere.
That was England's Dickie Valentine with All the Time and Everywhere, the song that the Caledonia Hotel named for us as a current favorite in Edinburgh, Scotland. Well, friends, I hope you've enjoyed our little get-together with the tops in international tunes for this week. If there's a tune in your part of the world that's currently popular and you'd like to hear, drop me a line, care of AFRS, Hollywood 38, USA. Now, this is Hugh Douglas saying, so long, friends. See you again next week.
International Music Man is written by Gene Webster and directed by Ralph Rolls and is sent to our men and women overseas by the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Listen to Serenade. Presenting the AFRS Stringwood Orchestra and a program of easy-to-listen-to music. The AFRS Stringwood Orchestra, conducted by Sergeant Erno Neufeld, opens our program with Apple Blossom by Chrysler and Jacoby. The next number is George Gershwin's beautiful Summertime from Porgy and Bess. For the final number on today's program, the AFRS Stringwood Orchestra plays The Emperor Waltz by Johann Strauss. just heard Serenade for Strings by the AFRS Stringwood Orchestra. We hope you'll be with us again next week. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Armed Forces Radio Service invites you to share in the vivid, colorful stories just between us. Stories as told by one of America's master yarn spinners, Knox Manning.
This is Knox Manning with a few remarks just between us about a mystery of nature, a possible comeback, the princess of evil, a strange hoax, and a man to be proud of. Surging across Arctic desolation come the lemming legions. In their wake, they leave millions of their own dead and a host of well-gorged Arctic foxes, weasels, and birds of prey. In their 2 or 3 years' journey to the sea for mass harakiri by drowning, billions perish, but a multitude reaches the ocean. And as the first ranks die, multitudes behind them patter into the icy water and strike out for what might be a lemming Atlantis. The mass suicide of the lemming was, until recently, one of the major mysteries of nature. One explanation was that for years the continents were linked together, and as lemming populations increased in one or another area, mass migrations occurred. Then came the sea. Accustomed to swimming lakes and rivers, and unable to appreciate the width of the saltwater barrier, migrating millions plunged into the sea and perished. The second school of thought is that nature, having mistakenly rendered the lemming an over-prolific breeder, hit on the novel idea of preserving the species from famine by planting a suicide kink in its brain. These explanations are quite valueless. This does not explain why migration occurs every 12 years, or why one moving horde, despite millions lost on the long journey to the sea, increases numerically while another dwindles to nothing en route. No one could explain why billions of lemmings should suddenly commit mass harakiri when food was plentiful in their home areas, or why they should usually set off in a westerly direction. Today we know one of the answers. It's summed up in the word vitamins. Scientists discovered that toward the end of every 12-year period, the rodents, usually timid, became quite fearless. At the same time, they produced larger families at shorter intervals. Arctic foxes, wolves, weasels, martens, reindeer, which eat the lemmings for the lichen in their stomachs, become almost as fearless as the lemmings themselves. And during this period, tens of thousands of swimming forms fight the currents, and the banks are lined with foot-high piles of bodies. And all the while from the east come countless more millions, pressing on toward the day of their suicide in the Atlantic Ocean. The march starts as though at a word of command. The mountain lemmings form into 3 columns about 2 feet apart. Purposefully, they head for the valleys where the woodland lemmings live. In a day or so, the columns fan out until they cover a front of about 20 miles. Millions perish in rivers as days run into weeks and months. Millions die through cannibalism, starvation, and the inroads of carnivorous animals and birds. With the winter, survivors burrow into the earth, and in spring again move on, always toward the west. Litter follows litter, and they increase steadily. Why, the investigators asked, should the rodents suddenly start to breed so prolifically? Close studies show that the lemmings undergo an amazing change immediately prior to swarming. Furthermore, with the new energy goes physical vitality that transforms a usually timid creature into a yellow-fanged fiend. Could the cause be a change of diet? What other reason could bring about an anatomical change in the whole animal and produce mass hysteria? It was surmised that the unknown invigorator was indestructible and stored in the rodent's body could be passed to the animals and birds that ate them, creating vigor and fearlessness in even the most timid creatures. What could be the answer to this remarkable substance? Then vitamins were discovered. Certain of them were found to increase animal fertility, and the lichens were found to contain sex-stimulating vitamins, and later research proved that a certain hormone secretion in the anterior pituitary gland also stimulated the animals. Further field study filled in the whole fascinating picture. Year after year, the stimulant builds up in the lemmings, causing an increasing fertility and a marked vitality, until the little animals throw off the last shred of timidness and set off to see the world, and see it in a big way. But what about the lemmings that reach a haven on their way? How is it that they don't found new colonies? Research proved that the stimulant ultimately drains the animal of vitality unless the dosage continues, and few Arctic areas not already inhabited by lemmings contain lichen rich in the necessary vitamins. Thus, new colonies soon die off, but the cycle goes on. The time may come when there will no longer be any lemmings. But then who is to say? For instance, take the airplane propeller. With the coming of the jet engine, it seemed that the propeller was destined to become as obsolete as the dinosaur. But that was not to be. Aeronautical experts of both the Air Force and the Navy have become very interested in the development of supersonic propellers to be used on the high-speed aircraft of the future. In conjunction with this, one company has built a supersonic propeller spin pit. The pit is a steel cylinder measuring nearly 13 feet in diameter and is over 7 feet high. It's sunk below ground level and is secured with an airtight seal to a contact base. Then the huge chamber is made a near vacuum by removing 99% of the air. This reduced atmosphere permits the use of a low horsepower engine to rotate the propeller at a relatively high revolution per minute. Thus, by simulating, supersonic speed tests are conducted to test various types of propellers. And from tests already conducted, it appears that rather than being put in the discard, the propeller may continue to play an important part in the aircraft of the future. Well, from the future, let's go back a little, say about 3,500 years. An Egyptian princess lived then who has been credited with mysterious illnesses, accidents, death, and loss of money to people living in our times. Does that sound fantastic? Perhaps it is. This woman, according to catalogue number L22542 of the British Museum in London, was priestess of the temple of Amen-Ra. Her mummy was unearthed at the turn of the 20th century, and that set off a chain of events which have all been credited to the malevolent influence of this woman. A few days after the discovery of the mummy of this priestess, a member of the expedition lost his arm in a mysterious gun explosion. A short time later, another member died unaccountably. A third was shot and killed under circumstances that were unexplained. Then, when the owner of the mummy, the man who financed the expedition, returned to England, he found that he'd been robbed of his entire fortune. You would think that would be that, as far as curious happenings to people connected with the mummy. But that was not to be. Upon its arrival in London, the mummy was sent to a photographer. A few hours later, this gentleman arrived at the owner's house in a state bordering collapse. It seemed he'd photographed the mummy, developed the plates, and made the prints. No other person had touched the equipment or had been in the studio at the time. Yet, the finished photograph showed not the shriveled features of a mummy, but instead the face of a living person, one with shining, evil eyes. A few weeks later, the photographer died of an illness which defied diagnosis. The owner was terrified. He decided to get rid of this fearful thing, so he presented it to the British Museum. The man who delivered it died the following week. Rumors about the mummy began to spread. More and more people claimed that they'd been injured after merely looking at it. Premier Asquith, who was devoid of superstition, became curious about this phenomenon. He expressed a desire to see it, but his colleagues didn't share his interest. Well, by this time, the museum attendants were terrified. They demanded that the mummy be removed. The management hid the princess and substituted a clever imitation. But this deception was discovered by an American scientist. He offered to take the mummy to America, and his offer was immediately accepted. A few days later, the crated mummy was placed aboard a ship bound for the United States. A few days at sea, and the evil-packed career of the 3,500-year-old princess ended at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, carrying with it passengers and crew. Oh, the name of the ship? The Titanic. Well, since we were talking of London a few minutes ago, let me tell you one of the strangest hoaxes in history which was perpetrated in London. It had its inception at a gay Christmas party in the year 1748. The pompous Duke of Portland, having imbibed rather freely, contended that the average person will believe anything. His skeptical friend, the Earl of Chesterfield, didn't agree, so the Duke offered to wager £1,000 to prove it. Said the Duke, let a man advertise the most impossible thing in the world, and there'll be fools enough in London to fill a playhouse and pay handsomely for the privilege of being there. Well, said the Earl, surely if the man said that he would jump into a quart bottle, nobody'd believe it. Oh, yes, they would, said the Duke, and so the bet was made. Early in January 1749, this curious advertisement appeared in a London newspaper. At the new theatre in the Haymarket, Monday next, the 16th instance, a person presents you with a common wine bottle which is placed on a table in the middle of the stage. The person goes into it and sings in it. During his stay in the bottle, any person may handle it and see plainly that it does not exceed the common tavern bottle. Well, London's response was amazing. It seems that everybody wanted to see a grown man enter a bottle. On the appointed night, the theater was mobbed. People fought for seats. Standing room sold at a premium, and spectators were literally hanging from the rafters. When the time arrived, nothing happened. The impatient audience hissed, catcalled, and what have you. Still, the curtain did not go up. At last, a man appeared on the stage amid cheers and applause. But the cheers and applause died down when the man announced that the performance would be called off, inasmuch as the person had not appeared. There was a sudden hush, and then bedlam broke loose, when the audience, frustrated in its desire to see a man perform the impossible, lost its collective temper and ripped up the carpets, the benches, the railings, and anything else they could get their hands on. The next day, the newspapers ran the story of the performance, which didn't come off, and the riot, which did. One of the newspapers went so far as to try to explain why the man did not make his appearance. They reported that he'd given a private performance for a certain gentleman who had simply corked the bottle on him. Thus, the article continued, being confined in a bottle and in a gentleman's pocket. Well, he couldn't very well be in another place. Well, maybe Barnum was right. You know, in my mail recently, I received a copy of an article which one of my listeners thought should be passed on to others. It's about a man, and there are many still living who remember him well. And this is the story they tell of him. He was a manly kind of man. He could ride hard and shoot straight, and he could handle trouble, though he never looked for it. When he laughed all over. And when he got mad, he was mad all over. But he was never mad at the good people who tended peacefully to their business in life, doing the best they could, sharing the work and the fun. He was a tender kind of man. He was a friend of the weak, for he'd been a frail boy. He was a brother to the afflicted, for he had known affliction. But he knew that there was no handicap a man could not overcome if he tried, and he made us know it too, and he made us try. He was, shall we say, a first-name kind of man. So we let kings and rulers of the world stand in awe of him. To us, he was a neighbor who lived in the White House, and we were proud to have him there, where all could see what an American was like. For when he laughed, the world saw that we are a happy people. When he clasped the hands of the peaceful and upright, they knew that we are a friendly people. And when the steel came into his eyes and he stormed against the wrongdoers, the world understood that we can be a firm people when we need to be. He was a dreaming sort of man, too. We felt that he imagined nobly for his countrymen, that he was proud of what we were and prouder still of what we could be and what he dreamed we became. He was a brave man, a kindly man, a jolly man, a stern man, a down-to-earth man. Yes, there was a man who made it feel good to be an American. There was a man named Teddy Roosevelt. Just between us, that's it for today.
You've been listening to Knox Manning in another of his informal programs of storytelling. Each story or bit of information is just between us. So be at your radio the next time Mr. Manning calls your way. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Songs for you on a silver platter.
Starring Andy Russell and Marion Hutton. With the Pied Pipers, Ray Sinatra's orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed.
Thank you. Well, hi, Sister Star.
Well, hi, Brother Star.
Boy, isn't this exciting?
Gee, yeah, microphones, people, and a sponsor, hey.
And such a swell gang to work with. Toby Reed, the Pied Pipers.
Ray Sinatra and his orchestra.
You know, I always knew some member of the Sinatra family would make good.
And this one's got muscle. He can lift a whole baton with one hand.
Okay, and here's where I can make him prove it. The moon belongs to everyone. The best things in life are free. The stars belong to everyone. They gleam there for you and me. The flowers in spring, robins that sing, the sunbeams that shine, they're yours, they're mine. Love can come to everyone. The best things in life are free.
The flowers in spring, the robins that sing. So bring on the chimes, you know the sign, they're yours, they're mine.
Yes, love can come to everyone. The best things in life
are so free.
Hey, Andy.
Yes?
Aren't we being a little rash, old man?
Oh, no, I feel fine.
No, I mean giving yourself away like that to millions of American women. You think we can afford one Andy Russell per customer?
Gosh, no, I've hardly got enough for myself.
Well, you better watch it then. And besides, how do you think I'll feel? I could get a little jealous, you know, singing to all those girls like that. Because, after all, Andy...
Yes?
What do I have to do to make you love me? What do I have to do to make you fall?
You're only wasting precious time, love, like having to hit your heart against the wall.
Oh, why do I have to swim the deepest ocean? And how many highest mountains can I climb?
I'm running out of every good excuse. It's just no use, my dear.
Well, what do I have to do to make you love me?
Well, are you sure that you want to hear?
Oh, yes.
Right.
Now, what do I have to do to win you over?
Well,
And what do I have to do to make you care?
I'm getting tired of all these questions, so why don't you take a walk around the square?
Well, gee, Andy, you ought to see the bills I get from Westmore's. Hoping to get a word of praise from you.
If I should ever fall for your new look, then I'd be cooked for life.
Well, who do I have to ask to get the answer?
Well, I'll tell you, Marion. You'll have to ask my wife.
You didn't tell me.
We'd both be cooked for life. You didn't ask me.
Oh, we'd both be cooked for life.
Well, having cleared that up, are there any other problems at hand?
Yoo-hoo! Oh, sounds like the Pied Pipers.
Maybe they'd like to get in on the act. You got a song, Pipes?
Yeah, and it goes like this. Mary Lou, cross my heart, I love you. Every bell in the steeple is ready to ring, and all the people are planning pretty presents all for you. Mary Lou, won't you give your promise true? Why, for miles around they're waiting to start their celebrating when you say, I do, Mary Lou. Mary Lou, Mary Lou, cross my heart, how I love you. Every bell in the steeple is ready to ring, and all the people are planning pretty presents all for you. Mary Lou, won't you give your promise true? Why, for miles around they're waiting just to start their celebrating when you say, I do, Mary Lou, Mary Lou, Mary Lou.
Sounds like Marion's dreaming up a moment so dear of her own. What does all that to you, Marion?
Love is funny, or it's sad, or it's quiet, or it's mad. It's a good thing, or it's bad, but beautiful, beautiful to take a chance. And if you fall, you fall. And I'm thinking I wouldn't mind at all. Love is tearful or it's gay. It's a problem or it's play. It's a heartache either way, but it's beautiful. And I'm thinking, if you were mine, I'd never let you go. And that would
Marion, that was a real going over you gave that love stuff there, but I thought I was going to be the balladeer around here for Revere.
Oh, well, never fear, dear. It wouldn't be our Andy without that rustle of spring. Get it? But you can make love to me lyrically anytime.
You mean it?
Sure, I mean it.
Are you sure? You're sure you mean it?
Sure I mean it.
You're sure that you're sure?
Why, sure.
Well, in that case, magnificent Marion, give me a little kiss, will you, huh?
Why do you ask me this? Tell me, huh?
Well, I can't see why you're so unkind.
Look at me. Ain't I too refined?
Oh, give me a little kiss, will you, huh? Why do you want to make me blue? I wouldn't say a word if I were asking for the moon.
You might as well, my darling. You would get it just as soon.
Oh.
Say if I give you a little kiss. Yes? Then what goes?
Well, I would give it right back to you.
Oh.
Give me a little kiss, will you?
No.
Why do you act like this?
I'm no schmo.
Why the stall, Marion, my pet?
Well, after all, Andy, you know,
yes?
we just met, so why don't you run along? Yes? Glamour boy, and try your charm on someone new.
Yeah, I know. But before I go, you ought to know about my Uncle Bill. I just got the word this morning I was mentioned in his will.
Oh, well, give me a little kiss.
Uh-huh.
Will you, huh?
And I'll give it right back to you.
I want some money.
I'll give it right back to you with lots of interest. I'll give it right back to you. Okay, Pied Pipers, now we're going to give it right back to you.
For us? A kiss?
Well, how do you kids feel about things like that there?
Well... Love is so terrific, such a funny feeling, makes you want to cuddle and cling. Makes you sentimental, makes you kind of gentle. Ouch! Terrific thing. Love is so prolific, sends your head a-reeling, makes you want to giggle and sing. Makes you sigh and wonder, hits you like thunder. Ouch! Terrific thing. Life rearranges, suddenly changes, everything strange as it can be. Memory gets hazy, then you go crazy. Wow, look what it's done to me. Love is so terrific, such a dizzy feeling, makes you hear the wedding bells ring. Melts away your collar, makes you want to holler. Ouch, terrific thing. Terrific, such a dizzy feeling, makes you hold the world on a string. It gets your throat so lumpy, love can make you jumpy. Help! What a terrific thing!
have been Songs on a Silver Platter. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
They also want a steady job with a chance to get ahead.
Regular work spread over 12 months of the year and the opportunity for advancement, the opportunity for climbing the ladder.
Mm-hmm. And they want to be treated with courtesy and consideration.
It's just plain Americanism, Ken. The God-given right of a free man, the spirit of self-respect that gives a man the raw courage to talk back to his children.
Well, there are other requirements, too.
Ken, I think most folks like to have a job that's interesting and satisfying to them.
That's another one.
For instance, if we were to trade places, huh? Yeah. If I did the announcing here and you did the singing, why, we'd both be miserable.
Not so fast, Bing. I'm not so sure I'd be miserable.
Oh, get out. You'd be desolate. Singing's not all it's cracked up to be.
I may not crack.
But getting back, Ken, all those things we mentioned, good pay, interesting work, pleasant conditions, the opportunity for advancement. Any employer who can produce and supply a job package like that, I'd say he is certainly doing the right thing.
And let's not forget either, Bing, in this world you have to give in order to get. In other words, the employees in turn must be perfectly willing to provide the skill, the care, and effort before the deal is attractive all around.
That's right. And from what I've been able to gather, many companies are actively working toward this goal, doing their best to meet these conditions and thus strengthening our whole economy. Ken, you have a strange look in your eye. Are you still with me?
Yeah? Oh, yes, I'm with you. But, Bing, I was just thinking, would you really like to try switching jobs with me?
Oh, Ken, that was just an idle thought a moment ago.
Fine thing.
Now, buck up, dear. Don't pout now.
Well, you know, I've been told that I do sing rather well.
Perhaps so.
Is it all right if I take a stab at the next song?
Ken, if you're going to do some stabbing, I suggest you switch to a whodunit show. You know, one of those mystery programs.
Okay, it was just a suggestion.
And a good one, too. But be that as it may, I note that next on the program is a song called Everybody Loves My Baby, which is going to be done tonight with our very competent jazz band. Inasmuch as Gary is on the show tonight, I thought I'd show him the type of work I did when I was his age. Better roll, huh, fellas? Oh, everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Everybody wants my baby, but my baby don't want nobody but me. That's plain to see. She's got a form like Venus, honest, I ain't talking Greek. No one can come between us. She's my Sheba and I'm a sheep. Everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. My baby kisses me upon my rosy cheeks, I just let them kisses be. Don't wash my face for weeks. Everybody loves my baby, but my big fat baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Thank you, lads. And now, folks, the British importation ebb tide, which John and the orchestra played a few weeks back, seems to be slipping into the niche occupied formerly by the Moulin Rouge theme and by the Blue Tango and the Limelight theme, similar things, instrumental smashes. I think this warrants a repeat, John, if your special arrangement is ready and on the racks there, if you'll be so kind. Very nice arrangement, John. Well played. And I sort of hate to follow such a piece of mood music as Ebb Tide with a folk-type tune, but maybe it will profit by the very sharp contrast. Let us hope so, wooded hill. Walk me through the meadow to the old red mill. Walk me to the oak tree we carved our name upon. Then I'll have this memory when you're gone. When you're away, dear, wherever you are, my love will guide you like a guiding star. Walk me by the river and tell me you're my own. When you're gone, I'll walk beside the river alone. When you're away, dear, wherever you are, my love will guide you like a guiding star. So walk me by the river and tell me you're my own. When you're gone, I'll walk beside the river. Thank you, folks, and thank you, Buddy, for that noble support on the pipe organ. And here's Rodgers and Hammerstein's great song from Me and Juliet, No Other Love.
Watching the night go by, wishing that you could be. Watching the night with me. Into the night I cry, hurry home, come home to me. Set me free, free from doubt and free from longing. Into your arms I'll fly, locked in your arms I'll stay, waiting to hear you say, no other love have I, no other love.
Well, that just about gets it for tonight. Hope to see you next week, the same time, the same place, when our guest will be Miss Peggy Lee. Until then, good night, and thank you very much.
This program was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week and hear Bing and his guest, Peggy Lee. The Bing Crosby Show is brought to you each week by the people who believe there is no limit to progress when people work together. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Time for America's popular music, and this is Andy Mansfield with recordings from my own personal collection. Let's start out today with a man who is usually very funny, but here he is a straight singer, Jerry Lewis.
Another bride, another June, another sunny honeymoon, another season, another reason for making whoopee. A lot of shoes, a lot of rice. The groom is nervous, he answers twice. It's really killing that he's so willing to make whoopee. Picture a little love nest down where the roses cling. Picture the same sweet love nest. Think what a year can bring. He's washing dishes and baby clothes. He's so ambitious, he even sews. But don't forget, folks, that's what you get, folks, for making whoopee. Picture a little love nest down where the roses cling. Picture that same sweet love nest. Think what a year can bring. He's washing dishes and baby clothes. He's so ambitious, even sews. But don't forget, that's what you get, folks. But don't forget, folks, that's what you get, folks. But don't forget, folks, that's what you get, folks. But don't forget, folks, that's what you get, folks, for you're making.
He couldn't resist that last 2 seconds, could he? Jerry Lewis and Makin' Whoopee. This was the title song of a Broadway musical of 1928, the music written by Gus Kahn and Walter Donaldson. It starred the late Eddie Cantor in a cast that was surrounded, among other people, by Ruth Edding, Ethel Chute, Gladys Glad, and George Olson's orchestra. Now, the Olson Orchestra was featured both in the orchestra pit and on the stage, which marked the first time that a band actually did this double chore in music. Now, we've played Eddie Cantor's recording, and I think we've played Ruth Edding's recording, but you've never heard the George Olson band version. Now, you'll hear Fran Fry singing the lyrics in the beginning of this next recording, and toward the end, George Olson couldn't resist the inclination to sort of step in there and add a few words, as it were. So let's turn back the clock to 1928, George Olson and his orchestra Makin' Whoopee.
Another season, another reason for making whoopee. A lot of shoes, a lot of rice. The groom is nervous, he answers twice. It's really killing that he's so willing to make whoopee. Picture a little love nest down where the roses cling. Picture the same sweet love nest. Think what a year can bring. He's washing dishes and baby clothes. He's so ambitious, he even sews. But don't forget, folks, that's what you get, folks, for making whoopee.
While they were playing, they're making whoopee. What is it all for? It's so you will fall for making whoopee.
Saga of the song, Makin' Whoopee. That last recording, made by George Olson, his orchestra, and vocalist in 1928. Now, you've heard that a picture is worth 10,000 words, but do you realize that you're worth 10,000 pictures? For whatever you do reflects on America. You know, the uniform you wear has behind it many years of proud heritage. Even though the colors and the style have changed, the meaning of that uniform will never alter. And today, your uniform represents America. So wear it right, treat it proudly, and live up to the heritage behind it. Be a living picture of America and its way of life. I had a letter from Cu Chi, Vietnam, that I'm going to put in right at this point. It's from Specialist 4th Class BMB. Hear your program nearly every day. It's a pleasure to hear the old ones. They are by far the best. I have a favorite, though. I'd like very much to hear, and also would like to know the company it was made by and anything else you might tell me. The title is Soft Summer Breeze, as played and recorded by Eddie Haywood some time ago. Well, Eddie made a couple of recordings of this particular tune. He made one on the Decca label, which I don't believe is any longer available, and he also made a recording on the Mercury label. So here we go, Eddie Haywood and Soft Summer Breeze.
Soft summer breeze, lazy or stream, cotton clouds up high, boy and girl in love, hearts up to the sky, whispering trees add to the theme, gentle lullaby, boy and girl in love, Christmas in July. Let folks talk about Romeo and Juliet. Kid stuff can't compare to the day when they first met. All through the years they will recall moments sweet like these. How it all began with a soft summer breeze.
Eddie Haywood playing Soft Summer Breeze in response to a request from Vietnam. Eddie Haywood has always been a very, very fine pianist, and his father was quite a musician before him. And Eddie had an accident in which his arms were paralyzed not too many years ago. But anyhow, this was after he had made his reputation as a very fine keyboard artist. And as soon as he was able, Eddie started forcing himself to play piano once more, starting out with the very simple exercises. And little by little, he has worked himself back to the stage that he once occupied. A great tribute to the courage of a man who loves his music so much that nothing stopped him from coming back to it. Eddie also wrote that Soft Summer Breeze, you will remember, and perhaps you'll remember another that he wrote and recorded. Let's turn back the clock to Eddie Haywood and Canadian Sunset. Platter portrait of pianist Eddie Haywood. That last recording, Canadian Sunset. The first one, Soft Summer Breeze. If you'd like to tell us what you'd like to hear, like this letter we had from Vietnam, why don't you send either a picture postcard, if it's possible for you to get one, or a letter, no matter what, and address it, tell us what you want to hear, address it to Andy Mansfield, Armed Forces Radio and Television Service, Los Angeles, California, 90038. And now let's continue with the jazz story as outlined by a good friend of ours and record collector and jazz authority, Dave Dexter. You know, the South spawned the music of jazz. New Orleans was its nerve center. It was made up of early traditional things brought by different groups into the picture, and you might say started primarily in the early 1900s up to 1925 when it blossomed forth in full beauty. Let's start out today with a tune which has always been connected with the jazz scene, Muskrat Ramble, a tune which was written by Edward Kidori, the veteran Louisiana trombonist. And we want you to hear a recording which was made by Eddie Miller's octet. Eddie Miller, you all know, is quite the man on clarinet and tenor saxophone. And with a group that featured Matty Matlock on clarinet, Winnie Manone on trumpet, Bud Hatch on bass, Irvin Verrett on trombone, Nappy Lamar on guitar, and Stan Reisman piano, and Ray Baduke on drums. This recording was made in 1945. Eddie Miller's octet and Muskrat Ramble. Another of the titans of jazz from the New Orleans area was trumpet man Sharky Bonanno. Sharky has lived more than 60 years in New Orleans, rarely venturing north except for brief engagements, and his efforts as a leader for a third of a century have done much to establish jazz throughout the southern states. Here's Sharky Bonanno and his Kings of Dixieland, and a recording which was made about 17 years ago, The Eyes of Texas. The late Lizzie Miles was one of the all-time great blues singers. She spent much of her life in the Paris area, and she used to sing choruses in Creole, French, as well as English. But her blues things are something else. Her death in 1962 left the world of jazz all the poorer. Certainly she ranked with Ma Rainey, Bessie Smith, and a half a dozen others as an all-time blues titan. Here's the late Lizzie Miles singing Lizzie's Blues.
Hey there, all you strangers, my conscience hurts me so. Danger everywhere I go. Now I've never killed and I've never stole. Just done something, got me in a hole. Hey there, all you strangers, my conscience hurts me so. 'Cause I got a daddy here in New Orleans, another daddy up in Maine, and I don't know which one I like best. I guess I like them both the same. Say I got two daddies, got to keep them apart. One is my living, the other's my heart. I got a daddy right here in New Orleans, another daddy up in Maine. That boy's some lover, he's way up in Maine. Yes, I got a daddy right here in New Orleans, another daddy up in Maine. And I don't know which one I like best. I guess I like them both the same. Say I got two daddies, kinda old in years, but they can climb that mountain without shifting gears. Now I got a daddy right here in New Orleans, another daddy up in
Another New Orleans name is Armand Hug, ragtime piano man. Here he is with his gang of jazzmen and That Old Gang of Mine, recorded 1950. We'll continue with the jazz story tomorrow. Right now, this is Andy Mansfield saying thanks for listening to America's Popular Music. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Ay, 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 qué caray, hoy valía más no haberle conocido para jamás, para jamás, para jamás haber sabido amar. Le supliqué que no se fuera de mi vida, hasta lloré cuando le di la despedida. Ay, 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 hay que aprender que en este mundo hay que saber perder. Hoy valía más no haberle conocido para jamás haber sabido amar. Ay, 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 my serenade, that's what I sing each night beneath her window. Ay, 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 I'm never late, that's where you'll find me after 8:30. And every night she lights the light, there's no mistaking. She's never late at 8:30, she's always waiting. Ay, 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 I'm on my way to see my love. I have so much to say, and when her eyes meet mine, I know she loves me. That is the answer to my serenade. Ay, 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 my serenade. Ay, 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 ay. De amor en los cierros de tu reja, de amor te canté mi triste queja, de amor como un amante corazón, diciéndome así esta dulce canción. Amapola, dignísima amapola, será siempre mi alma tuya sola. Yo te quiero, amada niña mía, igual que ama la flor la luz del día. Amapola, lindísima amapola, no seas tan ingrata, amame, amapola, amapola, ¿cómo puedes tú vivir tan sola? Amapola, no seas tan ingrata, amame, amapola, amapola, ¿cómo puedes vivir tan sola? Yo te quiero, yo me muero por tu amor. Siboney, al arrullo de tu boca pienso en ti. Ven aquí, que te quiero y que todo tesoro eres tú para mí. Siboney, al arrullo de tu palma pienso en ti. Siboney, de mi sueño, si no oyes la queja de mi voz. Siboney, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. Siboney, de mi sueño, espero con ansia en mi canel. Siboney, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. Oye el eco de mi canto de fulgor, no se pierda por entre el rudo del manigual. Te espero con ansia en mi canel. Siboney, si no vienes, ay, moriré de amor. oye el eco de mi canto de cristal. No se pierda por entre el rudo. Ay, ma, un igual. Muñequita linda, de cabellos de oro, de dientes de perla, labios de rubí. Dime si me quieres, como yo te adoro, si de mí te acuerdas, como yo de ti. A veces escucho un eco divino que envuelto en la brisa parece decir: si te quiero mucho, 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 tanto como entonces, siempre hasta morir. Magic is the moonlight, more than any June night. Magic is the moonlight, for it made you mine. La 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 la. La 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 la. There's a song in the air, but the fair señorita doesn't seem to care for the song in the air. So I'll sing to the mule, if you're sure she won't think that I am just a fool serenading a mule. Amigo mio, no, she don't have plenty pray. She listens carefully to each little tune you play. See me muchachito, she loves to sing it too, if only she know the way. But try as she may, in her voice there's a flaw that only that lady can say. It's a señorita, don't get it on
no sopletas de mosquito, Potosila y my chiquita, you're the one for me. Chiquita, no sopletas de mosquito, Potosila y my chiquita, you're the one for me. For me. La fiesta de Santa Fe es famosa y todos vienen a gozarla. En aviones o en tren, a caballo o a pie, todos corren a Santa Fe. Guitarras de alegre son van regando melodías primorosas, despertando al amor de un feliz corazón en la fiesta de Santa Fe. Muy alegres muchachas y trovadores cantan y bailan sus emociones, todos felices con entusiasmo, sus grandes penas abandonando la fiesta de Santa Fe. Es famosa y todos vienen a gozarla, en aviones o en tren, a caballo o a pie, a la fiesta de Santa Fe. It's fiesta in Santa Fe. Folks are riding into town across the mesa, over hill and down dale, on the Santa Fe trail to the fiesta in Santa Fe. The strumming of soft guitars and the melody of violins are playing, seem to care everyone, come and join in the fun at the fiesta in Santa Fe. There are sweet señoritas and caballeros, cowpuncher wearing their best sombreros, fine city ladies in all their bright gowns, handsome young braves from the Indian town. It's fiesta in Santa Fe, and the sun is shining brightly on the mesa. There's romance in the air, 'cause my love will be there at the fiesta in Santa Fe.
the cheek. You'll imagine you're out on a tropical beach far away, where they play all those tangos and zambas. You'll mingle the sweetness of each with a little improvement, the movement they call the cheek. From the heart of Brazil comes a rhythmical thrill. Never mind if you're blue, for a new happiness is in reach when you dance with your love to the loveliness of the cheek. Never mind if you're blue, for a new happiness is in reach when you dance with your love to the loveliness of the cheek. When you dance with your love to the loveliness of the cheek. When you dance with your love to the loveliness of the cheek. keeps on burning day and night. You are gone, but love lives on.
Tengo perdida la cuenta por tantos amores. Día por día se aumentan sin quererlo yo. Tengo la vida para querer, nada me importa qué hacer. Tengo perdida la cuenta, ¿qué le voy a hacer? Tú no eres sincero, porque tú, solo tú no eres más que un dulcero. Y te juro por la Santa Cruz, ay, que te voy a matar, trucutú. Tú no eres sincero, tú eres un dulcero. Y te juro por la Santa Cruz, ay, que te voy a matar, trucutú. Santa Cruz, ay, que te voy a matar a trucutú.
know you. So long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. What a long time since I've been home. And I gotta be drifting along.
I've sung the song, but I'll sing it again, of the people I've met and the places I've been. Some of the troubles that bothered my mind, and a lot of good people that I've left behind.
Singing so long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. What a long time since I've been home. And I gotta be drifting along.
The sweethearts, they sat in the dark and they parked. They hugged and they kissed in that dusty old dark. They sighed and they cried and they hugged and they kissed. But instead of marriage, they talked like this.
I said, so long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. What a long time since I've been home. And I gotta be drifting along.
I went to your family, I asked them for you. They all said, take her, oh, take her, please do. She can't cook her so and she won't scrub the floor. So I put on my coat and tiptoed out the door.
Singing so long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. What a long time since I've been home. And I gotta be drifting along.
Down the street to the grocery store. It was crowded with people, both rich and both poor. I asked the man how his butter was sold. He said 1 pound of butter for 2 pounds of gold.
I said, so long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. What a long time since I've been home. And I gotta be drifting along.
Well, the church, it was jammed, the church, it was packed. The pews, they were crowded from the front to the back. 1,000 friends waited to kiss my new bride, but I was so anxious I rushed her outside.
Singing so long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. What a long time since I've been home. And I gotta be drifting along.
at the end of the day, in a dream that's divine. My prayer is a rapture in blue, with a world far away, and your lips close to mine. Tonight, while our hearts are aglow, oh, tell me the words that I'm longing to know. My prayer and the answer you give, may they still be the same. For as long as we live, that you'll always be there at the end of my I've lost a lot of sleep and counted lots of sheep, more than I care to remember. I've shed a lot of tears through nights that seem like years, more than I care to remember. I've read and read your letter where you said goodbye to me. I shouldn't be unhappy over what can never be. But am I just as blue? And do I still love you? More than I care to remember, remember. More than I care to remember. There's a pixie in her eyes, tells you that she loves you while she flirts with other guys. She's as restless as the ocean as it beats against the shore. How I love my darling Eleanor. She will make a date for 1 p.m. and not show up till 3. But I'd wait a lifetime and it wouldn't bother me. She can make you do such silly things there's no accounting for. Still, I love my darling Eleanor. There's a twinkle in her smile that'll get you. Her voice is like a sweet refrain. There's a tingle in her kiss if she'll let you. You'll find it more refreshing than the summer rain. All the fellas in the neighborhood agree that she's divine. But I never worry, 'cause I know that she's mine. Though she drives me almost crazy, she's the one that I adore. Oh, I love my darling Eleanor. can end this yearning, this need that you and you alone create. Just fill my arms the way you fill my dreams, the dreams that you inspire with every sweet desire. Be my love, and with your kisses set me burning. One kiss is all I need to seal your fate, and hand in hand we'll find love's promised land. There'll be no one but you for me eternally. If you will be my
you let me, would I love you? Would I love you, love you, love you? To take you in my arms has always been my goal. Sure as there's a moon above you, would I love you, love you, love you? With all my heart and soul, with all my heart and soul. You ask me, would I love you if you let me? Eyes that see are eyes that know. Would I love you? What a question when I'm yearning so. If you let me, would I love you? Would I love you, love you, love you? To take you in my arms has always been my goal. Sure as there's a moon above you, would I love you, love you, love you? With all my heart and soul, with all my heart and soul. With all my heart and soul, with all my heart and soul. Come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway, the hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway, the rumble of the subway train, the rattle of the taxi, the daffodils who entertain at Angelo's and Max's when the Broadway baby says goodnight. It's early in the morning. Manhattan babies don't sleep tight until the dawn. Good night, baby. Good night. The milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day. Goodbye, I'll buy you this and that. You hear what Daddy's saying. And baby goes home to her flat to sleep all day. Good night, baby. Good night. The milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight, let's call it a day. Listen to the lullaby of everything turned out just right. But for me, the best time of the evening is the time spent saying goodnight. I love the way you say goodnight. I kinda like the way you mumble when you fumble for the key. More time for kissing me. I love the way you say goodnight.
The extraordinary way you say goodnight.
I kinda like the way you linger with your finger on the bell. More kisses and they're swell. When you say, gotta get home by 12, I always say, let's go. But you can take longer to say goodnight than any three others I know. I love the way you say goodnight.
The super-duper special way you hold me tight.
I kinda like the way you snuggle while I juggle with my comb. You're never, never, never going home. Here's the door.
Here's the key.
Aren't you tired of waiting for little old me?
I could go on waiting all night. As long as while I'm waiting, I keep holding you tight. 'Cause I love the way you say good night.
The way you leave me flying higher than a kite. I kinda like the way you linger with your finger on the bell.
More kisses and they're swell.
When I say, gotta get home by 12.
kinda like the way
You say
the super special way.
good night. You hug and squeeze me while you kiss me nighty-night. I like the way you snuggle while I juggle with my comb. You're never, 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 never going home.
Come on along, listen to a lullaby. Come on along, listen to a lullaby. Everybody's got lots of things to do, but take time out to listen, 'cause here's a lullaby just for you.
Come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway, the hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway, the rumble of the subway train, the rattle of a taxi, the daffy dills who entertain at Angelo's and Maxie's when the Broadway baby says goodnight. It's early in the morning. Manhattan babies don't sleep tight until the dawn. Good night, baby. Good night. The milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day.
Come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway, the hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway.
The band begins to go to town, and everyone goes crazy. You rock-a-bye your baby around till everything gets hazy. Hush, bye, I'll buy you. Listen back, you hear a daddy say, and baby goes home to her flat to sleep all day. Good night, baby. Good night. The milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day. Listen to the lullaby of old Broadway.
Listen to a lullaby of old Broadway.
I'll be around no matter how you treat me now. I'll be around from now on. Your latest love can never last, and when it's past, I'll be around when she's gone. Goodbye again. And if you find a love like mine, now and then drop a line to say you're feeling fine. And when things go wrong, perhaps you'll see you're meant for me, and I'll be around you find a love like mine. Drop a line to say you're feeling fine. And when things go wrong, perhaps you'll say you're meant for me, and I'll be around when she's Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Oh, honey, though our friendship ceases from now on, if you can't say anything real nice, it's better not to talk at all, is my advice. We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. It's best that we do. Here's a kiss. I hope that this brings lots of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. It's best that we do. Here's a kiss. I hope that this brings lots of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
Sailing away, sailing away, sailing in the moonlight on the Henry Clay. Just hear the barber shop quartet harmonizing while that jazz band is improvising, sliding along, dancing till the break of day up on that upper deck. Just see the lovers spoon, hug and kiss beneath the Dixie moon. Oh, boy, oceans of joy when you're sailing on the Henry Clay.
down where the cane and the cotton is growing, down where the old Mississippi is flowing. Good times sure are waiting for me. That's where I am longing to be. You'll see that old B&O in a minute. Just watch that smoker and you'll find me in it. You can bet a week from today I'll be right on that old Henry Clay. I hear the whistle, I know that this'll be a spree that we'll remember happily. Sailing away, sailing away, sailing in the moonlight on the Henry Clay. Just hear the barber shop quartet harmonizing while that jazz band is improvising. Up on that upper deck, just see the lovers spoon, hug and kiss beneath the Dixie moon. Oh, boy, oceans of joy, we're going flying and flitting, weather permitting. 'Cause we're sailing on the Henry, sailing on the Henry, sailing on the Henry.
Every kiss, every hug seems to act just like a drug. You're getting to be a habit with me. Let me stay in your arms. I'm addicted to your charm. You're getting to be a habit with me. I used to think your love was something that I could take or leave alone. But now I just can't do without my supply. I need you for my own. Oh, I can't break away. I must have you every day, as regularly as coffee or tea. You've got me in your clutches and I can't get free. You're getting to be a habit with me. Can't break it, you're getting to be a habit with me. Got me in your clutches, and I can't get free. Like getting shut eye, you are what I need eternally. Always mine. You're getting to be with me. Some night you ought to take a trip to 3rd and Grand, where the kids all dance in the swing. The way they did a rhythm, they don't need a band, but they'll knock you out with a beat. Take some pennies with you to throw, and watch the sidewalk shufflers put on a show.
Everybody watch the sidewalk shufflers. Listen to the rhythm as they tap their feet. They go clapping their hands, tapping their feet, clapping their hands, tapping their feet. And shuffle, 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 shuffle. Listen to the rhythm of the beat. Till a big crowd gathers around. But when the pennies start to fall around their feet, you should see them burn up the ground. Man, that sidewalk takes some abuse when all the sidewalk shufflers start cutting loose. Everybody watch the sidewalk shufflers. Listen to the rhythm as they tap their feet. They go clapping their hands, tapping their feet, clapping their hands, tapping their feet. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Listen to the rhythm of the beat. They go clapping their hands, clapping their feet, 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 clapping their hands, clapping their feet. If I could take you around the world with me, I wouldn't guarantee you'd see the sights. I'd hold your hand in Zanzibar and woo you in Peru. I'd say how grand you are from London Bridge to Timbuktu. We'd be too busy to notice old Madrid, and should we kiss, we'd surely miss Paris. And I would make you my own if I could take you alone around and round and round the world with me. In Montmartre, in Norway, you would find the doorway right into my heart. In far-off Sweden, how I'd be needing you. I know that yen would spark in Denmark, too. Though we'd seen no sights at all, still I would go if you'd call. Around and round 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 around the world with me. Look at me.
4, 5, 6.
I'm learning new tricks.
7, 8, 9.
The formula's fine.
10.
You want to learn it?
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
1.
Take 2 lovers.
2.
At a glance. Mixing moonlight, that's a recipe for romance. Blending music, start to dance. For some sweet talk, that's a recipe for romance. Romance. 7. If you want a taste of heaven, close your eyes and count 11. You'll be kissed before you look. So it says in a cookbook. 8. Start together. 9. Wait your chance. 10. You'll be happy with my recipe for romance. If you want a taste of heaven, close your eyes and count 11. You'll be kissed before you look. So it says in a cookbook. 8. Start together. 9. Wait your chance. 10. Pop the question. You'll be happy, I know, in advance with my recipe for romance.
the best reason for a party, and what keeps it boiling hot.
An occasion when you've got something to dance about, someone to dance it with, something to dance it to a foxtrot or a waltz. Put on your dancing shoes, here comes some happy news. Take up in twos and twos to a foxtrot or a waltz. You and someone have parted, and your lonely heart yearns. While you're there broken-hearted, suddenly he returns. That's something to dance about.
With someone to dance it with,
pick something to dance it to a foxtrot or a waltz. Someone have parted, and your lonely heart yearns. While you're there broken-hearted, suddenly he returns. That's something to dance about, with someone to dance it with. Pick something to dance it to a foxtrot or a waltz. To a foxtrot or a waltz. Let's dance.
Missouri.
bright Missouri.
There was a princess, once there was a guy, and they fell in love one wonderful day. But she was a princess, he was just a guy. So there was the royal devil to pay. They were ordered not to speak to one another, and they knew the sorrow that would bring. Still they promised not to speak to one another, but they didn't promise not to sing. So beneath her window, tenderly he sang all the things he promised never to say. Once upon a time today.
metropole, the metropole, the metropole. She couldn't waltz to save her soul, but oh, how she could polka. I asked her for a little kiss, a little kiss, a little kiss, and then I held her tight like this and danced the metropolka.
He asked me then to marry him, to marry him, to marry him. He didn't think I'd carry him into the church around the corner.
Now I've got a mother-in-law, a father-in-law, a brother-in-law, and 7 kids to call me pa from doing the metropolka.
He couldn't waltz to save his soul, but oh, how he could polka.
I asked her for a little kiss, a little kiss, a little kiss, and then I held her tight like this and danced the metropolka.
He asked me then to marry him, to marry him, to marry him. He didn't think I'd carry him into the church around the corner.
Now I've got a mother-in-law, a father-in-law, a brother-in-law, and 7 kids to call me pa from doing the metropolka.
the only boy for me. Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me.
He gave to me a ring of gold, the brightest ever seen. It must have come from Ireland, 'cause now my finger's green.
It must have come from Ireland, 'cause now her finger's green.
Oh, Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me.
He took me in an aeroplane, he said we'd only talk. But when I wouldn't give a kiss, he said, get out and walk.
But when she wouldn't give a kiss, I said, get out and walk.
Oh, Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me. Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me. Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me.
One night he phoned that he'd be late, his best friend had been hurt. Then he showed up at 12 o'clock with lipstick on his shirt.
I showed up at 12 o'clock with lipstick on my shirt.
Oh, Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me.
He has a way of finding things, but then in jail he's tossed. The trouble is he finds the things before they're even lost.
The trouble is I find the things before they're even lost.
Oh, Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Charlie is my darling, the only boy for me.
Twiddly-dee-dee-fuck-doo, twiddly-dee-dee-hoo-ha, twiddly-dee-dee-twiddly-dee-dee-hee-hoo, doodly-up-to-a-dee, doodly-up-to-a-dee, rip-twiddly-dee-twiddly-hee-hoo.
When the sun in the morning peeps over the hill and kisses the roses round my windowsill, then my heart fills with gladness when I hear the trill of the birds in the treetops on Mockingbird Hill.
Tra-la-la, tweedly-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, tweedly-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill. Tweedly-dee-dee-fuck-doo, tweedly-dee-dee-hoo-ha, tweedly-dee-dee-tweedly-dee-hoo, doodly-up-to-a-dee, doodly-up-to-a-dee, rip-tweedly-dee-tweedly-hee-hoo.
Got a three-cornered plow and an acre to till, and a mule that I bought for a $10 bill. There's a tumble-down shack and a rusty old mill, but it's my home sweet home up on Mockingbird Hill.
Tra-la-la, tweedly-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, tweedly-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill. Tweedly-dee-dee-fuck-doo, tweedly-dee-dee-hoo-ha, tweedly-dee-dee-tweedly-dee-hoo, doodly-up-to-a-dee, doodly-up-to-a-dee, rip-tweedly-dee-tweedly-hee-hoo.
When it's late in the evening, I climb up the hill and survey all my kingdom while everything's still. Only me and the sky and an old whippoorwill singing songs in the twilight on Mockingbird Hill.
Tra-la-la, tweedly-dee-dee, it gives me a thrill to wake up in the morning to the mockingbird's trill. Tra-la-la, tweedly-dee-dee, there's peace and goodwill. You're welcome as the flowers on Mockingbird Hill. Tweedly-dee-dee-fuck-doo, tweedly-dee-dee-hoo-ha, tweedly-dee-dee-tweedly-dee-hee-hoo, A, D, doodly up to A, D. Rip, tweedle, rip, tweedle, hee-hoo.
a beautiful bride. So long, Sally, though I won't be there at your side, I can't deny I wish that I were in his shoes, but someone's got to win and someone's got to lose.
door, let me in. I hear music. I don't want to weep no more.
Please open the door to a stranger who's weary of trouble and strife. I'll ring you a song on my banjo and tell you the tears of my life.
Let me in, I hear laughter. Let me in, open up the door. Let me in, I hear music. I don't want to weep no more. I've many dear friends in St. Louis. I've many dear friends in St. Paul. As soon as their sheriff forgives me, I hope to be back with them all. Let me in, I hear laughter. Let me in, open up the door. Let me in, I hear music. I don't want to weep no more. I wooed a young maid through the valley, up mountains and round every tree. But I never tasted her kisses, 'cause she could run faster than me. Let me in, I hear laughter. Let me in, open up the door. Let me in, I hear music. I don't want to weep no more. I courted a widow with money, and all of it locked in a keg. But she had a hound dog named Sonny. Just look at these teeth on my leg. Let me in, I hear laughter. Let me in, open up the door. Let me in, I hear music. I don't want to weep no more. Beloved, be faithful. Beloved, be true. While I am away, dear, I'll trust in you. I'll never forsake you, though we are apart. Beloved, be faithful to my faithful heart. There'll be other lips, there'll be other arms that will want you for their own. There are those other lips, there are those other arms that you're mine and mine alone. Beloved, be faithful. Beloved, be true. Keep watching and waiting till I'm back with you. Watching and waiting till I'm back with you.
faithful. He's watching and waiting till I'm back with you.
You if you love me, perhaps I don't, perhaps I do. You may be placing someone else above me. I hope you won't, I wish I knew. My sweet, you have me feeling so bewildered. My hopes go up and then go down. We meet and then again I grow bewildered. Am I a prince? Am I a clown? Tell me, will you be my own? Take me, make me yours and yours alone. If you could only know how great a love I want to give to you, you would never say, perhaps I don't, perhaps I do. I want to give to you, you would never say, perhaps I don't, perhaps I do. It's time that I knew. the day, wake up and end the day thinking of you. Why does it do this to me? Is it such bliss to be thinking of you? When I fall asleep at night, it seems you just tiptoe into all my dreams. I think of no other one ever since I've begun thinking of you.
go away from this lonely town. Won't be long till my song will be through, 'cause I know I'm on my last round. All the love I could still beg or borrow wouldn't heal all this pain in my soul. What is love but a prelude to sorrow? With a heartbreak ahead for your gold. Here I go, now you know why I'm leaving. Got the blues, what can I lose? That bears a lipstick traces, an airline ticket to romantic places, and still my heart has wings. These foolish things remind me of you. A tinkling piano in the next apartment, those stumbling words that told you what my heart meant, a fairground faded swing. These foolish things remind me of you. You came, you saw, you conquered me. When you did that to me, I knew somehow this had to be. The wind of March that make my heart a dancer, a telephone that rings, but who to answer? Oh, how the ghost of you clings. These foolish things remind me of These things are dear.
kinds of men to make a Navy. Pharmacist mates, storekeepers, bosun mates, radar men, engineers, and ordinary seamen. Takes all kinds of equipment to make a Navy. Steering gear, ropes and lines and hawsers, davits and anchors and guns and radios and ammunition. Takes all kinds of ships to make a Navy. Submarines, destroyers, aircraft carriers, auxiliary vessels, and battle wagons. And also to make a Navy, it takes a ship like this. A great white ship with a broad green stripe and a red cross on her side. A ship whose equipment consists of operating rooms, sterile gowns, surgical instruments, and bandages. And believe it or not, women on a Navy ship.
The Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education, presents The Great White Ship, starring Selina Royal. Thousands of sailors wounded in sea battles and Marines maimed by warfare on land are today living tributes to the skill and efficiency of the men and women who served aboard the unescorted and brightly lighted hospital ships that have sailed with the American fleet ever since the Spanish-American War. This story, then, is respectfully dedicated to those who were served and to those who served on one of our great white ships.
"20 years is a long time in any man's Navy, and it's just as long for a woman. 20 years as a nurse. I've seen a lot of things happen in that time. Been on a lot of ships, taken care of a lot of boys. Yes, there's more to sending a hospital to sea than just hauling some beds and doctors and nurses aboard ship. Sometimes, for instance, you take a liner that used to run from New York to Miami with a load of tourists. You put in almost 500 beds in 6 wards, 2 completely equipped operating rooms, clinical laboratories, X-ray department, eye, ear, nose, and throat, physiotherapy, pharmacy refrigerators with serums and antitoxins and blood plasma. And when you commission the ship, you give her a name that means to give comfort in grief or misfortune. Yes, you call your hospital ship the Solace. Captain Benjamin Perlman was the commanding officer of the Solace when I reported aboard as chief nurse in 1941.
Sincerely hope that our voyage will be a pleasant one. We're joining the Pacific Fleet at Pearl Harbor by way of the Panama Canal.
When will the others be aboard, sir?
The line officers and crew are complete now, and the senior medical officer will be Captain Harold Jensen, and his staff of doctors report tomorrow. The hospital apprentices and pharmacist mates are due on Friday, and your nurses Saturday.
Saturday, fine, sir.
Our orders are to shove off 1 week from today.
Very good, sir. My nurses will be ready. I looked them over as they came aboard that week. 12 girls. 12 nurses that would work together for all the time we were operating with the fleet. Different backgrounds, different tastes, different looks, but all of them making the same mental promise: to return every sailor taken ill or injured, in or out of battle, to his family in as near to perfect health as medical science and unlimited hospital resources could guarantee. I had to know those girls. They were my responsibility. So I watched them as they began their work aboard the Solace. There was Ensign Hilda Smith from Minnesota.
Sure, it's hard work in the nurses' corps, but it's good work, and I'm used to it. I used to dream about getting in when I was back on the farm. I used to play nurse from the time I was a little girl, fixing a bird's wing, taking thorns out of the horse's hooves, things like that.
And Ensign Tasker, a former socialite from New York.
I sometimes went down to the poorer sections, not nosing around just to see how the other half lived, but because they really needed help. They had bad living conditions, not even enough food, and they suffered badly from lack of medical attention. That's what really started me out thinking about the
And Ensign Catherine Shaw, who was undoubtedly from the Deep South.
Never felt like I was really accomplishing anything till I started in training. Now it seems like I've been a nurse all my life. Like there wasn't anything important happened to me before I filled out that blank form and got accepted and began taking care of others.
And Ensign Mary Stevens from the Middle West.
Father was a doctor, and almost my first memory was the smell of disinfectant beneath her and the sight of pills and bottles and stethoscopes. Everybody just seemed to take it for granted that I'd be a boy. And when I wasn't, there was only one thing for me to do. Besides, I like it. After this is over, I might even go ahead to medical school.
Those were to be my girls, my nurses on board the Solace. You couldn't tell much from the first few days, but as we began work at Pearl Harbor, they soon got into the swing of things. It was easy work, a few cases of the mumps, a sailor with a ruptured appendix, some severe sunburns, an eye examination. The simple tasks of keeping up the health of a fleet. Yes, it was an easy job, until... December 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor. Standing on the deck while we watched the Japs blast our feet to pieces, seeing the Arizona and the Utah, the Oklahoma, the destroyers. It was terrible to watch it and not be able to do anything. But it wasn't long before we could do something, and we had to. Even before the invaders were gone from the skies, the casualties began to be loaded aboard the Solace. Captain Jensen stood at the rail to examine the tags on the wounded men as they were lifted up in the Stokes stretchers.
Shell splinters in the back and side. Put him in surgical one lower.
Yes, sir.
Where does it hurt, son?
My chest feels empty, like nothing's there.
Surgical one lower.
Yes, sir.
How's medical one?
Room for 2 more, sir.
These 2, then. Medical one.
Yes, sir.
All
Medical
Sunday,
one.
and the next day and the next, until the faces became blurred, and all you could see were the wounds and the eyes filled with suffering. It was a new thing for my nurses, being part of the Navy when it was at war. But they learned fast, and they learned it the hard way. That was December of 41, and Christmas was coming. None of the nurses or doctors or anybody on the Solace had much sleep or peace of mind then. But in spite of the weariness, all of us were thinking of the Navy tradition that a tree rides the mast on Christmas. And we managed to collect 4 scraggy cedars in Honolulu, together with enough tinsel, holly, decorations, and toys, and knickknacks, so that every man aboard the Solace would have a gift and a celebration. And on Christmas Eve, the nurses' quarters were bustling with preparations.
But we haven't got the one thing we need most.
What's that?
Well, a Santa Claus. They'll be expecting one.
Get the yeoman who stands with the commander at quarters.
He's perfect. Big and fat and jolly. I'll bet he's a Southerner.
Great. He's the boy. Someone go get him. And the sailmaker can fix a suit out of this bunting.
And a beard out of some rope. That should do it.
How about the trees?
Well, we put one on the mast, another on the quarterdeck, and 2 in the mess hall. That'll have to do. The up patients help with the trimmings in the wards.
We'll make it a real Christmas yet. Are all the presents wrapped?
Almost. We managed at least one gift for each patient and a little smidgen of candy. Here's the last one. This little mechanical ballet dancer.
Not much of a gift, is it? Oh, I'd like to have that for Swenson in Ward B. He's blind. He's got to have something he can feel. He could wind her up and feel her dance.
Oh, no. Give me that one. Look, I've got a machinist mate down there. He's old and very critical. He's got kids at home. This is a sort of silly present he'd bring home for them on Christmas. Maybe it's his last. Maybe it'd bring them closer.
The girls were beautiful that evening, I thought, and our Santa Claus was bigger and jollier than any department stores. I remembered a pharmacist maid who played a sweet accordion, and he got 6 fellows who could sing to handle the carols for us. We started our small procession through the wards and around the deck, and from out of nowhere came Captain Perlman and said,
I'm with you on this if you can use the bass.
War and Christmas seemed suddenly incongruous. Only yesterday, these kids were sneaking down the stairs to watch their mothers and dads place the last glimmering icicle on the tree. Pain now made the young faces seem mature, but even eyes that had been almost lifeless brightened miraculously as the nurses distributed their presents and Santa Claus his bounty. That was Christmas in 1941. And we knew we had done a good job on the Solace in taking care of those Pearl Harbor casualties, and the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet, Admiral Nimitz, presented us with a citation that read in part,
Displayed conspicuous devotion in the line of duty. Its ability to cope with this disaster was responsible for the successful care of all casualties and the saving of many lives. The professional skill displayed and distinguished service rendered by this hospital ship were in keeping with the highest traditions of naval service.
Well, we were in it then. The Solace was the only hospital ship in the Pacific Theater at that time, and we carried a heavy burden. Just 3 months after Pearl Harbor, Captain Perlman was ordered to proceed to Samoa, then to Pango Pango, Tonga Taboo, Ifati, and Namoa. Glamorous names, you say? Tropical islands of romance? Not for us. Again, we saw the awful backwash of war. The casualties from the Battle of the Coral Sea. The Solomon Campaign. Guadalcanal. We evacuated casualties to New Zealand and Australia, to land hospitals, where they could regain their health. One day I was walking down the passageway in the nurses' quarters, and I heard 2 of my girls talking. Kay, the nurse from New York, and Mary from the Middle West.
They're so brave, all of them. They thank you for nothing. A kind word, a smile, a cigarette, anything.
That Marine in Ward 4. I can't stop thinking about him. The way his eyes would light up when I came around. Just his eyes. That's all I could see through the bandages.
Yes. Some of them live and you don't know why, and others die and you don't know the answer for that either.
I never knew anything like this before. It's almost a year now. A year of those men. All of them suffering and hurt and crying. Some of them...
Well, what do you want them to do? Stand up and sing Anchors Away?
That's right. Make a joke of it.
Oh, come off it, Mary.
Sometimes I think I can't stand it anymore. The way some of them just lie there and look at you. And you know that inside they feel so much pain and there isn't anything that you... Oh, we didn't see you there, Commander.
I'd like to talk to Mary for a minute, if you don't mind, Kay.
Oh, certainly. I have to go on duty in my ward now, anyhow.
Mary, look at me.
Yes, Commander?
I've been noticing a change in you during the past few weeks. Have you been feeling well?
Yes, I feel all right. It's just
I overheard your conversation just now. It's not the sort of thing a Navy nurse should discuss.
What do you mean?
Well, this is a hard life, Mary. It's no fun being a nurse on a hospital ship. Nursing is difficult even under ordinary conditions in a good land hospital. That's why it's so important that we do our jobs.
But I don't understand.
A Navy nurse is the only woman ever assigned to a ship. Now, there's a reason for that. These men that we take care of are helped more than we know by the sight of a nurse at their beds, the feel of our hand when they're sick or wounded. Mary, you have to smile no matter what your heart feels like. Settle your differences in your own room and the loser come out with a smile. And never talk shop. That's the hardest and the most important. When you're doing your job, do it. But in nurses' quarters, don't discuss it. If you do, you'll go stale or emotional, and the men will pay for it.
I see. I'm sorry, Commander.
Well, we'll say no more about it. Now, come on, there's work to be done. And get that smile on your face. Commander Waters relieved Captain Perlman as our skipper on the Solace in 1943, and we received the first orders ever given a U.S. Navy hospital ship to enter a combat region for evacuation of casualties. That was the beginning of a new page in the annals of Navy doctors at war. An historic event that took us to such places as Apamama Atoll, Tarawa, Kwajalein, and Eniwetok. There we were, a lovely, white, unarmed ship, darting in and out among the beaches and transport areas on our errand of mercy. Came near us, just small boats that brought their wounded alongside and then slipped away. And as we sped across the seas toward base hospitals at Pearl Harbor or Australia, I used to walk through the wards on my rounds and listen to the men talking. These men who had been in the middle of headline-making battles just a few hours before, and whose wounds were still fresh and raw.
No kidding. You never saw the ocean till you came out? Brother, I was born with my feet in the water. I used to wonder what a mountain was. I'd say, hey, what's this mountain business? Where I come from, we got water.
You know what I wish I had? A horse. I got a horse back home. He's really my brother's, but I'm the one he goes for. Boy, could he buck. You know, I remember the last time my brother tried him. He says, Well, guess I'll take him out. And the next time I look, there he sat with a busted rib.
Nurse, can I have a cigarette?
Here you are. I'll light it for you.
You don't want a girl that likes to read.
Well, what do you mean?
I got a girl, but she don't like to read. I mean, she can read or she can let it alone. I never was much in all this mind stuff for a woman. I say, let a girl be herself. All right. If she likes to read, let her read. My girl back home don't like to read.
Please. Is there a nurse here?
Here, sailor.
I'm thirsty. Could I have some water?
Sorry. Wait till that wound heals. Then you can have all the water you can drink.
All right. Just thought I'd ask. Thanks.
Know my favorite cake is, miss? Angel cake. Back home we used to have it Sundays with chocolate ice cream on top. Mom made the ice cream herself.
Not much talk of wounds or war in a hospital ship. These sailors and Marines were just kids who were literally in the same boat. They talked about the things that meant the most to them, women and families and girls. And while their faces changed, still the conversation was the same. The conversation of the 1,300 casualties we evacuated from Saipan. The 1,000 boys we took out of the rest of the Marianas. The Marine and Army personnel we treated for wounds received on Guam and Anga and Peleliu. Commander Edward Peterson was the skipper of the Solace then, and we were getting an object lesson in the dangers that a hospital ship is exposed to from air attack while stationed in a transport area off the enemy's shores. And it was just 3 months after that, when the Solace was with the 3rd and 5th Fleets at Ulithi, that Commander Peterson held a staff meeting.
Not often that a hospital ship is required for such duty. For that reason, I want both the line officers and the medical personnel to understand the dangers of this assignment. Captain Hall, your doctors and nurses have done a fine job throughout our campaigns.
Thank you, sir.
While the Solace has been here at Ulithi, you've been overworked. Your facilities taxed to the utmost.
Yes, that's true, but I'll confess we'd rather be in a more active region, Captain.
Well, it's my pleasure to inform all of you, line officers and medics alike, that the Solace has been ordered to resume her most familiar role. Gentlemen, we're going back into the combat area to hit the beaches with the Marines.
D-Day +4. A cold, gray morning on Iwo Jima. The battle should have been over, but in reality it was only beginning. We maneuvered inside a line of battleships, cruisers, destroyers, carriers, transports, and a host of smaller craft, to an anchorage within several hundred yards of black-glittered beach. The gangway was ordered down and our signal flag run up to announce our readiness to receive casualties. I stood beside Commander Beck, who was the embarkation officer, as they began to be loaded aboard.
Phenomenal wound here. Immediate surgery. Surgical 1 lower. Now, how does it feel, son?
Okay. Is Miss McDonald still aboard?
Yes. Nurse McDonald is here.
Well, take me back to her old ward. She fixed me up good at Saipan, and I need more of the same treatment.
That's Ward 3, sir.
All right, son. You're earmarked for Ward 3.
Oh, thanks, Doc. She'll fix it for me.
Easy with that stretcher there.
He takes them in order. Abdominal wounds, brain and chest operations, amputations. From the deck we can see Iwo, the impenetrable blockhouses which no artillery or bombing could knock out, the 1,000-pound rockets and huge mortar shells, the lack of vegetation for cover, the raw, bitter cold. Those are the things that are causing men to be brought aboard now with ugly wounds. They lie on the deck waiting for one of our 17 doctors to operate on them when a table is available. The corpsmen walk among the stretchers, giving morphine, blood transfusions, penicillin injections, and sulfur tablets, marking their tags. And you hear the conversations of these wounded men.
Hey, did you hear how the 4th's coming out?
Okay. They'll make it. Okay.
Were the 27th Marines relieved?
Not yet.
That was my outfit. The going's still rough. Well, is it still bad on the beach? How about Joe, our platoon leader?
Oh, he got it going up the hill right in front of me. Same shell got us both.
They got me on my birthday. Sons, they couldn't shoot me yesterday. They couldn't shoot me tomorrow. No, they had to shoot me today, my 21st birthday.
And then 2 of the corpsmen started to lift a stretcher to carry a Marine down to surgery, his head covered with blood-stained bandages. And he half rose and sang out,
Hey, Bud, wait a minute. Take a look at that.
In the distance, we could see tiny figures struggling up Mount Suribachi, the extinct volcano that Japs had converted into one giant pillbox. And then suddenly we saw it. An American flag on the peak snapping in the wind. And the Marine said simply,
Quite a sight, ain't it? I helped put her there this morning.
That night we moved several miles out to sea after loading a record of more than 400 patients. This was to prevent our bright lights from making a target in the midst of the combat ships. All during the dark hours, our doctors and nurses labored to save the lives of those aboard. One ward of 68 wounded used 4,250,000 units of penicillin that night. 6 of the Marines died, but the rest were still clinging to life by morning. Back we went to the beaches for still more wounded. On that second day, the ship smelled of blood, disinfectants, gangrene, and death. We were carrying 640 patients, more than ever before in 13 trips, covering every marine amphibious action from Tarawa to Peleliu. The less seriously wounded men were put on cots on the promenade decks, and the ship's crew gave up their quarters to sleep on deck so that their bunks might be used. We took that shipload to bases at Guam and Saipan and came back for 2 more evacuation trips. The Solace was earning her name in many ways. We were giving comfort in grief or misfortune to over 2,000 patients during the Iwo campaign.
July 6, 1906, Geneva, Switzerland, the Geneva Convention. Medical and administrative staffs and chaplains are respected and protected under all circumstances.
1899, The Hague, Switzerland. Articles of the Hague War Regulations. Hospital ships are inviolable as well as the religious, medical, or hospital staff of any captured ship.
These are the laws of war. Now here is April 1st, 1945, the island of Okinawa, and the policy of the Japanese kamikaze.
Look up there. That plane is peeling off.
It's making a run on us. Can't he see our lights? Doesn't he know this is a hospital ship?
Oh, we can't miss them. It's a kamikaze. Sound general quarters.
Oh, what? We have no weapons, no protection. Just sit here and pray he misses.
Contrary to every agreement of civilized nations, the Solace was deliberately attacked. The bomb just missed its mark, but the incident was an example of things to come. And Captain Peterson was forced to a decision.
Gentlemen, I've just received word that another hospital ship, the Comfort, was attacked in the same manner as we. Therefore, I have no alternative but to give orders contrary to the Geneva Agreement, since the enemy has decided to wage uncivilized warfare.
But, sir, we have no weapons aboard, not even sidearms. What can we do?
Hereafter, the Solace will sail without the normal illumination. We will black out at night.
Serious, sir.
They're evidently using our lights for targets, gentlemen, so there's no other way. In addition, we'll have a destroyer escort for protection against these attacks.
I guess it's the only solution.
These suicide-bound kamikazes are making it tough on every ship in the area. We've had more burn cases here than at any time since Pearl Harbor.
The Solace is getting a higher number of personnel from ships than from the ranks of the assault troops.
Gentlemen, that's it. You keep them from dying, and I'll try to keep them afloat.
Well, that was Okinawa from a hospital ship. We made 7 trips with more than 4,000 casualties, passed out 136,000 sulfur tablets, 3,000 units of blood, and 2 billion units of penicillin. All the personnel of the Solace worked on a round-the-clock schedule, catching a wink of sleep only when they were ready to drop from exhaustion. Yes, that was Okinawa from a hospital ship. But the war didn't end for us with the signing of a surrender document in Tokyo Bay. Along with the other Navy hospital ships, the Relief, the Samaritan, the Refuge, the Bountiful, and the brand new Tranquility, we were assigned to Magic Carpet duty. Made 6 round trips between Pearl Harbor and San Francisco to transport the wounded men, the war-weary veterans of bitter Pacific campaigns. And it was always interesting to me to see what the attitude of our personnel was toward the great white ship. Like the doctor who had been a famous Long Island psychiatrist.
Hardly a neurotic in a boatload. That's what I like. Practicing good, simple, direct medicine on good, simple, direct men with plenty of guts.
Or the pharmacist mate who told me he really wanted to be on a destroyer or battleship, but...
Honest, Commander, there's something about this. I don't know. You can actually see the guys getting well under your hands.
Or Mary Smith, the girl that I once had to tell not to get too emotional over what she saw.
And I got the sweetest letter from him the other day. He's all well now, and when we get to San Francisco, he's going to meet me. I guess I've really been looking for someone like that sailor all my life.
It's not unusual for a Navy nurse to resign her commission in order to marry a sailor or officer she's helped back to health. Of course, it hasn't happened to me in 20 years, but maybe I'm just the chief nurse type. I was sorry to leave the Solace. Sorry when she was decommissioned and turned over to the War Surplus Administration for disposal. Didn't seem right for a ship that had evacuated and treated more battle casualties than any other in the history of military medicine, with a mortality rate lower than one would generally expect at a modern hospital in the States. 25,000 of them we had. 25,000 boys who had been admitted and treated and nursed until they were well. Well, as I said before, it takes all kinds of equipment and all kinds of ships and all kinds of men to make a navy. And those boys would tell you about the great white ship with a broad green stripe and a red cross on her side. A ship whose equipment consists of operating rooms, sterile gowns, surgical instruments, and bandages. And a guarantee of the best medical care in the world. Everywhere in the world. For every American sailor.
Listening to The Great White Ship, starring Selina Royal. Our story was written by Robert C. Vinson, produced and directed by Will Scott. In the cast were Martha Shaw, Julie Bennett, Beth Lehman, Lynn Allen, Paul McVeigh, Noel Rayburn, Bud Whittam, Clayton Post, Kyle Thomas, John Postini, Dawes Butler, Lloyd Jenkins, Tom McKee, and Don Diamond. The music was composed by Michel Perrier and John Hicks, with musical direction by Mr. Perrier. Chorus was under the direction of Roger Wagner. This is Gil Warren speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
It is for us, the living, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought have thus far so nobly advanced. It is for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us.
Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Francis Langford, Dinah Shore, Jenny Sims, G.I. Jill, Johnny Mercer, Judy Garland, Loretta Young, Charles Boyer, Lin Yu Tang, Herbert Marshall, Michael Chekhov, the Ken Darby Singers, the Armed Forces Radio Orchestra, Monsignor Fulton J. Sheen, Rabbi Edgar F. Magnan, and the Reverend R.H. Brooks join to bring you a special victory program from the United States of America.
Hello, men. This is Bob Hope. There are some people here that most of you know pretty well. It's been our privilege to bring you a few laughs and a few songs all the way from the black day of Pearl Harbor up to this bright and wonderful moment. And now we'd like the privilege of sharing with you some of the deep-down feeling that goes with this occasion. We're letting the laughs go by this time. Jokes don't quite belong to an hour of victory, particularly when we all know so well that great as this victory is, we're still a long way from the end. You won't hear any applause or cheers because there's no audience here for this show but you out there who will listen and will, I hope, join us in spirit. There'll be a lot of singing, your songs mainly. And whether you make a sound or not, we hope that you'll be singing with us, with your heart, if not with your lips.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesties above the fruit and plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Mrs. Crosby, I know it took a lot of doing to bring you to victory in Europe. It's been a long haul and a hard climb. And a lot of guys have been sweating it out all over the world. Maybe you're looking back today, too, remembering, adding it all up. Take, for instance, the 7th of December, 1941. Adolf was top man in those days, and things were pretty dismal in these parts. The convoys were steaming across the North Atlantic, and we were picking up the pieces at Pearl Harbor. And then there was this saga of a certain chaplain.
Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord!
Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. Praise the Lord and swing into position. Can't afford to sit around a-wishing. Praise the Lord, we're all between perdition and the deep blue sea. Yes, the sky pilot said it. You got to give him credit, for a son of a gunner was he. Shout and praise the Lord, we're on a mighty mission. All aboard, we're not a-going fishing. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition, and we'll all stay free. And, brother, who's ever going to forget those Louisiana maneuvers, or for that matter, basic training and boot camps from Dix to San Diego, Benning, Bragg, Butner, Barclay, Farragut, Roberts, Great Lakes, and Quantico. 48 states worth of KP, close-shaved heads, sore feet, CPOs, and top kicks. And those 3 rules governing camp behavior. 1, if it's moving, salute it.
Yes, sir.
And if it's not moving, pick it up.
Yes, sir.
And if you can't pick it up, paint it.
Yes, sir. Oh, my
The
aching thumb.
whole time you were singing in the showers or on the march, those pin-up girls on the barracks walls were keeping quiet. Right now, they're going to sing back.
This is Francis Langford. Remember this one, fellas? This is the Army, Mr. Jones.
No private rooms or telephones. You had your breakfast in bed before, but you won't have it there anymore. This is the Army, Mr. Green. We like the barracks nice and clean. You had a housemaid to clean your floor, but she won't help you out anymore. Do what the bugler commands. They're in the Army and not in a band. This is the Army, Mr. Brown. You and your baby went to town. She had you worried, but this is war, and she won't worry you anymore.
This is Dinah, fellas. How's your harmony on this one? I've been working on the railroad all the livelong day. I've been working on the railroad just to pass the time away. Can't you hear the whistle blowing? Rise up so early in the morn. Can't you hear the captain shouting? Dinah, blow your horn.
Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow your horn? Oh, Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow? Dinah, won't you blow your horn? Oh, someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Someone's in the kitchen, I know, no. Someone's in the kitchen with Dinah. Strumming on the old banjo. Beat my fiddle-I-hey-I. Beat my fiddle-I-hey-I. Beat my fiddle-I-hey, oh. Strumming on the old banjo.
This is Jenny Sims. Remember this one? Don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No, don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home. Don't go walking down Lover's Lane with anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. Anyone else but me. No, don't go walking down Lover's Lane with anyone else but me till I come marching home. I just got word from a guy who heard from the guy next door to me. The girl he met just loves to pet, and it fits you to a T. So don't sit under the apple tree with anyone else but me till I come marching home.
Hey, gals, we almost forgot this one. The biscuits in the Army, they say, are very fine. One rolled off the table and killed a pal of mine.
I don't want no more of Army life. Gee, Mom, I want to go home.
The chicken in the Army, they say, is mighty fine. One jumped off the table and started marching time.
I don't want no more of Army life. Gee, Mom, I want to go home.
The coffee in the Army, they say, is mighty fine. It's good for cuts and bruises and tastes like iodine.
I don't want no more of Army life. Gee, Mom, I want to go. Gee, Mom, I gotta go. Gee, Mom, I want to go home.
Hi, fellas. This is G.I. Jill. You can't talk about G.I. days without including the one big package of ache and back material concocted by one Mr. J. Mercer. We're talking about that G.I. jive.
This is a G.I. jive. Man alive. It starts with the bugler blowing reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's a G.I. jive. Roodly-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Voot. After you wash and dress, more or less, you go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Mess. Jack, when you convalesce out of your seat into the street, make with the feet. Reach. If you're a PVT, your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-T. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-T, the MP makes you KP on the QT. This is a G.I. jive, man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in the trunk. Fall on your bunk. Lunk. Soon you're counting Jeeps, but before you count to 5, you'll be right back digging at G.I. jive.
And now, gals, all together. 1, 2, 3. When the war is over, we will all enlist again. When the war is over, we will all enlist again. When the war is over, we will all enlist again.
We will, like hell, we will. We were only fooling. We were only fooling. We were only fooling. We were like hell, we were.
Training over, some went east and some went west. And the ones who traveled west sailed over the biggest hunk of water in the world. The big babies pointed their noses toward Australia, China, Burma, India, and all the islands of the sea. The Navy pointed their prows west, too, and pretty soon they were hacking at the Japs fore and aft. While the Marines were carving out beachheads on important Pacific islands, things were jumping pretty good way over there in North Africa.
This is Judy Garland. On November 7th, 1942, near Oran, Casablanca, and Algiers, Americans and British poured ashore. To those of you who were there, I guess these will sound familiar. We're off to see Herr Hitler, the mythical Wizard of Oz. We hear he is a whiz of a whiz, a son of a... by gosh. I've got sixpence, jolly, jolly sixpence. I've got sixpence to last me all my life. I've got tuppence to spend, and tuppence to lend, and tuppence to send home to my wife. Poor wife, no cares have I to grieve me. No pretty little girl to deceive me. Happy as a lark, believe me, as we go rolling, rolling home.
Rolling home, rolling home, by the light of the silvery moon.
Happy is the day when we line up for our pay, when we go rolling, rolling home.
Bless them all, the long and the short and the tall.
Bless all the sergeants, the sourpuss ones. Bless all the corporals and their dopey sons, 'cause we're saying goodbye to them all. As back to the barracks they crawl. No ice cream and cookies for flat-footed rookies, so cheer up, my lads, bless them all. There'll be no promotion this side of the ocean, so cheer up, my lads, bless them all.
You know, everything wasn't as easy as setting up a headline in a newspaper office. There were a lot of dark days, Dunkirk, Kasserine Pass, and a lot of hills and battlefields that never made the news tickers. Those of you who were there can look back now and see that this half of the job is done. Finished, accomplished. Remember number 1 in the AEF hit parade? Roll out the barrel. We'll have a barrel of fun. Roll out the barrel. We've got the blues on the run. Zing, boom, tararo. Ring out a song of good cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrel, for the gang's all here. Come on, everybody!
Roll out the barrel. We'll have a barrel of fun. Roll out the barrel. We got the blue on the run. Sing, boom, tararo. Ring out the song of the cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrel, for the gang's all here.
There's a mighty big outfit called the AAF, who spread their wings the length and the breadth of European skies. The Air Transport Command, the Troop Carrier Command, the 8th, the 9th, the 12th, and the 15th. The big fist in the skies over the continent. There was a modern spiritual that came along not so long ago that tells a part of the story. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. Though there's one motor gone, we can still carry on. Coming in on a wing and a prayer. What a show! Yes, we really hit our target for tonight. How he sings as we limp through the air. Look below, there's our field over there. With our full crew aboard. And I trust in the Lord. Coming in on a wing and a prayer.
Ernie Pyle wrote about them. Bill Malden drew them and called them Joe and Willie. And a couple of million Joes and Willies hit the beaches and took the beaches. Hit the roads and took the roads. On D-Day Sicily, D-Day Italy, and then D-Day Normandy. That was the H-hour the world had been waiting for. The infantry, the air forces, the Navy, the Coast Guard, service troops and combat troops, men of the land and men of the sea, all moving forward. Forward, the beaches of Normandy, Cherbourg, Saint-Lô, Marseille, Aachen, Bastion, Remagen, the 6-lane highway to Berlin. On to victory in the biggest combined operation in history.
This is Loretta Young. Something new, something strong, and something magnificent was born in this war. The United Nations. A bond between free peoples has been welded out of the blood, the sweat, and the tears of many men and many women. A bond of courage which has brought us to this hour. A bond of friendship which will shape a greater tomorrow. And in the hour of victory in Europe, each and every one of our neighbors of the United Nations rejoice with us. Even as we speak with the voice of America in this hour, there are other voices that raise with ours. Here, speaking to the soldiers of all our allies, are Mr. Charles Boyer, Mr. Lin Yu Tang, Mr. Herbert Marshall, and Mr. Michael Chekhov.
There is no Frenchman born who does not feel at this moment the deepest emotion, be he in France, in America, or the farthest shore of this global war. Out of the suffering France has borne, there rises a people rededicated to liberté, égalité, fraternité. May I please add one word to my countrymen. Mes chers amis, je n'ai que le temps de vous crier merci et de vous dire que notre pensée, à nous si loin des combats, va aujourd'hui d'abord vers nos prisonniers. Puissent-ils nous être bientôt rendus et nous trouver tous unis et résolus à leur prouver que leur long martyre n'a pas été souffert en vain.
To the people of China, this is a great and wonderful time, the forerunner of an even more wonderful time when final victory is won. May I say to the fighting men and women of China, 中国的同胞，今天是极可庆贺、极有意义的时间，是同盟国最后的胜利快到了的先声。
Around the world, men and women of the British Commonwealth join hands with the soldiers of Britain in praising God. We have come a long way together. We are well on the road to final victory.
All the Russian soldiers, all people of the United Nations, unite in giving thanks for this great moment. To the soldiers of my own country, may I say, тяжелый путь пройден вами, но впереди вас ожидают дни светлых и радостных надежд. В этот час победы и торжества мы посылаем вам отсюда издалека нашу любовь и благодарность.
One more thing. A lot of us remember what the big celebration sounded like on Armistice Day in 1918. Listen to the sounds of victory.
Across the Delaware, General Pershing will cross the line. We're going to get inside west, south,
That was 1918, and maybe when the Japs are licked, our final V-Day will sound something like that. But today it's different in a lot of ways. Sure, there's some celebrating going on, but not the same way. This time it's a lot different from 1918. People are praying. People are giving thanks to God in the cathedrals of the world.
O God, from whom proceed all holy desires, right counsels and just works, give to thy servants that peace which no earthly victory can give, that our wills, being surrendered to thy laws, and our hearts, being filled with thanksgiving, we may in a new order of justice and charity serve thee through Christ our Lord, who in union with the Holy Spirit reigneth forever and ever. Amen.
In the synagogues of the world.
Yevorecha Cho Adonai v'yishmerecho. Yoer Adonai ponavelecho v'chonecho. Yisso Adonai ponavelecho v'yoseim lecho shalom.
And in churches of all faiths.
Unto God's gracious mercy and protection we commit you. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious unto you. The Lord lift up the light of his countenance upon you and give you peace and strength to do his will, both now and forevermore. Amen.
Praise God from whom all blessings flow. Praise him, all creatures here below. Praise him above, ye heavenly hosts. Praise Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
All of us, all the free people of the world, are giving thanks to God for victory in Europe. We're thinking of those who will come back, and the many who will never come back.
Thine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
Yes, it's a lot different this time. We know it's not the end yet, not the finish. We're just taking a deep breath and shoving on. It's the runner heading into the last lap. It's turning into the stretch on top. It's the goal line drive. It's 2 down and 1 to go.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. God's throne is marching on.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.